when stars align. Days of making sweet honey, Melissa lemon balm. Nights as warm as your breath on my chest, so calm. Now baby, let the summer breeze carry us away. Let the summer breeze carry us away. Baby, to a place where the sun always shines on to summer lovers. Just before you know it, the summer has gone. Halfway into life, you think you've seen it all, but I've never seen a smile like yours. How could any man alive not fall and let the forces of love take their course? Let the summer breeze carry us away. Let the summer breeze carry us away. Baby, to to the west side. And though much was stolen, much still abides. And I know she'd rather keep her distance, but as time moves on, she's drifting away from me. But did the ocean breeze specify you? Did the palm trees sanctify you? I bet the ocean breeze did advise you that you'll never find you on the run from yourself, on the run from yourself. Concrete will shape to quicksand. Just when you think you're in control, but you're not alone. Take my hand, no shame in the surrender to a bigger picture. Birds fly south for the winter, but you ran to the west side. And though much was stolen, much still abides. And I know you don't wanna burn bridges, but as time moves on, you slipping away from me. But did the ocean breeze pacify you? Did the palm trees sanctify you? I bet the ocean breeze did advise you that you'll never find you on the run from yourself, on the run from yourself. You thought the grass was greener, but she was safe all along. Driving round in California, looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever, searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person. I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been steady sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really, I could probably try and be something greater. Get on my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego. Scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared, hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good.
Happy Friday, and also happy July, Smite fans. Welcome in to the Smite Challenger Circuit. We've got a shorter SEC broadcast today because it's Friday. That means the SPL Waiting Room and the Smite Pro League are back this afternoon, but we've got a great one here in the EU SEC to finish off this week in play over in EU. And we've got a matchup between one of the top teams, one of the bottom teams, hoping to build up some momentum. So make sure to stay tuned for a full day of competitive Smite action. My name's Dolson. Trelly Rayleigh is with me. Trelly, a relatively quick day yesterday in the SEC. You know, we're used to a lot of the games dragging out 30, 45, 50 minutes sometimes. Mifflin and I had like a 3-hour set last week. Feels like the further we get into the phase, the team's kind of figuring out one another and how they want to play their brand of Smite.
Yeah, it was interesting because I also was expecting a little bit of a longer set, particularly in the first one, Mambo v. the Gladiators. I thought at least going to 3, but both of those games were quick. Mambo played a different style of Smite, right? Usually it's about 2 kills, 25 minutes, give or take. This was pretty action-packed given the situation. I think it was like 17 kills or something. I was like, wait, this is a different style of play. So the undefeated Hex Mambo really opening up, and Aru Scorpions sitting number 2 versus the number 6 Wargs, who have yet to get that win.
Yeah, yet to get the dub. So the Aru Scorpions with a win here will just be one win off first. The Niflheim Wargs, still an outside shot. When you look at the really at this point, teams 2, 3, and 4, a win for the Wargs here would just put them one win away from second through fourth if they're able to continue winning moving forward. Unfortunately for the Wargs, talking about getting continued success going as an avenue into future LAN events is a difficult thing because the Niflheim Wargs 0-3 up to this point in the phase. You know, it's a tale as old as time with teams like this where there have been moments, yes, look, I mean, it's a 3-game setup against the Gladiator. Certain things go a different way. But what I don't like is at the top of my screen here, at 15 minutes, at 20 minutes, it was a 3-kill game, 4-kill game, and there was like a 5,000-6,000 gold deficit. I think what's worrying about this Wargs team, Trelly, is at times, even in games that might seem close kills-wise, the gold and the objectives just kind of bleed out.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you got to figure out your play style, given the fact that the Wargs have went through multiple roster changes.
It's a different roster.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think the shell of the Warg squad is just sprinkled throughout the rest of the SEC at this point. There's 2 players from the old Wargs here, 2 players there. You know, it's just nothing really has stayed the same, so I think it's hard to find that sort of consistency. That's probably why we're seeing such a different look every single game. They're trying to figure out their identity, how they're going to play. This was a beautiful play. That's a great highlight to look at. It's not one of those things that happens very often where you see a massive base defense, like a 2v5, and it actually works out. Either way, they're still trying to find their gameplay identity and see how they want to, play this style.
The worst thing about that highlight, Trelly, is they lost that game. If I remember correctly.
They definitely lost the set.
Yeah, they lost the set. Yeah, they clearly didn't win. That was game 3. And so just a couple of minutes later, the Wargs would end up losing that game. You're right. And it's good to talk about the Wargs because that was such a talented team as a whole. And now that you've sort of separated that team out, a lot of different teams have now gotten a boost. The Aru Scorpions, one of them that have kind of flipped spots with the Wargs from phase number 1. The Aru Scorpions, a team now, as we mentioned, at 2-1. Some players remaining from the phase 1 Aru Scorpions. Sarpei and Preds come over from the Niflheim Wargs from phase 1. And then Panvich, new player of the SEC this phase, over in the solo lane. And the Aru Scorpions, Trelly, I think still I got to get it out of my head that it's not the Scorpions of last phase. This is now a team that is very competitive, plays good Smite, and has real good chances every single week to grab a win here in the EU SEC.
Yeah, I would say if anyone is holding on to that mindset that I would say 90% of these teams are different from phase number 1. So just if you're thinking, this was one of those bottom tier teams, not the case anymore. They're playing at a completely different level. Obviously, they have a couple new members as well, and they're just able to play their own brand of Smite. I think that's something I want to highlight whenever I look at the SEC level in NA or EU. It's just most of these teams are playing very reactive. It's just they're playing to the opposition's style of Smite. They're just trying to find their own identity. It's something the pros do very well, not all of them, but some of them, and I think that's the main thing you want to take away in a league like this.
Absolutely, and in a matchup that may seem lopsided, giving yourself a good chance in picks and bans is always step number 1. So the Niflheim Wargs, I just want to see a good, consistent team composition here. Nothing too high execution. Give yourself an easy opportunity to make things work here in game number 1 and moving forward throughout the set as we roll into P's and B's for game number 1. Yu Huang ends up being ban number 1, Trilly, and we've seen an increase in Yu Huang presence. Admittedly, though, I don't know if I've seen Yu Huang much throughout the first. I think we talked about whether or not to ban Yu Huang against like Paul specifically for the Titans, because even in losing games, he's doing immense amounts of damage. Didn't expect to see Yu Huang in the first 3 bans.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he's on the rise. I think teams are finally realizing how much presence he has, even though, it was just a one-off pick in the SPL. I think it's getting more and more prominent, people are understanding, and with the buff to Conduit Gem, his early game is just ridiculous. More often than not, when you see a Yu Huang, first blood is at level 2, like in that mid lane.
Right.
Guaranteed almost. So I understand wanting to ban that away. And grabbing the Robin here is something that has been also on the rise, and also people not really wanting to deal with that in that solo lane, the mitigation style of build, just so annoying to deal with. The Aru Scorpions do have the option of grabbing things like Heimdall, though, that have been left through. Again, something that's very prioritized in this league specifically, but Yamoja is also going to get let through.
Trelly, are we at the point, though, now where it feels like teams kind of have an answer to this Robin solo? I mean, it's still obnoxious. Still gets to the point where damage mitigation late in the game, you're taking next to no damage. I feel like a lot of teams have learned how to play around it, and oftentimes it's just try to ignore it, But do you think we're still at a point where Robin has a lot of questions for the other team that don't have an answer yet? Or do you think teams have really figured this out?
As far as I've seen, teams have definitely figured it out. It's more so just, as you said, hey, Robin's defending this left side Phoenix, let's split up, we'll just, disperse our damage. Truth is, he doesn't do much. He just sort of hits you like a wet noodle. You hit him like a wet noodle back, but if you ignore him, getting to the backline doesn't really matter. If he does itemize that way, there is ways to itemize that you don't do that little bit of damage. But yeah, I think there's answers for it. It just depends on how the Aru Scorpions want to play this. And given the fact that they already have Yamoja and Osiris, they don't have too much damage to deal with it just yet. They're going for their tanks a little bit early.
And Osiris can build into that style of damage mitigation, late game hyper tankiness as well, if this ends up being an Osiris out of the solo lane. On the flip side, the Wargs have gone for their damage. They get Jingwei, they get Merlin. And honestly, at this point in the meta, it feels like both of those 2 picks are about as standard late-game, scaly style of pick for their specific roles as you get. It feels like a Jingwei, you know what you're getting in the late game. Merlin, about as peak average, not skill-wise, but average mage. I mean, it's just a mage, right?
Yeah.
That's literally what he is. And so I think the Wargs, I asked for good standard team composition. Give yourself a chance. I think they've done so in the first 3.
Yeah, thus far, their early game, I think, will be a little lackluster. You highlighted how good they are in the late, and that usually means it takes a while to get to that point. But Oleron for the Aru Scorpions, a pick that I haven't seen in quite some time in this league particular. It's been a little bit highly prioritized in the SPL. If you can play around that sanctified field, Oleron gets a ton of value. But just banning away some supports on the right side, and the Heimdall and the Baba Yaga actually being taken away by the Wargs. But it looks like Chiron's just going to be locked in here. I think Chiron probably going to mid, and then, the Oleron in that duo lane just a little bit better. I don't think Oleron in the mid lane gets too much value, but a counter pick to this Oleron that, has been pretty popular in the SPL. Captain Twig, Kiermi both figured this out, and it's the Vamana. You're CC immune in that ult. You don't care about Sanctified Field. If you're moving in slow motion, everyone else is, but not you.
Yeah, I mean, and especially with Vamana back in the meta for a couple of picks at the SPL level. Cthulhu was the answer for a long time because of similar things. You used Descent into Madness. You walk through the Sanctified Field. That's what Colossal Fury feels like now for Vamana. So a strong pick for the Wargs, answered back, though, by an Erlang Shen to finish off the draft. So have seen some flexibility with Erlang Shen, tends to still fall into the jungle, likely meaning Osiris over in the solo lane for this Aru Scorpion squad. I've really been enjoying the Chiron, the ability-based builds that we've been seeing, again, late in the game. Netruid's really played this build well at the SPL level. Hyper, ability damage, Centaurus starting off fights, finishing off kills. It's a good look. Can the Aru Scorpions continue their momentum here in the EU SEC? Can the Niflheim Wargs find some momentum here in the EU SEC? That's the question. Game number 1, all important in these best of 3 sets. And it looks like, Trelly, all of our predictions as far as where picks are landing are correct. And so I think there are lots of counterplay to be had here in this matchup. Of course, the Vamana up against the Oleron. Except we were wrong about one thing, and it's Oleron in mid for Picarino. I'll put Davey on the Chiron over in dual lane. So it could be somewhat susceptible early on in this matchup. This Oleron could receive a bit of pressure.
Yeah, it is a possibility given the fact that you're up against a Vamana. Not too much damage in the early. You just really, you're going to blink in, try and do as much as you can, and you really want to wait until level 5. Colossal Fury is when Vamana Jungle, I think, comes online quite hard. You need some movement speed. You can't really chase anyone down without a fair bit of that built in. I think you're still going to get the value out of Oleron even in the mid lane. The 3v3 should go in your favor. You're not going to, I would argue you don't even want to fight around Oleron whenever his ult is available, right? It's just, you're using so much to get so little. If you get the ult cooldown, of course, you can fight after the fact, but I think just Picarino taking this pick into mid says, hey, we're not looking to look for too much aggression early on, and maybe around like level 9, give or take, we can try and go for an objective pull, something like that. They have a fair bit of burn given the fact that they have this double ADC comp with an Osiris, with an Erlang Shen.
The Aru Scorpions, Trelly, a team that loves playing around their jungle as well. Sarpei has consistently been very impressive over here in the EU SEC over the last few years. Made his way around the league, a bunch of different teams, but has always played at a relatively consistent level. So Worst Turtle and Sarpei, a fun matchup to look forward to. Looks like Kha'Zix will be going into that Soul Eater build. And so it feels like early in the lane, you get Soul Eater. We've talked plenty about the stats that item has, and then when you upgrade it, just gets better, of course. So it feels like early the Robin does have some pressure, but then later on, turns into more of that wet noodle fight. Though on the flip side, Trelly, I think you could say the same thing about Osiris, but does feel like the style of matchup that won't have that much aggression outside of maybe junglers poking their heads over on that side of the map. Interested though, because both junglers have blink, you might expect some pressure on these waves early on.
Yeah, it looks like Sarpei is posturing towards the soul lane here. Kha'Zix doesn't have too much mana just because it takes so much to clear this wave, and it looks like they will try to go for it. Overhead kick would be enough to get him out, but it's down.
My goodness, I didn't expect that much burst damage. I'll take first blood, Aru Scorpions. Blink in from Sarpei. I don't know if that's a caster's curse or not. Blue buff at least secured by Worst Turtle. Could have been slightly worse for the Wargs, but the Aru Scorpions do get first blood. So I said I don't imagine much fighting, and then kind of corrected myself and said outside of junglers rotating over. So I think it's a caster's curse into a non-caster's curse. But at any rate, that's what you want to see from an Erlang Shen early in the game. The Aru Scorpions able to grab first blood.
Yeah, it seemed like Kha'Zix was using that overhead kick to clear the wave, which, you know, given the build path, if you have Sigil, if you're going for Soul Eater, you simply get out pressured by Osiris for quite some time, right? You just don't have the abilities to clear that wave. Even if you spam all 3 consistently, it's going to take like 3 rotations of abilities to actually clear that wave. And without your second ability, without any beads, Erlang Shen's got a lot of CC, so just a free gank into that lane. Now Panvich gets credit for the kill, hits level 5 first, and is going to be able to dominate. Has the teleport available, which Kha'Zix had to use to get here, so he's going to have to take it's going to be a while before you get that Soul Eater online.
Yep.
And this Osiris should be able to run that lane for quite some time now. You know, Worst Turtle can look at that lane, but it's like, you know, Lord of the Afterlife, get out. You're not really worried about that damage at the moment, so I don't think there's going to be any more presence from the Niflheim Wargs in that lane. I think it's pretty much over at that point. Once this mitigation Robin gets behind, it takes him quite some time to get online.
Unlucky for Kha'Zix that your lane feels ungankable in the first 3.5 minutes of the game because you've dropped first blood. Yeah, I get you'd love to be able to go back, finish up that Soul Eater, and then teleport into lane. Won't be the case. Sarpei is back. Kha'Zix pinned, use the overhead kick this time, but a 9 turns blessing on the return gank. Lord of the Afterlife says bye-bye to Kha'Zix. And right, to be clear, I mean ungankable in the other way.
Yeah, of course, Worst Turtle has no chance.
Worst Turtle doesn't have much of a chance, but apparently Sarpei does. And Kha'Zix dead yet again. I don't think... Kha'Zix still does not have enough gold for that Soul Eater. It's just been a brutal start to the game for the right side of the map. Ollie's got to rotate out. Try to help out here over in solo lane. Blue buff gets stolen by the Aru Scorpions. Tethers are out. Ollie's going to get stunned. Sarpei breaks the ankles a bit. But Worst Turtle has the rotation path. Pulling through from Sarpei. I don't know. You got to be careful here. These ultimates are coming back off of cooldown. Yeah, and the Niflheim Wargs are just going to have to watch their right side jungle get ravaged.
Yeah, I just have to laugh at that fact because Worst Turtle has still 0 kill potential. I mean, Colossal Fury, you're getting 2 auto attacks, and then the enemy's going to run away. You don't have anything. You know, Golden Blade's not giving you enough movement speed to be able to attack while you're moving. You got 2 autos. That's basically the extent of your gank potential. So, did get the blink out of Sarpei. Did put a little bit of presence there because you're up 2-0. You don't want to give anything, you know, any edge to the opposition. So I understand just wanting to make sure to use that after the gank happened, get your blue buff, stay safe. I just don't see any opportunity for Worst Turtle to get active on this side of the map. You got to be looking elsewhere, towards that Oleron perhaps. You know, Picarino in this mid lane is very close to that tower, so you're not able to dive, but maybe just trying to get a relic down, force out that sanctified field. I just think the right side of the map is a bit of a wash at the moment.
The question is, though, Trelly, is really what can Panvich do with this lead, right? I mean, the solo lane has stagnated to the point of, you know, farming, stealing blue buffs, things like that. You can put some pressure on the Greater Scorpion. I believe the Aru Scorpions are able to secure that, in fact, unless maybe the Niflheim Wargs got the last hit. Looks like their next buffs are enhanced either way. But, you know, with the Primal Fury spawning, that's normally where you would say a lead on the right side. You're able to convert that into some map pressure. For now, it just feels like continued pressure on blue buffs, things like that, is where Panvich will feel a little bit more comfortable. Sarpei keeps rotating over to this side of the map. And that's where you can funnel this lead, is just getting jungle support, things like that, up and rolling a bit faster. Worst Turtle, Kha'Zix, they're going to have to watch this blue buff spawn and maybe go down. A transformation out of Ollie, so Warg's considering fighting this, but Worst Turtle and Kha'Zix both hovering around half HP before the fight starts. Atori out of mid lane as well. Sarpei being burned through, but the heal from the Nine Turns Blessing helps the Erlang Shen, and a Riptide from Preds ushers everyone away from Worst Turtle. And a sanctified field from mid. Vamana steps a bit too far forward, and the Aru Scorpions bait in the Wargs and grab themselves their 3rd kill.
You know, I was super confident that Worst Turtle's ult there was not going to get too much value. I was hyping on it before, like maybe 2 autos, but was able to run down
It wasn't bad.
a fair bit of damage, unfortunately, for Worst Turtle. Picarino's like, his ult's down. I can just put him in slow motion. We have the chain CC chased a little bit too far.
Right in the center, too.
Yeah, I think I also would have been baited by that because I was surprised at his damage.
Yeah.
And I think he was surprised at his damage. He's like, guys, I might be able to kill. You know, this Yimota's very weak. Preds did start breastplate and still was getting shredded through. Just a little bit too far. Picarino didn't rotate to that blue buff, was still in mid lane. It's like, okay, if you guys really need me, I'll drop the Sanctified Fields in. An easy return kill. Now 3-0 for the Scorpion. This isn't the gold lead you want to see.
No.
Given the fact that the solo's so far ahead, you can always play through Panvich. Pyromancer's going to spawn in about 2 minutes.
Yep.
I imagine a 10-minute Pyromancer could be on the table just because of how much presence this Osiris has. You have so much auto attack damage already with the Oleron, with the Erlang Shen, and the level 9 Osiris. So, you know, the Gold Fury's a bit of a toss-up. I don't think you ever want to really risk that, but Pyro could burn very easily, and Sarpei's still on this side of the map.
Yeah, and the blue buff's not up right now. Sarpei is spotted out by a ward. A smart ward by Kha'Zix. Gotta have that there with how much presence Sarpei has shown on the right side of the map up to this point. It's given a 1-level lead over to Sarpei as well. So the jungle not faring much better than the solo lane. 2 levels, though, for Panvich. But also now, Picarino's been able to safely farm up it during the most susceptible time of the game for this Oleron. 1-level lead out of the laning phase so far for Oleron over Merlin. The only lead that the Wargs have is Spudio, 1-level lead over Davy, over on the left side of the map. So, something maybe the Wargs can try to take advantage of, though with waves, things like that, Davy may end up not being that far behind. Looks like stacking build for Davy anyway. Transcendence on the Chiron is what you expect. Icavale start for Spudio. So maybe Davy is smart, Trelly, at this point in the game to not try to box out with this Jingwei and just farm up safely for the next few minutes.
Yeah, if you are going this ability-based build, trading into Ichival probably not the best idea, but it is a Jingwei. Oh no, the ward. Just the Riptide to make sure they're able to confirm that ward there. But every time I see this build, I harp on it. I absolutely hate this Jingwei build every single time, man. It just makes you're so.
Charlie, I'm nervous you might be alone in that because they keep building.
That's what I'm saying. But every time it happens, they get behind. At the moment, hold that thought. Worst Turtle gets taunted in.
Uses Colossal Fury. This time gets in value. That'll be a big old disengage. 1 big baby and 1 sanctified field later, and it's just some mid lane camps being fought over. Yeah, I mean, we see Icavale, I guess, to smooth out the early game, and then eventually later on in the game gets sold off for dominance, something a bit different. But Jingwei keeps going for it, Trelly. You might be on an island.
No, I certainly am, but every time I call it out, it's for good reason. You're just delaying crit, and that's why you pick Jingwei. Sure, you're safe, you get far, but you're never getting this crit online. And it's not even the Ichabal. If you go Ichabal into Atalanta's bow into Wind Demon, there you go. That solves it for me.
That you have to go Aussie after? Is that what they normally do?
They do Exy, they do Aussie,
Aussie,
sometimes they do Kins. They put off the crit, and I imagine if you're picking Jingwei, you want big numbers. That's what you want, right?
Sure
and
do.
Sometimes, if you're going this shred build, you just get kind of put behind in lane. So right now, Spudio's playing it well. As you mentioned, had a bit of a lead. But now this Transcendence and this Jotun's Wrath is online,
Yeah, wow.
I'm thinking Davey's going to be able to output a lot more damage than what Spudio has. So you're not going to want to step up to that. We'll have to watch that lane and see if my suspicions are correct, or if I'm just, a grumpy old man just yelling at the whippersnappers down in the
Shaking
yard.
your fist at the clouds, kids on your lawn, whatever. Niflheim Wargs are on the Aru Scorpions lawn right now. That'll be a kill onto a Tori, and a 9 turns Blessing brings Worst Turtle right back into the front of the fight, and Colossal Fury, where is it? 3/4 of the way back. And Worst Turtle now falls. This is Mythological from the Aru Scorpions. And remember what we were talking about is Kha'Zix might get run down here. Does have the root, does not have Mystic Rush. Remember what we were talking about during the replays for the Wargs is that even in low kill games, and for EU this is actually a relatively high-paced game for the Aru Scorpions, making plenty of plays happen on right. But even for low kill games, the Scorpions a team that have sometimes fallen behind, or the Wargs rather, are teams that sometimes fall behind just passively through farm, through pressure, blue buffs being taken away. Now Pyromancer, of course, as we foresaw, Panvich with the 2-level lead will help with the Pyromancer. Like, the game just kind of slowly bleeds away. It's exactly what's happening here to the Wargs, and they haven't had much to say about it yet.
Yeah, no, a lot of questions, no answers, and it looks like Ollie actually went for that Ward Chalice, foregoing what I can only assume is going to be that Witchblade to get some extra vision on the map. Maybe if you know what your enemy's doing, intelligence is half the battle. So if you know where they are, you can try and stop some of that presence. I just think it'd be a bit better if Ollie was tanky here, but hasn't been in any trouble, right? Fafnir so safe as is. You have such a long leap, and it doesn't seem like Ollie's the main target here on the Wargs, with 0-2, 0-2, 0-1, and then the duo lane just sitting fine. Ollie's actually trying to solo invade that red buff, given the fact that he feels pretty tanky. Davey is going to dash into here, so maybe Ollie's a little bit more in danger than I thought.
Well, unfortunately for Ollie, as a transforming into a sanctified field and a riptide and a stun, and we're going to spray angry dragon breath all over the place as we go down for the 6th time this game. Unfortunately for Ollie, it was just a moment ago about a 2-level lead for Pred. So Ollie's just kind of been all over the place trying to help out with farm secure, things like that. But Preds has really been at the front of a lot of the initiation that the Aru Scorpions have had. Of course, Sarpei at 105, 100% kill participation. Panvich at 5 out of 6 kills participated in. So a lot of it's, of course, been over on right. But really, Preds has just been able to be more mobile, get a bit more involved. Really feels like the type of game, Trelly, where now the Wargs have to hope that their late game is simply just better than the Aru Scorpions, and that they're able to delay it to that point, because the Scorpions have played the individual fights very well.
Yeah, I think it's about time the Scorpions stop looking at this blue buff and start looking at the left side of the map, because we've been talking about it a fair bit. Spudio is still level 14, 0-0. Level 15 now, so having a decent game. Kha'Zix, unfortunately, will fall here shortly, but Sarpei takes a little bit of damage. And maybe if Kha'Zix lived a little bit longer, could have found an opportunity to find a kill there. Either way, I think the left side of the map should be getting looked at here just to try and push that lead. There's no way Worst Turtle finds a kill, so I'm just going to not even touch on that fact. The Gold Fury, I think, should be on the cards here. Not much steal potential from a Jingwei with the build optimization. However, Spudio is building 3rd item Wind Demon, so I'm happy about that. Getting the crit,
yep.
Not going for another bow there. There's not a silver branch, so I'm happy with this. I give it my stamp of approval.
And Spudio's going to need it with no Spectrals yet. And Panvich going Glad Shield Sovereignty into Bulwark. I mean, that's just such a tanky Osiris, and the shielding later on in the team fight's just going to be obnoxious to burn through. Gonna need a lot of help now if you're the Niflheim Wargs with the itemization that the Scorpions have gone for. And I talked a lot yesterday with Gore about the Chronos Pendant support style builds. You get it second here if you're Preds. I like the mindset. You get more abilities out, you get more Rivers Rebukes, and you might get first blood here if you're the Wargs. You gotta get a kill here. Colossal Fury walks through the Rivers Rebuke, and Kha'Zix rotates out of solo. Picarino nearly gets away, and despite Preds' best efforts, Niflheim Wargs will end up grabbing first blood under the Scorpions mid laner.
Yeah, Picarino not fast enough. Yeah, their first blood. There's 7 kills on the opposition, but I think the Wargs are definitely pretty happy about that one, and it's a good kill to grab. I mean, you would love to shut down Panvich with a 3-0 shutdown, but a 2-0 shutdown onto Picarino is also going to be pretty beneficial for the squad, and Kha'Zix definitely needed it, right? Still 2 levels behind in this lane, as a blue buff is being looked at, and will be confirmed, actually, so Kha'Zix gets that one. Probably happy about that. So a good member of the team to have that kill. Just trying to get back into this lane. If you can get a little bit tankier, maybe your fight opportunities open up a wee bit. And Kha'Zix would love to just be able to dive to the backline and not worry about getting turned on by these carries. It's pretty much the one benefit of this Robin build is that you're pretty carefree in your dive. You need an extra goal to do that, so probably pretty good that he got that kill.
Yeah, we'll take it. I mean, if you're behind, getting anything going is always going to be worthwhile. Gold Fury still stands here on left, but for how much longer? As the Aru Scorpions are going to send one of their big leads over to left, and it's the 2-level lead for Sarpei. Ali close by. No chance a Fafnir Hammer steals a Gold Fury, right? We haven't seen that recently. Gold Fury confirmed by the Scorpions, and the Sanctified Field helps out, but that's a big team fight ultimate that's now gone, and the Scorpions agree, so they will back away, and the big objective on left further expands this gold lead out just shy of 6K.
Yeah, and Sarpei used the 9 turns blessing as well as Worst Troll gets caught in the back line, but has the Colossal Fury, so you can just walk through that river.
That's an angry baby.
Yep, an angry baby that can walk through walls, and he does not care.
That is terrifying.
That is terrifying.
An angry baby that... There's got to be a horror movie somewhere out there. What angry baby, like, horror movies are there in the world? Like, well, Chucky, I guess, right?
My mind went to Chucky, but I guess he's more
like
of a
doll.
Kid. Yeah, he's not quite the baby.
Right, right, a bit old. He's like a toddler.
What about The Boy? He's not a baby either, he's just a doll.
Is that a movie, The Boy?
It's called The Boy, and it's like there's this doll, and she has to babysit the doll, and the parents are like, yeah, he's a real boy, you have to babysit him. Yeah, it's spooky.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Billy's helping us out here as often. Demon Child 666 is a movie from 2004. I was going to say equally terrifying. Yeah, that Jack from The Incredibles, says Lewis. Another one of our production guys. Jack. Honestly, Jack is scary at points. But Jack is scarier than Worst Turtle is at this point in the game. 2 levels down from his opposition. I mean, decent items: Golden Blade, Stone Cutting, Toxic Blade. It's gonna be fast, right? But needs some help, I think, on the front line of these fights to not get shredded down.
Yeah, I imagine if Worst Turtle and Picarino were boxing each other, just stood there auto-attacking, Worst Turtle would win. If you had the Sanctified Fields and some juking, that's gonna be a problem. Anyone with anti-heal, I think, is not gonna be too afraid of Worst Turtle's damage at the moment. It looks like Pyromancer has spawned back in, and Ollie spots this out, and it's like, are you going to go for it? Because I'm watching you, and Sarpei decided not to try and 50-50 with the Fafnir. There's not too much confirmed that Nurlong Shen has with a Fafnir that can just disarm you, and Spotty actually makes the rotation over, so possibly the Wargs looking to get aggressive on this Pyromancer. Davies on the left side of the map, they are going to go for this.
Yeah, the Wargs got to be careful here, though. Yeah, you can get the Pyro, and Lord of the Afterlife doesn't steal it away. Actually, kind of a risky call from the Wargs. I suppose you know that Davies on left, but if you lose a fight over here, that's just Fire Giant to the Scorpions and immense damage into a Tori. Centaurus Aegis out, and some shielding from the shell keeps the Merlin on the map. Aru Scorpions still going to slow play. Won't end up doubling back for the Fire Giant, but might end up putting pressure on Tier 1.
Yeah, it looks like they will be able to get that Tier 1. I don't think there's too much damage here to say otherwise, but Worst Turtle and Kha'Zix were debating on the wraparound, and they thought against it because you're still behind. If you look at the gold lead, still 5K behind just because I guess the element of surprise could add like 1,000 gold theoretically at this point.
For who?
Well, I'm saying like the Wargs coming from behind, that makes the gold lead a little bit closer, right? The element of surprise gives you
it's like
theoretical 1,000 gold.
Like 1,000 gold initiation.
Right,
sure.
and if it's level 20 v20, you might get an even engage at that point, but you're still behind, so I don't think the right call to try and go for that, and they decide to give that tower up. Now, you got the Pyro, trade that for the tower. Feeling pretty good, and it looks like Spudio is going to go back to left lane and try and hit level 20. That Jingwei, I'm still holding on for hope that the Jingwei is going to be the answer the Wargs need. Still has that damage online with a Silver Branch finish next. Could supply a fair bit.
Panvich has so much gold. My goodness. Where's the Robin? 1.5k gold behind, so it's not devastating. Could be devastating for Worst Turtle, though, as 9 turns Blessing does not get the taunt. It's a long ultimate, Colossal Fury. Worst Turtle will survive, healing if nothing else for Sarpei. And now the Aru Scorpions double back. No Pyromancer, as it was secured just a couple moments ago. And with no kills on the board, you're not going for the Fire Giant at this point. Aru Scorpions really wishing they had gotten a kill there. Makes life a lot easier when you don't have to wonder, do we throw around the FG, things like that. I mean, you're so far ahead. Only Spudio is kind of sandwiching the rest of the Aru Scorpions as far as net worth goes, but not far enough ahead, I don't think, to just force an FG just yet.
Yeah, that'd be a very uncharacteristic FG pull for this side of the pond, right? Like maybe the NA teams would go for that and 50-50 it, and it goes well, it goes bad, but usually when I look at the USCC teams, they're not pulling that Fire Giant until 30-plus minutes when they have a 10k gold lead and it's still a toss-up. They still aren't ready to go for that confirmation. And it's just a different style of play, so I don't think that one's coming through. However, the Oni Fury is spawning in about 3 seconds, and that could be an opportunity for the Aru Scorpions to try and push this lead, try and open up the map a little bit with those Oni minions. And then maybe the Fire Giant could be looked at. It's just, you want to pick beforehand, and Worst Turtle's ultimate is about to be off cooldown, so maybe feeling a little bit confident trying to pull this, but the Scorpions are more so looking for a pick. They're sort of posturing around Sarpei, saying, get a big taunt in, we get a kill, then we go for the Fury.
Yeah, we can't forget the experience lead and support as well. 15 for Preds, 12 for Ali. And so the pace of this game has clearly favored the Umoja, and pretty unique build for Preds. Kind of individual items from metas of past. I mean, Breastplate of Valor in the unique way to start, into the Chronos Pendant, which is sort of a new age, awesome Jake style of build, into a Lotus Crown, which was all the rage in the Sylvanas Lotus Crown Aphrodite style meta. Preds leaning on a bit of everything here. As the Oni Fury is going to get pulled by the Aru Scorpions, Panvich takes a bit of poke damage. But it looks like the Scorpion's still going to slow play the objective.
Yeah, the full CDR build on the Umoja is just for River's Rebuke. I mean, you literally, you get no benefit from cooldown on any of her other abilities. So this is just Pred saying, we're fighting around my ult. Like, Picarino has 0 cooldown build, so hold that thought. Worst Turtle, I think, is going to get shredded through here. 0 healing, and that's going to be gone.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage onto Worst Turtle. And this is the pick that the Scorpions were hoping for. I think you just run back to the Oni Fury at this point. And Worst Turtle is maybe the most threatening on the map, though Atori has gotten some good items underway, so is Spudio, but at 0-3, Worst Turtle will not be threatening anymore, because he's no longer on the map. And a simple Oni Fury over to the Aru Scorpions. And wouldn't you guess it, Pyromancer's about to spawn as well. Seems like a simple rotation path for the Scorpions.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe the Wargs would try and go for something on the right side of the map, but they did one of those half defenses where you don't actually defend, you just want to watch the Oni Fury go down, make sure you saw it, and then just run away. And now even more time for the Scorpions to try and push this lead. I doubt they even wait. Yeah, pull the Fire Giant at this point, man. Kha'Zix and Ollie are close by. But that Fire Giant's already half HP, and Panvich is playing zone duty. I think it's going to go down for absolute free.
And it is. And the Aru Scorpions get the big one in 23 minutes. A quickly paced EU SEC game here. As honestly a masterclass of converting a lead on the right side of the map into a lead elsewhere, where really Sarpei is able to funnel that gold into Pyro, into the rest of the team. This is maybe the best Spudio can do here. Knock down a couple of towers over on the left side of the map, mitigate the gold spike as best as you can, get your team some gold. A few thousand, or a couple thousand rather, for a few members of the Wargs. It's these next couple of minutes where this gold could just totally get out of control. Tier 1 on right is about to go down to Oni minions. And then 3 Tier 2 towers for the Aru Scorpions to siege.
Yeah, I think that gold is going to balloon up after the fact. However, the Wargs do have a Trebuchet. And I'm looking at this as the one bastion of defense they should be able to hold on to. Once that left side Phoenix starts to get siege, maybe you send that one out. Give you some extra help, some support, if you will, on that side of the map. But the Scorpions are going to play away from that at the moment. They're going for that right Tier 2. They've got the Tier 2 in mid. and Davies on the left side of the map. So they're all kind of split. They're not going for that full 5v5 push with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the FG. You know, it's a wonder what they want to go for. Are you going for every single tower, then you back up and you go for the enhanced? Do you still want to try and break the base at this point? The gold lead isn't so outrageous that you're going to step into a Phoenix this early on. So I imagine the Scorpions are going to play this one slow and safe. Probably just go for that tier 2 and left, back up, tier 2 and mid, and then maybe if they get a pick, maybe if they're feeling confident, can look to try and break the base after the fact.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if there's much the Aru Scorpions can do wrong at this point outside of standing under a Phoenix, not doing anything for a couple of minutes. Looks like a bit of a split push here. You're going to send the Trebuchet down mid, and the rest of the Aru Scorpions going to group up over here on the left side of the map. Would love to knock down this Phoenix, even if you don't end the game. That sets up, of course, for the next Fire Giant. That's where the Wargs will put, or the Scorpions rather, will put their opening bit of pressure. 2 versus 1 potentially in mid as Sarpei and Panvich have split. You get all this range damage pouring into the tier 2 tower on left, and I think smartly the Wargs will just watch it go down and back away towards the Phoenix. Good Riptide, good stun, but Ollie will limp away as the Trebuchet will make its way mid.
Yeah, it looks like the Scorpions have those as well, and the Wargs have not sent the one in left. Sarpei recognizes that Worst Turtle is trying to flank and is trying to just push away the opposition. I don't think they're going to step in just yet as Worst Turtle takes a ton of damage. They're waiting for a go button here. Preds is going to tank up a bit of the Phoenix. They're not quite stepping in because Davey takes a fair bit of damage from Spudio.
And Davey will be able to sustain it back up. Thanks to Preds, mid lane Phoenix is gone. How about that Sanctified Field? Sends Spudio and a Tori back. Sarpei easily winning this fight against Worst Turtle despite the sustain from the Colossal Fury. Worst Turtle falls, so does mid Phoenix, so does Ollie. It's Sarpei in the back line, the Erlong Shen making it happen here in game number 1. Gotta be a trade back, but it's not. And now the Aru Scorpions playing with some momentum get 2 Phoenixes.
And the Trebuchet is attacking the Titan with 2 Phoenixes down. It looks like the play is to back up here, even with 2 picks. You used a lot to get it. Make sure you grab that tier 2 and right. It will also help weaken this Titan for the siege after the fact. So you got fire for 26 more seconds. I don't imagine you want to go for the end. A little bit of a risky call here. Still a fair bit of damage coming the way of Spudio, but that right side Phoenix will be looked at here. Only 15 seconds left on the buff. It's going to be hard for the Wargs to try and hold this one 3v5.
In go. Out go. The Aru Scorpions thought they might initiate, but no, you're going to lose your Fire Giant buff just about now. And then you got a minute left, and so a hefty amount of gold in hand for the Aru Scorpions. 2 Phoenixes down. The stage relatively set here. Wondering if you're in Miracle Steel territory. It's the decision-making tree of, are we more likely to steal a Fire Giant and delay the game, or do we have a better chance of fighting underneath our Titan? And that's what the Niflheim Wargs are going to have to decide here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's just the regular Fire Giant. It's not enhanced just yet, so I imagine the Wargs just want to let that one go. You still have some decent opportunity to defend underneath your Titan. You know, like there isn't so much damage that, you know, the Scorpions can just walk in and end, but Worst Turtle, I think you're just dead, man. I don't think any amount of healing is going to keep you out of this one.
Not like this.
You will be able to run away for a bit, but Sarpei's on the flank. No time to blink. Yeah, I think you're gone.
Yeah. God, this just hurts. Oh my goodness. Hello and goodbye. That is some shred that Sarpei's got out of the jungle. And now, I think the question is answered. I don't think the Niflheim Wargs have any chance, again, at fighting around this Fire Giant. Maybe a steal, but the Wargs will end up backing away. Little mistakes like that, you know, compounded over a game is how you get into a situation like this. So, you know, it's not that the Wargs are a bad team. It's just you look at a mistake early by Kha'Zix, and then a couple overextensions from Worst Turtle. 0-5 out of the jungle. Those types of things just add up. And that's what's given the Aru Scorpions a 99.99% chance at a win here in game number 1. You're going to be fighting without your jungler for 15 seconds. Should be pretty simple right side Phoenix. Spudio just doing his best to clear out some of these waves. I don't think the Wargs feel like they've got much of a chance under the Phoenix.
Yeah, Spudio wants to clear that out as quickly as possible while Sarpei is able to wrap around here. I imagine that bird falls down fairly quickly given the fact that the Wargs aren't even trying to defend it. They're staying in the base. They're going to defend the Titan at all costs, but I don't think keeping these birds alive is an opportunity they have. I mean, they're down so much gold. You still have Spudia who hasn't died yet, so maybe the option is kill the Jingwei, then end, and if you can't, there's no way that that's going to happen. However, Kha'Zix did finish the Lonos Mask, so that could be the bastion of hope they need. Blink in.
Oh, that was a great 9 turns blessing. If it connected, and Spudio deletes Sarpei. Now the Aru Scorpions on the retreat. Niflheim Wargs, maybe some blood in the water here. A 45-second death timer on Sarpei. Only the second kill of the game for the Wargs, and you've got to chase this down. You've got to realize this is your chance to turn the game around. Picarino sends out the Sanctified Field. Maybe for the next 30 seconds, we'll take a deep breath.
Yeah, Sarpei just got 2-shot. I mean, this is why you build that crit on Jingwei. I will say there's no spectral armor built for Sarpei, so maybe if that was an option, wouldn't have gotten deleted so quickly. Feeling a little confident in this build, just full attacks. If you went the X, you went the Kids. I imagine Sarpei might want to go back to the drawing board and say, hey, if I'm going to blink into a Jingwei like that, might need some physical defense. But the Aru Scorpions have not full retreated. They are still standing tall, trying to look at this mid. Phoenix finally will back up here. So the Wargs, a temporary sigh of relief. Sarpei blinks in, gets deleted, and now 2 more birds will spawn in. The right side Phoenix is still down, so, and you have some fire minions to clear. But a solid defense by the Warriors, right? I mean, they have some time to go back, spend some gold. They get the Primal Fury as well. They can add to this, and Venom Deathbringer finish for Spudio, so a couple power spikes still to be had. Now the Warriors just get to play waiting game again. They have a minute 35 for the Scorpions to try and siege a better defense, and I gotta be honest, Dave, even though Sarpei got absolutely deleted there, if he just lets Panvich go in first and then follows up after the fact,
yeah.
I don't imagine the Wargs can do that a second time.
That's more of a delay than anything else. That doesn't change much about this game other than Sarpei now doesn't have the Fire Giant buff. But as long as the Aru Scorpions funnel their pressure into the right areas here, still looking at a 99.98, maybe an 8.8 now, 0.98. In all likelihood, the Scorpions make quick work of these Phoenixes, unless the Scorpions make a mistake. They haven't made many so far this phase. Picarino engaged upon, but the Sanctified Field is good. Worst Turtle used Colossal Fury, but he's burned through. Might be the 6th death of the game for the Vamana, but no, Worst Turtle's gonna get out alive. River's Rebuke up, that catches out Kha'Zix. Gotta be a kill here for the Aru Scorpions, but again, one of their targets is escaping. Sarpei adds this one. Itori being run down by Panvich. Ali run down by Sarpei, and one by one, the Niflheim Wargs will be taken down, but kill answered back by Spudio. A 4 versus 3 under the mid lane Phoenix. Spudio gets whittled away, and it seems like the Aru Scorpions just have enough sustain.
Yeah, Spudio has a ton of damage here, and it looks like Davey will go down, so all eyes have to be on the Jingwei. Itori's going in, doesn't have the damage to finish out Panvich, but might as he blinks in.
My goodness, they're not going to end this game. Wow, all 3 Phoenixes are down, but Aru Scorpions are going to delay us out one more. Sarpei dead for 30 seconds, Davey dead for 43 seconds. Say what you will, Wargs heavily far behind in this game. They have just not made life easy. We finally reached late game, you point out, for the Jingwei, 3-0 for Spudio. And the individual kills have been enough to keep the Aru Scorpions away.
Yeah, I've got a theory. Just a spectral armor on Sarpei, and that could be the end of this game. However, Elixir of Power is going to be the option, so still not putting the respect on Spudio's Jingwei. You need one member of your team to be on ADC duty. You know, whether it's Panvich, whether it's Sarpei, Pretz can't really do it. You're not going to get that close to a Jingwei. The Riptides are just going to be able to be dashed through. So one of these warriors needs to be on top of Spudio. Simple as that. After that, I think the fight sort of falls through, but 2 Phoenixes were up, and now 2 Phoenixes are down. The right side Phoenix, however, did spawn back in, so it will be the enhanced Fire Giant attempt by the Aru Scorpions. The Wargs, they're postured to try and defend this, all in the jungle. They're watching this one as Worst Turtle is playing defender, running back and forth between left and mid, and the enhanced Fire Giant will be started up.
Enhanced Fire Giant would tilt the scales even further to the Aru Scorpions. No answer from the Niflheim Wargs. Itori, an awkward spot here in this fight. The Merlin over the Fire Giant wall. Kha'Zix Majestic rush onto the back line. Good pin from Sarpe. The health bar is not full enough for the Aru Scorpions to feel confident. Panvich being worked down by Spudio. And a River's Rebuke defensively as Spudio goes up and over. So does Ollie as the Phantom Shell burns away. The Aru Scorpions get Enhanced Fire Giant. Fire Minions will make their way into the Niflheim Wargs base. And at 35 minutes, a full 5 Enhanced Fire Giant Scorpions can siege the Wargs Titan.
Yeah, the Wargs definitely wanted to pick there, but no, I mean, you wasted so many ults trying to chase that one down. I will say the Scorpions used a bunch of ults to get away as well. You really are just holding on to Sarpe's 9 turns blessing at the moment, so. Given the situation, I feel like the Scorpions should have ended, what, like 15 minutes ago. But the Wargs have been defending the siege extremely well. They have a fair bit of defense, and they've been balancing the aggression of the Aru Scorpions quite well. So if the Wargs could have just gotten to this point in the game even, I think this could be a completely different situation. It's just very difficult to come back from this because the Fire Minions are always going to be a pressing issue. Whenever one of your Phoenixes spawns in, the other two go down. And now it's an Enhanced Fire Giant. The Aru Scorpions, once again, have an opportunity to try and go for the end. I haven't seen the builds pivot too much. We see Panvich go for the Nemean, which is going to put a little bit more respect on the Spudio, but the characters that were getting one-shot are still getting one-shot. Panvich is the only one who can deal with Jingwei, has the horrific blink, so there's a chance if Panvich just blinks on a Spudio and just plays like the damage sponge, this siege goes their way and the Aru Scorpions close this one out.
And Niflheim Wargs, again, have just been pestering the Aru Scorpions. Scorpions would have loved this game to end on the second Fire Giant, but the Wargs have just not given things up quietly. Sarpe is going to take down the left side Phoenix that literally just respawned. So reset that cooldown. Panvich in a position to do the same over in mid. And the Aru Scorpions, I mean, they are getting things done. Don't get me wrong. Just because there's no fighting doesn't mean nothing's happening. Left side Phoenix reset its cooldown. Mid lane Phoenix might do the same. Panvich takes a couple crits though from Spudio. Centaurus gets used. Doesn't find much of anything. Kha'Zix's knocked to the side. We've officially reached late game on this Robin. So early game mattering much less. Mid lane Phoenix now also gone. Seems like it's time to team fight. Panvich agrees. Looking for damage, but so is Sarpe towards the Titan. Fire Minions are in. So you got a 4 versus 4 over on the right side of the map. Preds throws up River's Rebuke in the Sanctified Field. Worst Turtle has to leave the fight on the back line, and that means that Tori's gonna have to pull back to the Titan as well. So you got a 4 versus 3 over here on the right side of the map. And Sarpe doing all right in the 2 versus 1, grabs 1 kill. Worst Turtle answers back. Tell me, are the Aru Scorpions gonna have to leave again? Yeah, they get all 3 Phoenixes. Looks like unhappy with their odds. We'll hope that these Fire Minions can get some stuff done.
I mean, you wait for Davies' ult, Panvich goes in, you end the game. That's the play, but it looks like Spudio is going to dash in here, get some lucky crits, and Worst Turtle goes to the back line.
Worst Turtle looking for damage, doesn't quite have it. Davey gets taken low, so does Spudio. Picarino stunned. Spudio grabs the kill. Panvich going to get the stun onto 1, but Spudio going big. Spudio's got a triple kill.
The Minions!
But the Minions in the back line get it done. Look, the Aru Scorpions, they're so far ahead of this game. They needed every ounce of help they could get come Phoenix Siege time. Spudio goes massive by the end of that game. I think ends at 6-0, something like that.
It was 6-0.
Warg's not happy, of course, with the result of that game. That's got to be a bit frustrating though for the Aru Scorpions. I mean, the length that it takes 3 full Fire Giants, and even then it takes all the minions getting. I mean, a win's a win. But that is not as convincing as maybe the gold lead would have went.
Yeah, I would say you're not ecstatic if you're the Scorpions, and if you're Spudio, you're not that happy either, because 6-0 on this Jingwei was doing insane amounts of damage, was sort of saying like, guys, don't worry, I'll help defend, I'll be over here, I'll be over here. But that's what I was talking about. When 2 birds are down, it's just so hard to come back from. Someone has to constantly be watching those Phoenixes, and Sarpe was able to pick apart the team, saying, you know what, if we can't kill Spudio, I'll just kill your Titan instead. It's the same sort of situation. There's an unkillable Robin, we'll just kill the Titan. The Titan is going to die a little bit easier.
And so the Aru Scorpions able to convert some of that early game pressure. Remember, Panvich gets far and away ahead of this game. The Erlang Shen starts swinging early. Unfortunately for Worst Turtle, the Vamana never quite hit its stride here in this game. Starts off 0-4, 0-5, something like that, and by the late game, the pressure rolling against it just felt like a bit too much. And so I think there are moments of good for the Wargs to look forward to moving forward after a game like this. You fall so far behind early, but I guess your Phoenix defense looks okay, and then that's one decent thing that you can look at. Though, Trelly, I think if you're the Aru Scorpions, you got to realize that even if it takes a bit longer, you are in control of this game. So while frustrating in the way it ended, still a win and still gives you the 1-0 lead here in this set. Niflheim Wargs got some early game to clean up in game number 2 coming up next.
But he had the horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! Fido King! Fido King!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down, ball 3! Double kill myself!
Scorpions able to get it done. The Fire Minions able to get it done in game number 1. The Wargs, I think, still ride with a bit of momentum after the way that game 1 ends here. Still lose, but still show that later on in the game they can scale, they can team fight, they can find picks, they give themselves a chance, however low that chance may have been. The Aru Scorpions able to cleanly play the rest of the game, though, Trilly. I mean, always difficult to siege against a team like what the Wargs have. And so I don't want to harsh on the Scorpions. I mean, this is a 99% clean game from the Scorpions. Gets a bit difficult around the Phoenix Siege, but still put themselves in a position to win.
Yeah, for me it was the classic case of just overconfidence, right? The Scorpions had such a lead going in. Sarpé blinks in to try and get like a 5-man taunt just to end the game. Gets like 3-shot crit by Spudio, and they say, all right, now we got to treat this a little bit harder, go back for EFG. Once again, Spudio goes massive on the defense, got to back up again. Just one of those cases of like we were so far ahead we didn't put that much respect into things like Spectral Armor, despite the fact, I mean, just to keep your eyes on the gold lead as this game goes on. There was a couple stumbles, but you're right to highlight the Aru Scorpions off the back of Sarpé getting Panvich so far ahead in this lane. We're just able to run away with this one.
They were. And look, I think it's another example of teams having an idea of how to deal with this Robin. It's put pressure on that side of the map early, get the Robin behind, delay how long it takes to get the damage mitigation build online, steal away blue buffs, and then later in the game, hopefully you're strong enough to shred through the health bar. If not, you just try to ignore it. And Sarpé had a really clean and consistent game this game, winning 1v1s against Worst Turtle. Erlang Shen really hit its mark. I think there's some humor in the fact that Sarpé is playing this like British military skin and Worst Turtle is playing the oh my god, what's that dude's name? Like the Napoleon skin. So a bit of a United Kingdom military style battle, a European ancient military style battle going on there. Unfortunately, Worst Turtle on the wrong side of it. Okay, I was way wrong. Brazilian skin. Which one? Worst Turtles? I guess Brazilian? All right.
Yeah, Worst Turtles.
All right, so forget the area of the world. It's still a military battle. And still Worst Turtle got the worst end of it. 1-6 here in game number 1 on Vamana. Skin or not, need a little bit of help there. And 34,000 damage from Sarpé. Really good look for an Erlang Shen. Spudio puts up 31,000, Trelly. But really, you gotta look at the Erlang Shen and just simply how much damage there was to be done out of that mid lane. And nobody else had to do much. I mean, Picarino does like 11,000 damage on Oleron in that game. It was an ult bot, it felt like at times. And so I think look no further if you're the Niflheim Wargs as far as what do we change. Try to limit what Sarpé is able to get done in game 2.
Yeah, that would definitely be the idea. I think just it seemed like the Wargs drafted a lot for that late game where, you know, you're praying that Spudio gets online on the Jingwei, and he did. You're praying that your Merlin doesn't get too far behind. You know, the Robin also doesn't come online till late. So given that situation, the Vamana should have been able to bridge that gap. I think comes online quite early, but then falls off once the Ankh comes through. But Worst Turtle just getting off to, you know, the worst start you really can. And
Nice.
Unfortunately, I tried to really stretch that one out. And also, you know, you would love Kha'Zix to also get online as well. But when you put them both behind, the rest of the team just fell flat. Of course, Spudio never died that game, so maybe the Jingwei could be something that you're looking at to take away. But given the fact that the Aru Scorpions had such a massive gold lead, you could probably look to play through solo lane again. Just force the Wargs onto something that doesn't come online early.
Trelly, I mean, Worst Turtle, worst start into Jingwei, takeaway. I mean, you are just on it right now as we go into picks and bans for game number 2. Yeah, I mean, Jingwei and Merlin, again, it's about as standard as it gets when you look at your carries. Tori had decent damage numbers. Wasn't all that explosive, though, by the end of the game. And really crit Jingwei when the auto attack crit build finally came online later on. Saw some defense, saw some pushback from the Wargs, but a little too little, little too late. Bans looking very similar here. The Yu Huang, the Chernobog both banned out. Khepri followed up by the Uller. And so we're still in a meta, Trelly, where Chernobog is at the top of the table. Uller with all that flex potential stands near the top as well. But plenty of really good ADCs after the fact. The Jingweis, the Heimdalls, the Roms. Chiron, I suppose, still had a pretty good game there in game number 1. And then the junglers will follow as well. And so Kali, regardless of player, still stands towards the top of ban rate here in the USCC.
Yeah, and it seems like this is the adaptation that the Wargs are going to make. They're going to grab that Osiris for themselves. I was thinking, you know, if as long as Kha'Zix isn't on something that needs to get to level 20 to come online, maybe the fighter after the fact, the early game engage around that blue buff goes a bit better, and that gold lead doesn't balloon up as much as it did. So it looks like the Wargs are thinking the same thing. And the Aru Scorpions said, hey, Robin's not bad early, you just didn't play it that well, and or we did something to facilitate it. So now they're going to grab that Robin for themselves. The Aru Scorpions are fine with switching this one up. They had to know this possibility was here. Maybe they wanted to force Kha'Zix onto the Robin once again, but either way, they got that Yemoja once again.
Yeah, and a similar mindset, though, you know, with jump in, damage mitigation. It's just that the Osiris got off to a better start, was facilitated a bit better. So the Aru Scorpions, yes, different solo laner. Yes, different solo laner for the Wargs. But it could be a very similar mindset. If they go Jingwei Merlin here, then all we've changed up is who our solo lane pick is. Jingwei, I think it's smart to get that back for Spudio. Again, what you're buying yourself is an insurance policy. Even if this game goes late, you know that Spudio on the Jingwei will hit its mark, give you a chance to win the game. Then another big pivot. It's the Erlang Shen, not for Sarpei this game. Instead, the Wargs will pick it away. Worst Turtle, going to get a look at that pick. I think smart as far as a pick, and a pseudo ban away from Sarpei after a great game one.
Something in my brain wanted me just to see a Vamana locked in on the opposition. Like they're just trading
just
picks
flip back,
entirely,
yep.
saying
Yep.
I'll show you how to play the Vamana jungle. I do think that it just outright loses to the Erlang Shen late game, so probably not the best idea to grab that one. And as long as you're not up against something like the Ulron where you're trying to counter that out, that immobility, I don't think that one will be going through. However, the Heimdall is going to be banned away. Not the Chiron just yet, so there could be a chance for the full run back for the Scorpions if the Wargs don't put some respect onto that pick. Maybe they're not worried about the physical damage dealer. Obviously, Spudio didn't mind it too much in lane. There wasn't too much targeted aggression coming from Davey. And it looks like the Rom is going to be banned away. That late game hard carry, someone that can match the crits of Jingwei. That seems to be on the brain right now for the Wargs. So we could still see that Chiron run back. I don't think it's going to open up too much. And doesn't reveal too much. The Aru Scorpions have a comp and they're sticking to it.
The question is now, though, Trelly, so if the majority of our composition and our mindset is the same, again, everything outside of the Robin instead of the Osiris remains the same here for the Aru Scorpions, and you cannot pick the Erlang Shen, who do you grab for jungle presence if you want to get some early pressure on the map, see if you can get some blue buffs taken away from this Osiris? That'll end up being the question that we get answered. Persephone now locked in. A good look for the mid lane. You're almost guaranteed some good damage as long as you're spamming your abilities. Then a Fafnir to end the draft. So really similar individual picks for some of the Wargs here. You get the Jingwei back. You get the Fafnir back. You sort of trade out the Osiris. You trade out the Erlang Shen. And so I think the Wargs have made some pivots, and I do like what they're bringing here.
Yeah, and the Aru Scorpions are going to finish that one off with the Gilgamesh. That was, you know, you asked me what early game pick can you go to at this point with the Erlang Shen taken away. This is what my mind immediately went to. The Gilgamesh is going to have a good time. Osiris, Erlang Shen, and Gilgamesh are the warriors that are running the early part of the jungle, and the Aru Scorpions got something they wanted.
And game number 2 between the Aru Scorpions and the Niflheim Wargs about to kick off. Can the Wargs bounce themselves back here in game 2? Will we push us on to a game number 3? Remember, the Wargs not a team immune to these 3-game sets. The Wargs talented enough to get us there, but just haven't been able to convert those game 3s into wins just yet. So Billy gave us a nice background on the Vamana skin. 19th and 20th century, like military-style skin from northeast Brazil, known for its aridness and hard way of life, and in a form of social banditry against the government. They were nomadic bandits. So that's what that skin was, a nomadic Brazilian bandit. That's pretty neat.
When I first saw it, I always assumed it was a pirate. So that same sort of vibes, right? You know, pirates were just, you know, they tried to steal away, I guess, gold and things of that nature, whiskey, stuff like that on the 7 Seas. So this is more so the social banditry, stealing away food and money. So Billy, thank you for the education, and we're smarter for it.
That's like well, hold that thought. It's Kha'Zix.
This looks familiar.
Somebody's gonna get first blooded again. Now we just need they have blink. Yes, Sarpei's got it in 3 seconds. If need be. Blink, auto, kick, whatever. You got it. First blood to the Aru Scorpions. Run it back. Kha'Zix falls for first blood, and the Aru Scorpions and their jungler are able to get things going. Unfortunately for Worst Turtle, no pressure to be found over on the left side of the map. And the Scorpions cleanly snagged themselves an early kill.
Yeah, Worst Turtle definitely would have liked to grab some opposite lane aggression. So Kha'Zix, this exact thing happened last game where it was a gank on a Kha'Zix into a blue buff invade, and then at that point, your jungle presence is all but gone, right? There's no more opportunity for you to find the blue buff. You got to look elsewhere. They kept trying to fight for the blue buff, but then Preds rotated in. It just seemed like it was a lost cause. So Worst Turtle realizes that Kha'Zix is in some trouble. Instead of helping out, says, hey, don't worry, I'll go for a gank on the left. However, Preds and Davey just playing a little bit too safe there. Whether they were aware of the gank or not, are not going to give themselves susceptible to that early presence. So now Worst Turtle has to go back to right, try and help out. The one bright side is that Sarpe is not looking for this blue buff and is more so focused on the mid lane at the moment. So Worst Turtle should be able to grab that one for the solo lane and not put Kha'Zix even more behind at this point.
Yeah, look, if you're the Wargs, the change to make is not allowing now this repeat pressure from Sarpe and Panvich onto Kha'Zix, and whether that's Worst Turtle rotating over, helping out a bit with the blue buffs. You just can't allow a run back of game one at this point. If you're the Niflheim Wargs, you gotta allow Kha'Zix to farm up in this lane. Actually, a one-level lead over Panvich. I guess some farm has been split by Panvich and Sarpe that have maybe made the difference, where Kha'Zix has just solo cleared some of these waves. So gold may be there for Panvich, but experience, at least at the moment, okay for Kha'Zix. And a nice start to that lane. Beads for Panvich, so that is a difference. If Kha'Zix is able to get some pressure, force Panvich back, won't have the teleport to get back to lane. So those are some of the ebbs and flows over in solo.
Yeah, definitely a smart pickup because you're up against Sarpe. You just saw what happened to Kha'Zix last game on this Robin. So now you've got Mystic Rush, you got Overhead Kick, you got the beats. You have plenty of opportunities to try and survive in this lane. You don't have the teleport, which is why we're seeing that XP lead. Kha'Zix getting back.
Let's see what he uses.
But here we go. Kha'Zix is going to ult out. Just from some base being shown from Sarpe. Didn't use the drop kick, didn't use the blink, didn't use the scepter, nothing. Just ult out, get a little safe. However, Sarpe could look for a regank in a couple minutes now.
Yeah, absolutely. If that Lord of the Afterlife is not back, again, has teleport, doesn't have beads, that's the opportunity now for Sarpe. As Oracle's getting worked on by the left side of the map. And, you know, getting Spudio maybe spun up a bit earlier on in this game would be a nice start for the Niflheim Wargs. We saw next to no jungle pressure, if not literal zero jungle pressure on the left. It took Spudio a full game of farming to really get involved, get to a point where the power spikes were being hit. Pay gets active early, but so does Picarino. 9 turns blessing the heal, not in time. And Grasp of Death from Atori locks Sarpe in, but who's really locked in at this point? As a River's Rebuke and a stun onto Atori forces the beads off, and Picarino will just have to send some autos. Truly, this is just so similar to game number 1, where you get an early lead, you get early pressure on the right side of the map, and then Sarpe and Panvich and Preds and Picarino rotate over to the right side jungle and get more kills dropping.
Yeah, and Worst Turtle was just going for back camps. It wasn't like he was like, you know, I'm going to help you with this blue buff invade, I'm going to commit my body to a fight to help with farm. He was just trying to get his own uncontested farm. Unfortunately, Sarpe said that is contested farm, and these back camps also belong to me. Great ultimate for Picarino as well, just to make sure that the year-long Shen is sort of chain stunned in that slow motion field. Worst Turtle going blink shows that he wanted to get aggressive early, and unfortunately, it means you don't have any beats for all the CC coming your way. So Worst Turtle is going to be a little bit behind in the jungle now, and trying to invade a red buff could be a decent opportunity given the fact that Picarino has no mana and was not, or actually was able to steal that one away. So getting a little bit of farm on the side of the Wargs and denying some from the Aru Scorpions. A good look for Worst Turtle, and you know, that gank wasn't in vain.
No, it wasn't. But the Aru Scorpions already playing with a 1,000 gold lead, a little bit over. So not the end of the world, but this is the style of pace that the Scorpions were able to set in game number 1. Nice little power spike hit for Picarino. Gets Ring of Hecate online. Didn't have to do much in game 1 outside of sending out the Sanctified Field. But one thing I think went under the radar a bit was, of course, us talking about the right side of the map and the dominance for the Aru Scorpions. But like in the team fight, Sanctified Field layered on top of a River's Rebuke just felt so punishing. And so often, the Colossal Fury for Worst Turtle just had to be used defensively, but you still got the same core of that team fight here for the Scorpions. You might have to consider phantom shells, things like that at some point, because that's such a devastating team fight.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie was forced into the upgraded Curse Donk and the upgraded Phantom Shell so early on. Now, Panvich could be in some trouble here. Worst Turtle makes the rotation over. Mystic rushes up, down, because the rest of the team is on the way.
Wow, Panvich takes the 2v1 because he knows Sarpei is about to be here. Preds! The Riptide's great, and the River's Rebuke, and the Winds of Shamash, and the damage, and Preds on the board. Kha'Zix will be trembled a bit. But how about that play from the Aru Scorpions? You love that is just, you can sense the communication just from behind the scenes. Ollie transforms. That'll be a disengage from the Aru Scorpions. The moment Mystic Rush goes up, down, you can just tell that Panvich and the rest of the squad were on the same page. So Kha'Zix at least gets his blue. But the rest of the Aru Scorpions pick up another kill and more pressure on right.
Yeah, well, you were just highlighting the Sanctified Fields on top of the River's Rebuke. How about the River's Rebuke on top of the Winds of Shamash? Either one is going to be, you have so many different options for your team fight, and Worst Turtle, again, just doesn't have the beats. Is trying to get aggressive, is trying to help his team out. I cannot fault Worst Turtle for these gank opportunities. It just seems like, you know, the Aru Scorpions are always a step ahead. Beautiful Riptide to catch out the turtle form. There's the Winds, there's the River. And Worst Turtle never had a chance, even with Kha'Zix ulting in, to try and help out his jungle. It just seems like the Erlang Shen is always in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to get some gold online for his team.
Yeah, and look, when Sarpei on this Gilgamesh, nice little net worth lead. I'm looking for the Erlang Shen trail, and I had to go all the way down on the net worth charts. Worst Turtle worth. That is hard. That is surprisingly difficult to say. Worst Turtle worth the least in this game, as far as gold goes. And Sarpei, the opposite, worth the most. Don't laugh at me. You try to say it. Say Worst Turtle is worth the least.
Worst Turtle is worth the least, but I didn't have to think about it because
right.
you put it in my head. So
if
it was something I was saying, you know, without thinking about it, it would be difficult. But
right.
you said it so many times that it was in my brain.
Well, I appreciate the bailout, Trelly.
Yeah.
I appreciate the bailout. It was difficult for me to say. Point is, Sarpei is a full 1,000 gold up almost. And that really is the gold deficit at this point. Could get worse. Kha'Zix has Lord of the Afterlife, but a chance to fight back in. This Worst Turtle has got 9 turns. Blessing uses it onto Sarpei. River's Rebuke just in time to keep Ollie in place. And all of the disengage used by the Niflheim Wargs. Riptide is great though. And a double drop kick from Sarpei, but it goes searching for a kill. Preds adds another. Grasp of Death through from a Tori. Worst Turtle now has just got to watch the Aru Scorpions leave. One by one, the kills dropping over on the right. Unfortunately, it has all been Kha'Zix and Worst Turtle. And a nice lead built up again by the Aru Scorpions.
You gotta hate being Kha'Zix there because that was 100% a kill onto Ollie that just went awry. You kick Ollie into the wall, Kha'Zix gets stunned in the process, and then they're like, yeah, we can kill the Osiris. You know, we'll just switch off. Ollie gets to live, and the solo laner goes down. Just a beautiful rotation in, and I think Preds' ult was maybe like half a frame off from catching Worst Turtle forming out, so could have made that the Worst Turtle form, but it wasn't because he made it through the wall. So Preds catching Ollie, and then Kha'Zix dives for it. So just an unfortunate series of events for the Wargs. Could have been even worse though. So I imagine they're pretty happy about only losing 1 when that could have been 3 down. Just excellent play from the Scorpions, and Picarino holds onto the ult throughout that. I thought really was going to drop the Sanctified Field to try and dive that tower. Decided to hold on to it just in case some aggression was on the wayside coming.
Yep.
And the smart play.
Yeah, smart play. Continued smart play from the Aru Scorpions. Sarpei really impressed me over these last couple of games. So we've seen plenty of pressure from Sarpei on right now in 2 back-to-back games. The rest of the team been consistent and rotating over. I guess there's an argument to be made for at some point it's not worth ganking at Jingwei, right? I mean, if it's a safe enough pick, you're able to get out of these fights. But we've just seen no pressure on purple buffs even, on the lane. Worst Turtle eyeing a purple buff, but not going to respawn. He's going to be hanging out for a little while. And they'll end up having to back away over on the left side of the map. It's an interesting build out of mid, Trelly. Divine Ruin into Staff of Mirrodin for a Tori. Normally when we see Staff of Mirrodin, it's much later on in the build and like a weird looking Poseidon build with Bumba's Hammer or something like that, but Tori likes the itemization early here.
Worst Turtle has spent so much time
there. Yeah, and Worst Turtle's got nothing, unfortunately. Yeah, what are the Afterlights still there? So Kha'Zix will be safe. And that's just unfortunate. Worst Turtle won't get the buff invade, but there's a Gold Fury being worked on. Davy's got Centaurus here. Worst Turtle taking a decent amount of damage. And the Gold Fury ends up getting dropped. Centaurus flies in. Davy, no chance he steals it away. He doesn't. Worst Turtle's low, though. Scorpions get Pyro, Wargs get Gold, and actually evens up the game a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely an even trade, but the Wargs are going to like that a lot more, right? So you put some presence on the Kha'Zix, clear some waves. Davey tries to defend that one as best as you can. I just think you're opening yourself up for Picarino taking a lot of damage. That's not what I was going to say, but with the Grasp of Death going down, we'll be able to live a little bit longer here, and I don't think Picarino will fall. You're opening yourself up to the Spudio carry that we saw last game, right? Where it wasn't enough to win the game, but you're a level 13, untouched in this lane, as you highlighted. Unless Davey gets super aggressive, is never going to force out that airstrike. So there's no gank opportunities here on the left side of the map. Sarpe has just been consistently trying to look for Kha'Zix. Very tanky in his own right with the build path, probably going into that Sovereignty of Gladio. Once that gets finished, and a Beads gets picked up, or even a Blink, something to have some survivability in this lane, you're going to be wasting your time even more so. So I think Sarpe happy to get a bit of a lead in jungle, 1-level lead at the moment, but maybe time to look at that looming threat in the distance, and that's that Jingwei.
Yeah, it hasn't been as backbreaking as game number 1. Was a few thousand gold at this point. Oh, we are selling out for this kill. Wow, and if that 9 turns Blessing had connected, Beats ended up getting used. That's a lot of damage from Worst Turtle. I thought that was like I missed my ult and I gotta angrily run this kill down now. There actually still was a chance there. Davey took a whole heap of damage. So Worst Turtle hurts at this point in the game. Unfortunate though on the miss. That is the first bit of dual lane pressure we've seen this set so far. And it's just Beads off of Davey. He'll be able to walk away. And that initiation just fine. Sarpe invades the blue buff successfully. Kha'Zix will have to watch that one go down. It's about a half-level lead over the Raven on the other side. And so maybe Osiris has emerged as a potential maybe lane counter to this Raven if you're able to get enough pressure. Because even with Sarpe over on this side of the map, Kha'Zix has been able to stay safe. Well, even in levels.
Yeah, it's kind of insane, but who's not staying safe could be Aitori, who's stuck inside the river. Sarpe gets up, down the Grasp of Death, and the Beats goes down, but still healthy is Aitori now.
Wow, wins a Shamash, nearly buys a kill. Sarpe with the last tick of damage. Snags 1 as a bit of ranged poke. Picarino, I believe, helped set up that kill for Sarpe. This is where the Aru Scorpions have really made their money. It's like team-wide dives, all for one individual pick. Like one player on the Wargs gets funneled into a Sanctified Field, River's Rebuke, Winds of Shamash, drop kick. And that one person just keeps dying over and over and over and over again. And that's where the Aru Scorpions have really made things happen. Still 100% kill participation for Sarpe. Probably the MVP of this set up to this point.
Yeah, and probably holding on to a fair bit of gold at the moment as well. Would love to go back and finish what I can only assume to be either the serrated or the stone-cutting sword. Either one's going to give you some movement speed, some damage, but one is also going to give you some just penetration, where the other one gives some prod tread. So either one would be a decent opportunity. And the reason I highlight that is because either one would also help take down this level 16 Jingwei, who's the highest farmed on the map. Yep. I mean, maybe they're just not worried about it because Spudio wasn't able to hard carry the game last time. 6-0. Top damage on the team, was able to shut down a ton of defenses, but if the rest of the team is that far behind, maybe just looking better. Kha'Zix, however, is not that far behind, has been able to stay pretty even in this lane despite all of the ganks, all the blue buff invades, things like that. So the Aru Scorpions, not too pressed at the moment, but still should be a little bit mindful of Spudio's presence at these team fights once he does decide to rotate in.
Ollie is low, and Ollie is rip-tided. Ollie is tanky up to this point. And so with all that damage in CC, Fafnir still able to stay alive. It's this next rotation of Fury plus Pyro that I think you got to keep your eyes on. About a minute away from both. Went down nearly hand-in-hand last time where the Wargs pulled the Gold Fury. Davey made it uncomfortable, but Davey unable to ultimately turn the tides or steal it away. And Tori, the one being jumped on this time, and Picarino grabs the kill. And wouldn't you guess it, a Winds of Shamash, a Sanctified Field, and one individual target being picked out. Grasp of Death, unfortunately, only connected with the back wall over in mid. But again, Worst Turtle's strong enough to keep this tier 1 tower alive.
Yeah, and looks like Spudio is going to make the first rotation of the game. Top net worth by a pretty hefty margin. 500 gold ahead of Sarpei. I was thinking maybe tries to get active now that that Wind Demon's confirmed. You're getting some extra crit chance with the explosive bolts. They just get the Oracles, though. Primal Fury will be back up. Remember, the Wargs got the Fury last time, so they had the vision on this. They knew when it was about to spawn in. And are trying to set up some form of a gank. Davey might walk up into this, but it's going the wrong way. And it looks like finally Worst Turtle finds that.
And Davey galloping away. Worst Turtle blinks over the River's Review. Gotta be a kill onto Davey, and it is. And the Wargs, again, like right around the 20-minute mark, grab first blood in the game, and it's well timed. There's a Fury up and spawning. The Trebuchet is ready to be converted, and it is. Aru Scorpion spawn themselves a Trebuchet. So Primal Fury being worked on. It's not an immediate pull on the Pyromancer by the Aru Scorpions this time. Frenzy gets used. Can Preds make a steal happen? Not just yet, and the Wargs confirm the second Fury of the game. Again, Worst Turtle's got to leave at relatively low HP. And despite a 6-in-1 game, we are brought back to even. And this is the style of play I was asking for the Wargs to have, even if it's a slower game, even if you drop some kills here and there. Be more present, be more active on the map, and the Furies have really helped the Wargs in evening up the gold.
Yeah, I think that it was more so the Scorpions just shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. I mean, you know, an even game is not shooting yourself in the foot, but with so much presence put on the right side of the map, oh, you get Gold Fury, we'll just go for Pyromancer. Gold Fury's worth more. So in the respawn, this time around, don't even grab the Pyromancer because they're a little bit out of position. Davey gets picked, uses both relics, but still is not able to survive. And unfortunately for the Aru Scorpions, now the Wargs have this massive Jing Wei that is level 18. Got that Gold Fury, no kills in hand, but has the assist for that kill. And it's going to be level 21st in this game, no doubt.
Pyromancer worked on by the Aru Scorpions. And confirmed by the Aru Scorpions. A little bit of that gold ends up going back for the first time this set. I mean, there's no gold lead really, but I suppose if we're speaking literally, the Wargs are ahead by a couple hundred gold for really what feels like the first time in this set in general. And a lot of it out of the duo lane. A 2-level lead for Spudio, despite leads rolling elsewhere on the map for the Aru Scorpions. Kha'Zix has impressed me this game, despite an 0-2 start on the Osiris, has farmed up safely, gotten about a half-level lead throughout the game over Panvich. Looks like Mono's Mask next for the Robin. That'll be a nice power spike for the Aru Scorpion soul laner. Worst Turtle won't eat the drop kick. Nice turns Blessing out onto one. The rest of the Wargs funneling in. Panvich mitigating so much of this damage. Sarpei jumped on, and Sarpei taken down by Ali. Panvich underneath the tier 2 tower takes the stun, and Ali's got a double kill, and is it immediately back to the Fire Giant for the Wargs? It might be. And Davey realizes his best chance is just walking down the left side of the map.
Yeah, that was a great grasp of death to hold Sarpei in place. Now it's a 5v3 situation where Davey's on the opposite side of the map. Preds can go for the steal.
Preds does not steal it away. It's been Preds so often, and the Wargs grab 2 kills on right and grab the Fire Giant. And they are so active now, despite the right side of the map having been a weak point over the last couple games. The Wargs make a big play happen, and it feels like a bit of repayment to the Aru Scorpions.
Yeah.
The fact that it's Panvich who dies, Sarpei who dies, that sets up the Fire Giant for the Wargs.
One thing that I'm happy to see, and you know, as this pause comes through, real quick, if you look at Sarpei's build, has actually purchased the Spectral Armor. This time before Spudio comes online. So putting some respect into that Jing Wei, saw what happened in game number 1, recognize like, hey, it's probably my job, I'm the jungler, I'm gonna have to get to that backline, I'm gonna have to put some presence on the Spudio. I can't be getting crit for 600 every time. We gotta do something about that Jing Wei. Right. Has the Glad Shield as well, so putting a little bit of extra respect to the physical damage dealers on the opposite side. Just Spudio, right? Just Spudio. That's who you're putting respect on with Spectral Armor. And I think that's going to go a long way, because last game, I was sort of like, who is dealing with Spudio, right? Even if you're trying to siege this Titan, who's getting to the backline and not getting 2-shot? It was Panvich, but now you have 2 options for that.
Well, so much of our conversation in game one was around Worst Turtle and falling behind, and then Spudio later on in the game, to your point. What a difference a different jungler makes. I mean, it was still a bad start for Worst Turtle, 0-2, but not a liability anymore now, able to really have an impact on this game. Gets Executioner, kin size a bit later on, you feel like. And so the Niflheim Wargs are actually able to play through their jungle for the first time in this set. So Davey has started to close up the experience gap, as Spudio, of course, already level 20. Full ability-based build for Davey. Spudio just absolutely shreds at this point in the game. And the Wargs, all 5 with Fire Giant, are going to build up this gold lead for themselves over 4,000, closing in on 5K. And Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower still remaining on right. No exposed Phoenix in mid just yet. You've got plenty of time, 2.5 minutes with this Fire Giant buff to really spool up this gold. But the Aru Scorpions, Shelly, don't seem like the type of team who would shy away from a sneaky play. Try to steal away one of these Fire Giant buffs and pause the game for the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And given the fact that Sarpei has that Spectral Armor, could probably get to the backline decently easily. With the Death Temper, with the Silver Branch Bow procced, Spudio's doing so much damage, so it's not going to be an easy task. And Panvich is so far behind at this point. You know, the Spectral Armor's got to come next, and so much penetration has been built for Mytori, so you're taking a bunch from the mage as well. I think it's going to be hard to try and defend this Tier 2 tower. You saw how much damage Preds just took, and that was just from Mytori. Spudio's going to be doing even more at this point. So the Tier 2 tower attempts to be defended, but will have to be retreated. And I imagine that with that left side, Trebuchet being pushed, the Warg's going to have to back up here.
Wargs getting smart to move themselves away. But now a chance for what should be a relatively simple siege over in the mid lane. Aru Scorpions be stepping forward. Again, watch out for the team fight. River's Rebuke, Sanctified Field, Winds of Shamash. Onto the proper target is a death sentence, and that target is Worst Turtle. But Worst Turtle hasn't been taken down. Now he is by Picarino, who's on a killing spree, and Centaurus dealing decent damage to the back line of this fight. Just what the doctor ordered for the Aru Scorpions.
Yeah, that's going to be some extra gold in their pocket now because the Niflheim Wargs have to back up. Look at that Tier 2 tower. The Trebuchet, one more shot, will be able to take it. You know, I called for the fact that they'd probably back up because of that Trebuchet, but they decided against it, and this Fire Giant is going to net the Aru Scorpions just about as much gold as it got for the Wargs. Unless this Gold Fury goes down, which it looks like it will, the Aru Scorpions are not going to form a defense up against that. So a little bit of gold going the way of Wargs with this power play. Either way, I think the Scorpions understand their plan, and getting a little bit of extra tank stats onto Panvich is going to go a long way here for this next Fire Giant fight. The Pyromancer is about to spawn in, and it looks like the Scorpions will be able to grab that one pretty quick. And then they have a linear goal here. Get to Spudio, kill the Jingwei, profit, I guess, would be step 3. And that's just what needs to happen. So Panvich may be saving gold at the moment. Yeah, he's got about 1,600 in hand, so would love to take over level 20 and get that upgraded axe. But I think a Spectral Armor would be a better investment at this point.
Yep. Build starting to finalize across the map at this point. So, a nice lead built up for the Niflheim Wargs going into the next Fire Giant, which will respawn in just a little bit of time, 20, 30 seconds or so. And the rest of the Aru Scorpions likely to step up. So I think still a win for the Scorpions that your Phoenixes didn't go down, but a massive win as far as setting up for a Fire Giant team fight for the Aru Scorpions, keeping yourself on the map, not having to worry too much about any particular lane being pushed down by fire minions. In fact, you have more pressure on the left side of the map right now. Not something the Wargs are really going to be worried about, but definitely don't have to worry about fire minions if you're the Aru Scorpions. So I look now, I mean, you're fighting in the mid lane, things like that, Trelly. That's where the Sanctified Field, River's Rebuke, Winds of Shamash combo, bought the 1 pick for the Scorpions. It's in these jungle fights, these corridors where you really get funneled in, where that team fight could be more impactful.
Yeah, Sarpei's got the Bumbas Hammer, so getting to the backline will be very beneficial, and it looks like no one knows that Sarpei has the wraparound here. They already started the Fire Giant, but Gilgamesh is in the back.
Drop kick onto Worst Turtle. Ali jumping over the wall. Fire Giant's down to half HP. An awkward fight now for the Aru Scorpions. FG's been reset. 9 turns Blessing forces the beads off of Sarpei. And so that's a trade Worst Turtle is fine with if the Wargs are able to delay out this fight until the next 9 turns Blessing is ready to go.
And back to the Fire Giant. The Wargs will go as that ultimate is down, but still such a good engage from the Scorpions here. All of those teamfight ultimates are up while Spudio is just wailing away on the Fire Giant. It's about half HP now. And finally, the Scorpions are showing some face.
Fire Giant, again, burned. Spudio doing plenty of damage to the big objective. Big ultimate still ready to go for the Aru Scorpions. Winds of Shamash might catch out Ollie here. Watch out, though. Davey in the back line being burnt through, and it's Worst Turtle and Sarpei who have found the opening kills of this fight, but Worst Turtle will be the second to go down. The Aru Scorpions, despite a hefty gold deficit, have stood strong in the FG pit, and all eyes need to be on Spudio, dealing damage to Panvich. Ollie trying to help out. Picarino low, but Picarino backing away from Kha'Zix, who had the tether out onto a few. Sarpei re-jumps, drop kicks, forces Aegis and Beads off of Spudio in a war of attrition around the Fire Giant.
Yeah, Sarpei, I got my eyes on that old cooldown, has the Bumbus Hammer. A second Winds of Shamash could have been the end for Spudio, but it looks like the full retreat. You get the 1v2 trade, and at this point, Davey's going to be back up in about 20 seconds. You're not going to pull that Fire Giant without your ADC, so the Aru Scorpions get to back up. I'm looking at the Relic roundup here, and pretty much everything but one Relic was used for both sides. Panvich has the Blink, and Kha'Zix still has that Teleport. Besides that, everything is on cooldown. And since Sarpei's Beads went down first at the beginning of that fight, we'll be back up first. You got to think a little bit of aggression should be had by the Aru Scorpions. But essentially a net wash, right? You losing Davey for Ollie and Itori or not Itori, it was, yeah, Worst Turtle in Itori, is good, but you didn't get anything from it. And now it's a full 5v5 again. All 10 are back, and it looks like the Wargs once again feeling a little bit more confident to try and pull this Fire Giant. Enhanced, still about 2 minutes and 20 seconds out.
Fire Giant again, aggressively pulled by the nipple. This is going down fast, but the Aru Scorpions steal it away. And the Aru Scorpions now have the chance to win the fight after the fact. That is a massive sanctified field. Preds will limp away from this fight. The Niflheim Wargs won't be as lucky. Spudio drop kicked, and Panvich picks up the kill. Kha'Zix desperately searching for one, but he will leave empty-handed. The Scorpions get FG. They get 4. And truly, the map state could give them a look at the game.
Yeah, Davey goes absolutely massive there. Steals away the Fire Giant with Centaurus. The rest of the team just slowing down. I mean, that sanctified field was massive. No one could really go for the Fire Giant confirmation there. Ollie's about to run out of the Draconic Forms, surely. And that will be the end of this opportunity to save the game. I mean, this is the first time that Spudio has died this set, and that might be all it takes.
15 seconds on a
This
Tori.
is so slow.
10 seconds on a Tori. Yeah, I am concerned about the damage shred. 5 seconds on a Tori. Worst Turtle, just a couple seconds behind that. Ollie is going to end up going down here, but the Aru Scorpions, as long as you funnel your damage into the proper spot, should be a game end. Respawns are out. Grasp of Death there as well. A Tori finds one, but the Aru Scorpions making their damage stick, and it'll stick to the tune of a 2-0 win for the Aru Scorpions. Gotta be frustrating. If losing game 1 wasn't frustrating in the way you did for the Wargs, Fire Minions ultimately ending it, a game where you're 6,000 gold ahead, lose the Fire Giant on a steal, and then the best sanctified field of the set so far, and the rest of the setup to follow, that loses you the game here in game 2. The Wargs have to be frustrated with a game 2 like this, especially to end the set.
Yeah, given the fact that the Wargs are 0-4 at the moment, this was not an 0-4 team performance. They looked really solid. You know, game number 1, sure, following a bit behind, but I think they made a ton of adaptations, right, where they let Kha'Zix sort of get sat on in game number 1. Were able to nullify that a little bit and play off of the fact that Spudio gained the lead. They got multiple Gold Furies early on. They got the gold lead, as you highlighted, and then the Fire Giant fight just... The first one didn't go exactly as planned, but the refight after the fact, just so in favor of the Aru Scorpions. Picarino had some clutch ultimates to make sure of it. It's hard to play into the sanctified fields, and I think 50-50ing this Fire Giant with a Centaurus available with all of these team fights was just not the smart play. We get to watch Davey steal that one away and then win the fight after the fact.
And look, this Aru Scorpions team has impressed me, of course, this phase in general. This is the sanctified field. And the rest of the Riptides, Preds deserves a lot of shout out in this set as well. Of course, the River's Rebukes were good, but I think the Riptides and the stuns after the fact as follow-up were fantastic. And I think this RO Scorpions team, while they have impressed me throughout the phase anyway, they really impressed me today as far as their team play in the early game. Like 4-man rotations to the right side of the map, all of their initiation onto one target. Seemed like the shot calling was clean and consistent from this RO Scorpions team early in the game, finding picks, finding leads. That said, did go away from them a bit in the mid of this game, even in the early-late game of this game where the Wargs get that first Fire Giant, grab themselves a decent lead. But you're going to have games like that, and what makes a good team is being able to come back in games like that. And the RO Scorpions, Trelly, despite what Phase 1 may have told us, make some changes to their roster, and this is a good team now. They're just one win off of Hex Mambo at the top of the EU SEC here. And they're actually playing a decently paced brand of Smite, which might catch some teams off guard here in EU.
Yeah, I also want to highlight the fact that, their communication, you can tell, is just so clear. That fact when it looked like Panvich was getting ganked by Worst Turtle, was going to be in some trouble. Instead of Mystic rushing out, up, down, says, hey, my team's on the way, he had to know that the rest of the squad was coming and changes the fight. Those are the small little decisions between, hey, are we leaving, are we going in, that sort of thing. It really changes the tide of a game.
That has closed the book on this week in the EU SEC. All 2-0s, Hex Mambo, Styx Ferryman, and RO Scorpions grab themselves 2-0 wins. And wouldn't you guess it, the standings largely indicative of the teams that got themselves 2-0 wins. Hex Mambo, RO Scorpions, Styx Ferryman. Up top in the standings, Highland Ravens, Gilded Gladiators, Niflheim Wargs round out your bottom 3. But I think for the Gilded Gladiators specifically, being one win off of that third, fourth spot should give you some hope, should give you some confidence moving forward. Because, with so much that can change week by week in the SEC, that tells you still got a good shot. I think at this point, if you're the Wargs, though, Trelly, it's about keeping your head. Looking at sets like this, saying, here's what we did well in the mid-game. Here's what we can build on going into next week. Can't rule them out. You string together a couple of wins. Of course, things can get interesting. And so to string those wins together, I think it's got to be building on the good that we saw here in Game 2, the good at the end of game number 1. Of course, you'd love to avoid being put into a 3 Phoenix down type of situation. That rounds out this week in the EU SEC and this morning's matches in the EU Smite Challenger Circuit. It's Friday, and that means the Smite Pro League is back. So make sure you take a quick break, get your snacks, get your drinks. The SPL waiting room will kick off our day coming up next.
like we're going into like a 90s sitcom.
That's what I was saying.
That's the intro for us. Like it's gonna flash all of our cameras like and then eventually and then like we're all living in a house together, and like this week's problem is Trelly he just has a lot of emotions that he needs to unpack, and that's what we're doing this week.
I would
or
watch
something.
that show. I want to see it.
Anyway, hey,
I'm subscribing to that channel.
welcome to the SPL Waiting Room, your one-stop shop for everything Smite Pro League, which is a blatant lie because you can always go to smiteproleague.com and get just as much, if not, maybe a little bit more bang for your buck. A lot of stats, a lot of fun stuff over there. My name's Gormizer, and we're going to be having a lot of fun here. Not a 90s sitcom, even though I really like that song and even though I really like that idea. Instead, we're going to be talking a little bit about last week. For those of you who weren't there, like me, it's going to be a little more difficult to maybe break things down. And that's where Blues Ultra, a good friend, comes in handy. Not only do they post these fantastic graphics that will tell you what happened in the SPL, they'll also post things that are around patch updates. And of course, they are very all-encompassing. I mean, this is going to be a sample of the kind of graphics that's at Blues Ultra that you're going to be able to find on Twitter, on Reddit, on Instagram, and all of these stats and more are available, not just there, but they also have a spreadsheet. I don't know, like I geeked out about it a lot last year. They had a 2021 one that looks beautiful and is, as far as I can tell, made and powered exclusively by Wizards. So they also have that. I believe that's pinned on their Twitter if you want to get open to that one. That will give you some really niche details. If you were wondering how many fire giants the dragons killed in Phase 1, Week 3, you can find it there. And that's cool to me.
Good.
I don't know how many other people think that's really neat, but I love that kind of stuff. And of course, again, that's at Blues Ultra, where you can find them and like me, catch up on what you missed out on last week as to what the gods and everything picks and bans wise were going to be. So that's Blues Ultra. You might have noticed this earlier because we were chatting, but I got Trelly and Jim on the thing with me. I also have my laptop opened up to a empty spreadsheet.
Empty. Was it empty?
Well, it's not like empty, but it's like the blank template for my picks and bans, which is really cool because I forgot where I was going with this one. But how are you guys doing? I mean, it's been a fun couple of weeks here in Phase 2 so far.
Yeah, I mean,
You missed out on a banger week.
No, you definitely did.
I heard I disappeared for a week, and mages started showing up in Duo Lane like it was Season 5,
Yeah,
so
is
that
true.
was an interesting
Yep.
thing to see. I also know, and this one's because I looked at the numbers, my fantasy team didn't do too hot
Oh, that's not good.
throughout last week, and I think we have those to flash up there. So this is not only our scores,
Another
but
second.
where
Let's go.
everybody ended up. Hindu Man won this week, which is... it's gonna happen. He was very consistently not winning in Phase 1, but he was always like second. So no matter what, his points just like accrued too much.
Well, here's what happens though when you draft 3 Leviathans players and those 3 Leviathans players pop off in all of their sets. That's where your points are going to kind of. If the Leviathans have a bad week, Hindu's going to have a bad week.
And now I know what you're thinking. Wow, Hindu got Rongyu, Shinto, and Panatom. What the hell was everyone doing? In our defense, go back and watch Phase 1 and tell me what he was doing. I think obviously incredibly talented players and they've turned things around, but even this phase it took 2 weeks before we really got to see, I think, a return of the Leviathans.
As far as I was concerned, I was pretty convinced, they were gonna just coast until it was like, maybe Masters time again. So I was like, yeah, I'm not drafting the Leviathans. They're gonna turn it out. We know they can.
Yeah.
But I was like, they're gonna wait a bit to do so. So I'm gonna keep watching. But I didn't think they'd be able to play double spoiler and take down 2 undefeated
Yeah,
teams.
that's wild.
That's something I did not expect.
It's the 1 week that everything shifts, where it's just like all of a sudden, like, oh hey, yeah, the Bolts, the Kings, they're absolutely rocking the world. Not anymore. Right? Like the team, I think the Leviathans were technically in 6th or something like that. Like they were low in the draft and still managed to suplex them. And J-Mac, like, it was very fun. Like I think it showcases, like, to the point where I was thinking of having a segment that was like the middle of the pack, because it doesn't feel like there's a middle. There's maybe 2 towards the bottom and then 6 teams that are fighting each other now.
No, for sure. I mean, it's so hard to really distinguish the top 6 right now. I mean, the bottom 2, Scarabs and Valkyries, they're still having their struggles and whatnot, but every other team in the league, they're taking games, they're taking sets off each other. I mean, Warriors are beating Titans, and then Leviathans are beating the Bolts are beating the Dragon. Like, it's all over the place in the top 6.
And it's making things fun. Normally, like phase 2, it's easy to get into a little bit of a rut, right? You're starting to see like repeats of phase 1, and no team has kind of flourished the way that they can towards the latter half of the year, and phase 3 and on, when like Worlds is starting to be in everybody's mind and you're starting to think ahead of that. And instead, now we're just getting a topsy-turvy world, which is incredibly fun to watch, I think, in the middle of the year. And it keeps things nice and fresh. Of course, these last couple of weeks, we've also been doing the Prime Gaming MVP, the most valuable primer. If I remember correctly, the first one who got it was Twig.
Correct.
Yep.
I completely forgot who it was
Lasbra.
after that. Lasbra. Oh, yeah, he played insane that week, too. Never mind, I remember. And now I have the pleasure of saying that it is Panda Cat who is going to get this little crown right here to wear when they play through. And this is, again, Trelly, just a good showcase of what this player can do. I think we put the vote up there on Twitter as well, but just an insane week for him.
Yeah, I didn't get too much enjoyment out of watching Panda Cat play, and I'll tell you why.
Why is that?
Freya makes me sad. Watching Freya makes me sad. And it was just, it got to the point where it just didn't look like anyone had a chance against him, and I was like, this isn't fun. Like, no, don't get me wrong, I love Panda Cat, and I'm glad he was having a good time, but as someone who was trying to figure out what the answer was to Panda Cat, I was like, maybe he'll like leave. I don't know. Like maybe he'll just log out.
You're like, what if his computer just died?
Yeah, something like that. That's what it was looking like for me.
And then he had like a Yu Huang game thrown in the middle of all that
that's what I'm saying.
because that man brought the mages back to the dual lane. So Panda's like, yo, I could probably play that god. Kept all of us
And he
guessing in
did.
picks and bans. Now we're gonna go into every single picks and bans of a Dragons game. We were already questioning, well, where is this god gonna go? Because Pagon likes to play it, Sam likes to play it, Fine likes to play it, Mike likes to play it. Now we're just gonna be going, man, where does Yu Wong go? Because now like 2 or 3 other people. What about this mage? That can go to just about anybody now.
And unless I'm misremembering last week, and that is entirely possible, because I was on as my probably going to be brother-in-law at some point put it. I was on island time, so therefore a lot of things phase together. But he gets to wear this crown today, which I think is the first time that's happened, where it's like the instant turnaround for them to be able to pick it up. Everybody, it's either been waiting till a Saturday or a Sunday, so we get to see Panda Cat crowned up out there on the battlefield, probably fragging out again anyway, because they're going to be taking on the Warriors. That one's going to be fun to watch. I think Titans Bolts is like the first one that's up this week. There's a lot like. When the teams in the league gets this close, it feels like it gets a lot easier to just say, hey, that's going to be an interesting matchup, because everything becomes an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I would say this one in particular, right? You're looking at, Panda Cat, who's going to be wearing his crown, and then Vote, who I think there's a little bit of overlap in the God pool there, so that there could be some competition in that regard.
And Vote's been going a little ham lately, and that might even still be an understatement. But again, the team, it relates back to fantasy, and it relates to last week, and it relates to Hindu winning. It is the fact that the Leviathans kind of came through this week they're playing up against the Valkyries and the Scarabs. And if you had said that this week, you fast forward to next week and you're like, hey, they got a 4-0, they look really good doing it, I'm not sure anybody's necessarily surprised if it goes 6 games. Maybe there's more conversations to be had. But like when you've got the world champs playing, up against the schedule they have this week, maybe you're starting to look at it as something that is like, okay, yeah, cool. That we expected more or less for that outcome to happen for them. When you say, hey, they came out and crushed not 1 but 2 undefeated streaks in phase 2, and they beat the Bolts and the Kings, who have both been looking amazing. I mean, J-Mac, that is just phenomenal for this team that is up to this point not been looking too hot this year.
Yeah, Leviathans have been a bit wishy-washy. Phase number 1 was a real struggle for them, even dropping a set to the Valkyries. Everybody was kind of then wondering at that point, okay, well, how long is it going to take for Leviathans to kind of get back into the swing? And it's one thing that we've talked about with the Leviathans for so long, is that once they have found what the meta is, once the meta is finally established, they are a team that usually perfects that meta. For a while, the Titans had to take some time in order to establish a meta. Leviathans would then sit back and wait and see what the Titans and what other teams are doing to adapt to it, and then they perfected it, and that's how they were able to come out to be the Season 8 champions, is the meta didn't change enough between Phase 3 and Worlds that they needed to change anything up and they could perfect that. Now we've had so many meta changes since that 9.5 patch drop. We went from having a double and triple hunter meta to bringing the warriors back into the soul lane to now mages moving into the dual lane. There's been so many changes that it's been wild to see how long it's taken Leviathans to finally get a kind of a hold on the meta.
Yeah.
But now they're finally finding their footing there, and they're finally showing us what really works, and they're doing really good with it.
I mean, it's interesting because, and I think we had a little bit of this conversation. I think I saw people mentioning it on Twitter,
Twitter.
Well, because like Trelly, I don't know, a fusion of words. Either way, it was that conversation that, hey, they play really well through Shinto, and hunters are strong right now, so why not put Shinto on a hunter? But then, maybe we're a little too physical heavy. Hey, Zap, play not physical, like, and admittedly it's worked out for him, like, and putting, I saw the ESET highlight there for Zap, like, putting him on something that's a little more utility. I mean, we kind of memed it last year, but this team does do well if either Shinto or Zap live, and if Zap is the one who's going to be a little more set up / sacrificial lamb, it then means that Shinto gets to pop off.
Yeah, and in the interviews, the team was just like, Zap's really mad at how hunters are right now, so that's why he played decent. It wasn't like, we thought
I've
this would be
seen
good.
Twitter, I know.
It was just, I really thought his tweets were just propaganda, but he really believes it. So I guess, and the meta's sort of following suit, right?
Right, like it could be propaganda that he believes in.
Well,
that's usually how at least some propaganda works.
Let me rephrase that. I thought he was more so trying to,
he was like,
play down hunters so they don't get nerfed.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
I know what you mean, but yeah, apparently he, like you said, maybe not too happy with the state of it, and so he was just, man, you know what? It makes things interesting, especially because, as you had mentioned, J-Mac, other teams are doing it, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the question, is to whether or not we're going to see like the full-blown inverse. What was it, like 3, 4, this maybe a couple more weeks than that. With 3 hunters, everybody's running them every game. They just can't seem to be escaped no matter what. Now we're dwindling in numbers of hunters that are showing up. Like all of a sudden the warriors are coming back into the meta, and then all of a sudden you're getting mages in the duo lane. I'm wondering if we're going to end up seeing, like your Olerons, your Freyas with a standard mage in mid or vice versa, and then it's just nothing but magical damage, which feels like it probably isn't good. Because you lose a lot of tower pressure.
Yeah, the itemization, I think, doesn't bode as well for a full magical team as it could for the full physical team, because usually you got like an AMC in there, someone that's going to shred some fizz prots, things like that. I can see a world where you get double mage and then like double warrior if they're going auto attack style warriors, but I think having a traditional hunter just to get some presence in that mid lane, if you are going to put a mage in the duo, still seems like the best option, but we could be proven wrong in a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's the fun part.
I mean, I could see like maybe Poseidon jumping in there if you are doing the double mage, like Freya Oleron and then like a Poseidon for the second kind of thing, just because of how Poseidon is kind of shifted around with his build style. It's not the full traditional burst mage, it's more of that Bumba's hammer. You get the Toxic Blade thrown into this, so you get a little bit more of your auto attack damage thrown in. You get Trident basically at full cooldown at that point all the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it. I'm actually surprised we didn't see Poseidon go into the dual lane a couple of times as those mages.
Well, it's going to be fun to watch how that one shakes out for them, because, again, watching where the Levi's can go, I think this week is going to be one that is just admittedly straight up an easier schedule than going up against the Bolts of the Kings was last week. We'll see how that works out. The Kings, though, are the team that is on our mind. I think that, we saw a little bit of a defeat there for the Bolts as well. But I think watching the Leviathans take on the Kings, but specifically watching where the Kings are going to go this week, they're playing the Warriors, but before that, they're playing the Bolts, I believe, tomorrow. That feels, Trelly, like it's going to be a good test to them, because this is a team that, for a majority of the regular season, has been dominating so far this year.
Yeah, no, they've been looking on point despite the fact that they did, losing your undefeated record should not be that much of a hindrance, right? You were undefeated for a reason. You were looking. Is
losing your undefeated record a hindrance or an asset?
It could be an asset. Maybe
it takes the pressure off.
Yeah, maybe the pressure is gone now.
Call. Now you don't have to worry about that, and you can just play your own game. And, last time I was on the desk, I did give as much credit to Hater as I could, calling him Big Man Pings, just the fact that he's...
That is so good, right?
It's a really good one.
I said it, and then he tweeted at me and said, "You're dead to me." And then I said, later on in the cast, I said, "By the way, that was Hazer." And then he said, "Never mind, you're all good." So I just want to make sure I'm giving as much credit as
Credit where
possible.
credit's due.
That it was not my idea.
How many times do we
this
have to
play.
give him credit before we can just say
No, we
big man
gave
pings?
we gave him the good credit once.
I've done
okay,
it.
good.
We gave
We
him
can
the,
just
we
say
gave
it
him
now?
the,
Good.
on, we
Okay,
gave him
good.
the
It's out there.
on-broadcast credit one
Yeah.
time. I got to throw in here, though, with the Kings. These guys, sure, they may have lost their last setup against the Leviathans, but this team is really coming together
Yeah.
as a whole unit out here. Genetics has been popping off in the support so much that he's been nominated 2 weeks in a row now for MVP.
Yep.
Maybe he hasn't gotten that MVP. Don't know if he ever will at that point. But the plays that Genetics has been pulling out in the support role, just on this Ymir alone, has been insane. Captain Twig has been really coming
Yeah.
through in the jungle. Even talking about Big Man Tings playing on his ping right now. It was something funny. I asked the coach, I said, does him playing on ping affect your picks and bans any? Do you have to make a new draft around it? And Piggy straight up just told me, said, no, we just tell him to play on, just tell him to play a god and suck it up, Buttercup. That's about it.
Well, I mean, that was the thing that was interesting. I don't know. I don't think there's like a specified like, hey, this is how long he's gone. But I know I've heard like it's a while, right? And so there were
Right.
discussions. Okay, is this going to be something that needs changing? Like, are you going to have to find a new mid laner? Do you swap Twig into mid lane and find a new jungler? Like, is it even possible to do that? Do you want to do that? And like you said, like, a lot of the gods he was playing were the same as one he was playing on ping last year. And if he played well on ping last year, then just, I guess you should quote Biggie, suck it up, Buttercup, right? Like, just come in. Play, like, if you're hitting a Cuckoo ult or you're hitting your Krakens and you're playing from Europe, I don't think there's much need to have a roster conversation at that point. Like, it's a little more unfortunate, but Trelly, it feels like he's handling it just fine.
Yeah, and you can't miss Neethel. I've tried. If you aim it and you click, it'll hit. Like no
remember
matter.
It's going to hit something
I-
or
yeah,
someone.
maybe, yeah, you could
I remember that
miss,
was
I
the joke.
suppose.
That was the initial joke we
Yeah.
made was, they put him on Neath because he can't miss an ult on ping.
Yeah.
But no, then Biggie's is like, no, we just told him to play this and he has to suck it up.
Yeah, and then that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really matter. It seems like he's gonna be fragging no matter what.
I like the idea of trying to figure out like all the different gods that can't miss, like just letting him play that. Like Nuwa, he was playing Nuwa here, so realistically, you never know what we'll see. Either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. The Kings are playing tomorrow though, so we won't get to see any more big man pings until then. Right now, it's going to be the Titans taking on the Bolts. We're going to kick into a quick break, and when we get back, it'll be time for the SBL.
We're all on a roll tonight. Women be sparky. All the men be dancing right. Moving my body. Clubbing feels so sweet. We turn and turn and turn again. We turn and turn and feel the heat. Straight from a party. Music's coming your way. I will be smiling. You'll be so fine. Do you believe there's a young world in my heart? Telling me to dance, taking a chance. If you believe there's a young world come about, young world shaking the ground, straight from a party, clubbing till the morning break, moving your body, talking to my soul. And I got all my sisters to the right. We'll be moving till the break of light. And I got all my brothers within sight. Turning till the clock will strike 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty people dance. Pretty baby darling. Pretty people dance. Pretty baby darling.
Happy Friday, Smite fans, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, week number 4 of phase number 2. That's right, at the end of this weekend, we will be officially halfway done with this phase of the Smite Pro League. And what a phase we have had so far, an incredible week of action to look forward to here in week number 4, phase number 2 of the Smite Pro League, powered by our friends over at Prime. And it's July 1st, so remember, a whole new batch of free games with Prime this month. But even though it's a new month, the rest of the benefits remain the same. You get free subs, free in-game content, free delivery, so much more with your Prime membership. So make sure to get the full benefit each and every month. And thanks again to Prime for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is Dolson, and for what might be the most exciting week in the SPL we've gotten so far, Trelly Relly joins me. Trelly, lots of top teams playing against one another this week. Lots of storylines to carry over from last week. Cannot wait to get these games going.
Yeah, it's interesting because I really don't know who the top teams are. You know,
Who does?
we know that the Bolts and the Camelot Kings were undefeated coming into last week, and then the Leviathans, who were more so towards the bottom, take
They were
them
1
both
and 2.
down. Does that mean that the Bolts and the Camelot Kings weren't as good as we thought, or are the Leviathans just heating up? I think the latter, of course. I think the Leviathans are heating up, but let's take a look at what we'll see.
Lots of eyes on the Leviathans this week. They've got a matchup against the Valkyries, against the Solar Scarabs. One of those on Saturday afternoon, one of those on Sunday morning. So if you're a Leviathans fan, you're feeling like you've got a 2-0-able week, which would bring them closer to the top of the standings. But how about this Friday? Titans versus Bolts, Oni Warriors versus Dragons. My goodness, what a Friday in competitive Smite we've got. And you don't want to miss tomorrow either. We start off with Bolts versus Kings. That's the matchup everyone has been waiting for. Up to last week, both of the two teams undefeated, Bolts and Kings. Leviathans, of course, taking them both down. And then on Sunday, it gets better. Leviathan, Scarabs, Dragons, Titans, Kings, Warriors. Trelly, there's just so much to look forward to here this week. And the problem is the answer of, like, who's the best team, I don't think really gets much clarity, because really what's going to end up happening is everyone's going to beat one another, and the standings are going to be so closely knit. I mean, how about this? This is similar to Phase 1, where the top 6 teams are either tied in the case of first and second, tied in the case of third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And between those 2 teams, or between those 6 teams, everyone's within 1 game of one another. So every individual matchup in the top 6 can shift around the standings, tell us who's the best, tell us who's falling behind a little bit. And so consistency is key, Trelly, in getting the wins rolling, finding your way towards the top of the standing, something the Kings and the Bolts both had, and something that the Tartarus Titans are hoping to capitalize on. One of the teams that we're going to be talking about in our first matchup. And this Titans squad, Trelly, in the matches that they've played, the 5 sets that this Titans team has played, only one of them has gone 3. Bunch of wins, 3 wins, and then, of course, a couple of losses as well. So finding consistency in the 2-game sets, maybe the first order of business for this Titans squad.
Yeah, I would say so. I think maybe them and myself included riding the high of that Masters win. They were looking great and still looking great towards the top of the standings. However, I drafted Aurora and Paul right out of the gate. I was like, these guys are going to be still on top of the world, and I think still have been looking very solid, but a fumble here and there, maybe not playing as perfectly as they would like, but still definitely it's towards the higher end of the standing. And off the back of Aurora, who's just been having a great phase so far. I was going to say season. That's not really how we phrase things. A great phase thus far.
Could be a season.
Yeah, he's been having a good season.
They won
too.
Masters, Trelly. That's a good season.
You're right, but it's not over. And the season is
That's
not
why
over.
the qualifier of so far was very important there. They've had a great season so far. And look, in as competitive of a year as we're having in the SPL so far, like a 3-2 start when the top team is 4-1, being 3-2 is look, that's about as good as it gets. I mean, you're 1 win away from being the top team in the league. So much competitiveness leads to so much chaos, and a lot of that chaos wrangled by a star player on your team, like Aurora, who is now standing by with me for the pre-game interview. Aurora, shed some light for me, if you will, on if you zoom out, you look at your team. You're 3-2, yes. A lot of 2-0s for your squad. Some weeks you're winning the 2-0s, some weeks you're losing the 2-0s. Do you feel like that's a consistency thing on your guys' part, or is that just how competitive the league is this year? Some days you get it, some days the other team gets you.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been pretty consistent, but some days we haven't been, but it happens to every team, and then I think all the other teams in the league are playing really well right now too, so I think it's just a combination of both things for sure.
Feels like you can't take a match off because of how good a lot of the teams are playing here in this league. I've asked a lot of supports that have played against Jake about this. Chronos Pendant start on a lot of his supports. Are you bought into it? What do you think the strategy is there?
I like it. I think it's cool. The one thing I always used to say is like Jake's got to bring back his Jake magic, and that's like the touch, like the Osiris support, the awesome gank mid from season 3. The Scylla support, the tier support.
The tier support, where's
exactly,
that
yeah. That's what Jake's all about. His little Jake magic touch, but yeah, to see some Jake magic back in the SPL, it's great. And I think it's good. Yeah.
Look, because it feels like over the last couple of years we've worked out the ranked awesome Jake. Feels like Barracuda's really wrangled him, so giving him a little bit of freedom is always fun to watch.
Good to see.
Going up against the Bolts in general, we're undefeated up until last week. Leviathans were able to take them down. What do you think the key is to beating a team like the Bolts?
We just got to show up and play together and play good, and I think we'll be in a good spot.
Play a consistent brand of Smite. Aurora, thanks for talking. Best of luck in your matchup.
Thank you.
Olympus Bolts, a team, again, Trelly up to last week, undefeated. And I think Aurora's pretty on point there. Look, you just got to play your game, play a consistent style of Smite. And that's what the top teams in the SPL, that's how they win their matches, right? Being proactive, playing their brand of Smite. And as long as they're playing it consistently enough and strongly enough, you're feeling like you've got a real good chance to win. Now, the Olympus Bolts, a team that through their first 4 sets of the year, we're playing a very consistent, very on-point Bolts brand of Smite. Up until last week, where the Atlantis Leviathans were able to hand the Bolts their first loss of the phase. So still a very successful phase so far for the Bolts. And we talked about it a little bit with Aurora there. Wrangling Jake, bring back some of that Jake magic. A 3-game set against the Leviathans doesn't go their way. But it's been fun, Trelly, admittedly, watching Jake kind of, get the ranked worked out a little bit. Think back to the Renegade squad over the last couple years with the Bolts. Become a very, very strong, almost a veteran SPL player at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I like the way you phrase it. They're playing a Bolts brand of Smite, which is something that not everyone else in the league is adhering to. Jake, most of the supports as of now are sort of in this cookie-cutter style of build where it's either Gauntlet of Thebes or Spirit Robe, one item, and then you're upgrading relics, and that's it. You're doing bottom team damage, setting up your squad one way or another. Awesome Jake is not doing that. He's going the Chronos Pendant. He's getting active as early as possible, And it seems to be working. He's more so towards the top of the damage charts in the early portions of the game. He's trying to get as involved as he can on things like the Xing Chen that have been banned away from him. He's really outputting a lot of these damage. He's still upgrading his relics, of course, because that's just what you have to do. But he's getting active. That smirk, he just knows we're talking about him. And it's an interesting play style that I love to watch, right? And it's very Boltz-esque in the sense that not everyone can play that way. There's a different style that every support likes to play. And Jake, he likes to get active and he likes to do damage.
He does, man. My goodness, what a way to start off this week in SPL action. Because again, you saw the standings at the beginning of the set, and standings only, they matter so much early on. Plenty of shifting to be done. I wouldn't be surprised if 4 weeks from now we get to the end of the phase and the standings are still one win separating the top team from the other 5 teams, the other 6 teams in the top 6. And so each individual win matters now because no team seems to be buying any space for themselves. And so Boltz versus Titans important. With the Titans win, Titans then jump up to tied for that first place spot, depending on how the Kings set goes later on here this weekend. So lots of fun to look forward to for both of these teams. And plenty of matchups throughout all of this, Trelly, I think, for us to look at between the Titans and the Bolts. Not only in support, I think jungle becomes very important. Because of how Lasbra's been playing for this Bolts squad. He's really been aggressive early in the game, gotten the gold lead spooled up for this team. And Layers has been playing a good brand of Smite for the Titans on certain days. And on good days for the Titans, Layers looks great. On bad days for the Titans, Layers disappears a bit. So I think jungle, as always, is because jungle is important. But between Layers and Lasbra, 2 very important players to their teams, bring a unique style of Smite that's going to be fun to watch this set.
Yeah, lucky for Layers, Lasbra did, he was on his MVP run last week, so he's not going to be wearing that crown. He won't have to look across the booth and see that purple crown on the opposition, so maybe feeling a bit more confident in that regard. But you're right to highlight Lasbra has been looking so on point. When he gets these strong early game style junglers, he usually, more often than not, 4 out of 5 games, the Bolts just come out explosive, right? If Lasbra's able to just create some space in that jungle, get a lead up against the opposition, they just look so solid together as a unit, and they play through each other so well, usually through Haddix in that solo lane, who is one of the most consistent solo laners in the league, like bar none, just always is going to be putting up, exactly what you want from your solo, going to the backline, being annoying, eating damage, that sort of thing. So the team as a whole, I think, definitely revolves around their jungle, as the Titans do.
And Lasbra, especially with picks and bans, has been banned out a good bit. The Daji and the Fenrir both have just been priority bans against Lasbra. You look at Layers, his God Pool, been in Erlang Shen game, couple of Cyrus games, Ratatosker, Mercury, so those carry-style junglers are still there. Whereas Lasbra feels like Warrior, and then Daji and Fenrir are what he's looking for. Tartarus Titans, as such, going to go ahead and take away the Daji from Lasbra. Not going to allow him to facilitate the game in that type of way. On the flip side, Khepri, a very, very strong, albeit standard pick for Aurora. And really across the league, Trelly, feels like Khepri still towards the top, especially when Aurora's on the other side. Seems like a pretty simple ban.
Yeah, the E-site being taken away from Paul, definitely a smart option as well. You're pretty much forfeiting the objective presence in the early, or you're saying, hey, we're gonna focus this E-set as much as possible. Not something that's easy to do, especially when it's Paul who's piloting it. So I think banning away that gonna be smart. I'm surprised.
Wow.
The Erlang and the Osiris both are options that I think both of these junglers would want. So some thinking to do here. The Bolts are first pick, so obviously they don't have to ban either way. If they ban one, then I assume both would get banned away. But they're in a position where, as long as they don't ban one here, they should be able to grab something in that first pick slot. And the Titans, they don't have to ban it either, right? They can just say, you take Erlang, you take Osiris, we'll take the opposition. We're not going to ban either one. Or they could say, hey, one of them is just much more oppressive to our draft, and we'll take that away as well. Notably, the Chernobog is still open, and that's something that I think both of these teams wouldn't mind getting their hands on, just that global presence so strong.
And so you look at the supports that have also taken a hefty bit of ban presence here. Robin will end up being the final ban. That was a strong look for Haddix in the couple of games that we've seen the Bolts play. Yeah, definitely an E-set ban against Paul, but also maybe the Bolts banning it away from Ven, who went 0-3 in the last time we saw the E-set get played. Jokes aside. They're self-banning.
No, I get it.
They're not allowing Ven to play it.
I understand.
I was clearly kidding. But no, didn't look great the last time the Bolts played it. But did look good at 3-0 for Paul on the flip side. Yu Huang, if we're talking about mid lane picks and bans, I have to talk about Yu Huang with Paul, because out of the last 6 games, Paul has played Yu Huang 5 times and won on it a pretty good bit and done a lot of damage, done a lot of killing on that pick. So the Bolts, that's something they've got to be aware of.
Yeah.
But do the Titans reach for it early in the draft to avoid it being banned away? Remains to be seen. The first of the 2 picks that we had a conversation about, the Osiris, the Year-Long Shen, gets picked here. The Titans grab Osiris, presumably for layers in the jungle, and then Bologna over in solo lane for SOT. And already, Trilly, those 2 paired with one another, dive in, run it down style picks that'll make the backline uncomfortable for the Bolts.
Yeah, the second I saw the Bologna Osiris locked in, what immediately came to my mind was either the Erlong Shen or the Yu Huang that had to be locked in the opposition. It will be the Erlong Shen, but it's going to be the Morgan. So then, not putting too much credit to the Yu Huang, and or once that double global presence with the double Chernobog ult, I think that's going to be super annoying to deal with as well. Whenever you think you're in a 1v1 situation, whenever you think you're going for a gank and it's a 2v1 situation, you could have 2 Chernobogs join you immediately, and that's something that not a lot of teams
Good point.
know how to play against and or want to play against. So you're going to have to worry about that. Of course, that leaves the Yu Huang open for the Titans, and Paul's going to grab that one every single time. So given the situation, I think the Bolts are going to be wanting to ban away some ADCs from Cyclone Spin, because if you're banning away supports, you're essentially limiting Awesome Jake's God pool as well. But the Titans, you have a couple options of taking things away that are not going to hurt you. And given the fact that Guardians are back in the solo lane, the RDO is no surprise there. So Freya is something that is also extremely looked after.
Yu Huang is about the picture of standard here, right around a 50% pick ban rate, exactly at a 50% win rate. You know what you're getting. And I think that's important to look at, because Paul, yes, in seemingly every single game this Yu Huang rolls through, doing immense damage numbers, but about split 50% on win-loss for the Tartarus Titans. So not a insta-lock, insta-win type of pick for the Titans. You shouted out the Freya, and another late-game scaling hunter in the Jingwei. Those 2 will get banned out. Kumbhakarna, how about that pick for Aurora? Not something we've seen all that often across the SPL. Aurora did play it against the Solar Scarabs in Game 2, got a win there. Or Game 1, rather, against the Solar Scarabs, got a win there. 2, 2, and 13 was his KDA. Good at disrupting, good at setting up some damage, and feels like the style of pick Aurora synergizes with well.
Yeah, and it's really good in auto attackers who the Bolts have essentially 3 of, because the Morgan's going to have to transform into one as well, or along Shen, Chernobog, and then, whoever you want to transform into. You could, look at the opposition and say, hey, I want to be Osiris this time, but still, you're going to be dealing with that auto attack presence. The Sobek is going to be the option, and I'm not convinced where it's going. Now that the Cthulhu gets locked in, I am convinced. I was going to say the solo Beck has been making a bit of a resurgence, but now that we see the Cthulhu,
could be support Cthulhu.
The only person we've seen do that is Inbound, and it didn't look great. So I'm going to say that is the Sobek in the duo lane, and then Haddix is going to be taking this Conduit Gem Cthulhu, hopefully, into the solo lane.
And this is like a Titan style of draft that the Bolts are drafting here. I mean, the double Cthulhu specifically is far from breaking new ground, because it's something the Titans ran plenty of times in the past. And so throughout these team fights, you get an opportunity to out-rotate with potentially double Chernobog. You have potentially a Cthulhu double transform opportunity. The question ends up being, do the Titans, with their unique style of draft, Yu Huang and Poseidon, with already jungle, solo, and support locked in, one's going to go one way, one's going to go the other. Do you think the Titans have enough shred, have enough damage to deal with potentially double Cthulhu in these fights?
Well, unfortunately, we've received some information.
Oh,
it's that Bologna is in the ADC role.
Oh, I was wrong.
And that Poseidon is going to be solo. So the Bumbus Hammer Poseidon built up against a Cthulhu, you're going to be susceptible to ganks. It doesn't matter how well you play it. Erlong Shen has a lot of CC to try and force out your beads, and Cthulhu is always going to be able to chase you down. So the option is simple. Is Osiris going to play through that solo lane and try and facilitate and get this Poseidon online? And is Cyclone Spin going to get enough, farm to be able to make this Bologna ADC work?
Yeah.
It's something that works a fair bit in ranked, I will say. The Bologna ADC catches people off guard and gets a lot of pressure. Late game, it's got some struggles. You have to close gap. you're going to be like pretty much full damage. So are you able to live through it? There's ways to make it work, and the Titans had to know this was coming. They've practiced it, I'm sure. So
Do I look worried?
yeah, a little bit. I won't lie.
I am worried.
you should.
I'm
You should
slightly...
be. But maybe they've practiced it.
What
like
is the SPL, Trelly, if not just really good ranked players that have all formed teams with one another, you know?
That's
I mean,
fair.
And so if it works in ranked, clearly it's going to work in the SPL. That's my takeaway, I say with heavy sarcasm. Do you think it's punishable, though? Do you think a Bologna-Kumba dual lane is something that the Bolts with their standard dual lane can punish?
I honestly don't think looking at the duo lane is your best option. You're looking at 2 tanks. Bologna, very difficult to gank because an Erlang Shen's going to walk up and say, oh, I'm going to try and force as much as possible.
Right.
Oh, I'm disarmed. Now I can't fight you for a bit. The Eagles rally away. I got to chase that down. So I think the Poseidon in the solo lane is much more punishable.
Yeah, right. I forgot that means Poseidon's in solo.
Yeah, I think that's where you should be looking to put your pins, your 9 turns blessing. You only get 1 pair of beads, so if you can force that out, even with the Whirlpool to cripple out the mink form and the turtle form, it's going to be hard to live through that, and Cthulhu should be getting the pressure there anyways. If with the Conduit gem start, you're going to be out clearing as long as some other presence is there. Because Poseidon clears the way fast and he can run away, sure, but if you're throwing a jungle body in that lane, it's not going to be easy.
Now, remember, the last time we talked to the Tartarus Titans postgame, I believe it was Layers that I talked to, I said, do you feel like the Titans are one of the most theory craftingest, that's not the right word, but I'm sticking with it, one of the more unique theory crafting style of teams in the league, and Layers did think so. And this is what a weird, in a good way, composition. But I suppose having like SOT on your team, a guy who likes playing those weird style of picks, it opens you up for opportunities like this here, Trelia. Poseidon solo lane, Bologna, that's going to SOT 9 times out of 10, but game 1 is the one time that it ends up going over to Cyclone Spin. Olympus Bolts versus Tartarus Titans. What a way to start off this week in SPL. J-Mac and Mifflin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Dave. And, man, it wouldn't be an SPL game if we weren't kept guessing Mifflin on where something is going. And it wouldn't be Cyclone Spin if he wasn't trying to play some weird thing in a lane that it probably shouldn't be. And back to his days of solo when he was throwing Ao Kwang up against Bologna. Well, now we're going to see Cyclone throw Bologna in the dual lane, this time up against the Chernobog. J-Mac, Mifflin, Doug for game number 1. And I mean, Miff, you got to kind of talk me through kind of how the process of this game has got to go for the Titans.
Man, it is interesting, right? And I think Charlie does a good job of highlighting that Bologna ADC is not something untested. We've been seeing it a fair bit recently in high-level ranked games. I've been on the receiving end of it, got absolutely bodied. So what does that tell me? Bologna is a lane bully, especially in that ADC role. So you're expecting the Tartarus Titans to leverage early aggression. Across the board, really. Paul, levels 1 through 4 or so on this Yu Huang should have a distinct advantage up against Ven. You should be able to get aggressive towards purple buff around Cyclone Spin on this Bologna. SOT might not have the most kill potential in the solo up against Haddix, but he's just got a whole lot more movement speed and a whole lot more clear. So it could be that SOT just plays that zoomer role of, hey, I'm going to clear this wave, I'm going to go clear your back camps, and I'll be back for the next wave without really missing anything. So it tells me early aggression from the Tartarus Titans against the composition of the Olympus Bolts that is lacking in places with aggression, lacking in early presence. Generally, the Morrigan is a god that struggles to confirm her own neutral camps because her clear is so low. Exemplified now, he's already inside his tower. Haddix on this Cthulhu as well could be a target.
Pin onto SOT, no beads available. He gets rooted in place and body blocked to hell. Haddix and Haddix will take down SOT with the help of Lasbra. Layers a little too late on the rotation, and the Bolts on the board first.
Gotta be concerned about that if you're SOT. Going towards teleport in that first slot really does put a massive target on your back. Does allow him to get back to that wave. I think only missing out on 1 minion's worth of experience, but first blood over to Lasbra on this Erlang Shen does bode well for the Olympus Bolts. If you want to be able to fight into the Tartarus Titans early, it's got to be around Lasbra.
They just kind of wrap around and do it again. Mink form in by Lasbra. Pin is available. A body block in place, and SOT gets locked against the wall. Put a second one out for the jungler of the Bolts.
Simple play, man. Just loops back around. SOT has got a long time before that's no longer a viable option for the Olympus Bolts. Maybe around level 5, you can at least drop Kraken on your feet. Until then, you don't really have many avenues back in. An entire level deficit up against Cthulhu didn't used to be a massive deal because Cthulhu's relatively low pressure. Kind of a big deal if he's got Conduit Gem. He should be able to clear those waves pretty easy.
Well, Root not available for Barracuda to lock Cyclone Spin down. And the Tartarus Titans are keeping up pressure in the dual lane at the very least to maybe try and help alleviate some of the pressure from the right-hand side. But This is just going to be the name of the game for Lazarus. Stick to this right side of the map, strip away any buffs possible with this Mannequin Scepter. He'll clear out that blue buff swiftly with the help of Haddix, and SOT probably doesn't want to walk to a wave anytime soon.
Yeah, what a miserable landing phase for SOT. It is going to be a long time. But we talked about it earlier. The ability to just farm up on Poseidon is incredibly high. If Haddix isn't like 2-3 levels up in the next couple of minutes, SOT might be able to close that gap just by clearing the jungle, just by invading these back camps on his own. There will be an inflection point where eventually SOT is going to have this Warlock staff stacked up, maybe looks towards the Doom Orb as well for some additional movement speed, and it'll become much more difficult for Lazarus to do what he has been. So I would like to see Lazarus just keep doing it while he can.
Might as well. Got a lot of gold in hand, though. 1,600 that he's sitting on. Hasn't had a chance to, I can't even say hasn't had a chance, just hasn't taken the time to go back to base to start building up those items. Level 5 now for Haddix, who's also sitting on a nice plethora of gold in his pocket. Can go back, does have teleport, so make an easy trip back to that base. But for now, Lazarus now being able to go back, picks up the Golden Blade, the very standard start that we've seen out of the jungle.
Lair's hovering nearby, but you just can't think he's really got the best kill potential up against Haddix, who's already got the Descent into Madness. SOT close to because he hasn't had a blue buff since the first rotation. So Lair should head back towards his own jungle and continue to farm up. And I think this is going to be Lair's job now, is just making sure those camps on the right-hand side are going down on cooldown, because if Lair's isn't clearing it, SOT doesn't really have the opportunity to walk out a lane on his own just yet, and Lazarus has shown a propensity to be on that side of the map. Gotta think he'd be looking for those invades.
Well, a little bit of skirmishing in the duo lane, but it's all just for wave more than anything else. Cyclone and Aurora can clear that lane out quickly and move their way over to any kind of neutral farm that they need. Meanwhile, as we take a look into the mid lane, two different starts, at least out of the mid laners. Venenu going for a little bit more movement speed and power into his build, getting up that Doom Orb early on, and Paul going with that traditional Warlock stat that we've seen out of the mid laners.
That makes sense to me. 145 power, very nice for Ven to pick up from the Doom Orb, additional movement speed, so you can act as that pseudo-assassin, close gap, land the dark aspects, land all your damage, then transform into your tankiness. You don't really need to build it in the kit on its own, whereas Paul doesn't get to play multiple gods. He's just Yu Huang this game.
Putting the hurt on Ven very early, though, with that Phoenix Fire. That first ability out of Yu Huang surprisingly does a sneaky amount of damage, especially if you can get an enhanced version with your Dow up to at least those 6 stacks on there. And we've seen a lot of First Bloods come in this mid lane off the back of this Yu Huang. They're able to get a 2-1 combo with your jungler. They've always been able to net something big for the team, but now that it's a level 6 Yu Huang, does have access to that Celestial Flight, so he can stay away from Lazarus in case any danger comes by.
Still has CC immunity to the ultimate, still has his beads as well. Lazarus not even willing to 9 turns blessing there, try and force out additional resources, realizing best case scenario is you're probably just getting the Dueling Dragon. So an aggressive landing from the float, Paul just goes up, immediately right back down, and Lazarus forced to respect it.
SOT step up to wave. Should be fine, though. I don't think Haddix is going to try and go any further than just clearing out his own wave at this point. And we've seen the pressure that Laz has been putting on the right side. Went for a second blue buff invade earlier on. Do you imagine that for the next 5 or so minutes of this game, that's just what Lazarus continues to do, is just to keep the pressure up on SOT?
I suppose. It depends on what SOT can farm up and how quickly he gets this second item. Now that he's got the Warlock staff, his damage output's getting a little bit higher, Kraken available. I'll keep my eyes on Lairs. If this Osiris starts making the rotations, those invades won't be nearly as simple. You've already got the Golden Blade, Mannequin, so there's early presence from this Osiris. I think SOT has weathered the storm early on. I don't imagine there's going to be too much more opportunity on that side.
Jake rotates over. Eagles Rally available to Cyclone. He'll get plucked back, rooted in place, but still holding on to his ultimate. And we'll hold on to it the entire way. Won't even need it to get back to the safety of the tower. Patient play out of Cyclone in the dual lane keeps him, not just his relics, but also make sure to keep it. Wait, did he go teleport, actually?
Oh, he sure did.
Ah,
yeah, he's just farming up. He wants to be able to throw his damage into Barracuda, trade his HP back to base, and do it all over again. Awesome Jake, not going to make that easy for him, though, by hovering around this lane. And I suppose this could be a great answer to the Bologna ADC. If she's going to win the 1v1, don't give her one.
True. Don't let the bully win those battles. Aurora will show up to alleviate some of that pressure up against Cyclone, though. Won't let him have to sit under his tier 1 tower the entire time through, and that will force Jake to maybe either stick around a little bit longer or rotate towards one of these other lanes. But with purple buff coming back up, it's an easy call for the bolts to farm that. Hey, SOT able to get one of his own blue buffs thanks to the help of his jungler. Layers rotated over and made sure that SOT wasn't starving for mana the entirety of the game.
Yeah, it only took 7 minutes for him to get him his second blue buff, but SOT better late than never. Should get some additional CDR, wave clear. We're starting to get to that point where he's able to just rotate out. We saw it, clears the wave, heads back to the jungle, splits some more with layers. SOT certainly absorbing a lot of farm. Cyclone Spin absorbing a lot of damage, but they're going to have to prove it, the Olympus Bulls, that they've got kill potential. Because Cyclone's going to hold on.
Gets away from the dueling dragons out of Paul. Awesome Jake still standing a little far up, but Cyclone undeterred in this 2v1, buying so much time for his team to rotate over and even keep Lasbra from going for a purple buff invade. So the Tartarus Titans down, at least for now, about almost 2,000 gold down at this point, but still willing to show presence across the map.
Experience has been upticking at times for the Olympus Bulls. The Tartarus Titans have largely stagnated that there as well. The Bolts going to need to try and put some pressure on a neutral objective or one of these towers if they want to leverage the lead early on. Gold Fury is so tanky at this point that you're not really looking towards it. So Invades gotta be the only place the Olympus Bolts can continually push this lead until Pyromancer spawns back up. But fortunately for the Bolts, getting the late game just feels nice. You've got a Cthulhu in your team fight. Morgan, who's pretty slow early on, will start to speed herself up, get a lot more damage output as the game goes on. Barracuda can just split push. We've seen exactly how Chernobog plays around Fire Giant. It's that he doesn't. He plays in the duo lane and maybe comes to the Fire Giant if the fight starts to look good or bad. So the Tartarus Titans, I think, probably feeling the pressure. I know that the lead hasn't extended since those first 2 kills on SOT, but this is not how you'd expect the Tartarus Titans to start this game with this type of composition.
And that was some of the concerns that Trelly was showing at us, even that Dave was showing at points, was, you know, how do the Titans deal with not just one Cthulhu in Haddix, who's got somewhat of a lead. That's been mitigated down by SOT, but the potential of there being a second Cthulhu if Venenu transforms into that, or a second Chernobog. I mean, how do the Titans even deal with something like that in a team fight with this comp?
Man, it's not easy. I think it's got to be an avoidant, right? Oh man, there's Cthulhu. I'm gonna leave, and you've got the ability to do so. Paul very safe, SOT very fast, Aurora pretty mobile as well in this Kumbhakarna. It's not the best case scenario, right? Like, if the Olympus Bolts have double Cthulhu on the map, you're essentially just forcing the Tartarus Titans to retreat. They're probably taking damage. Charlie highlighted how good the chase down potential of Descent into Madness is. But I don't see how this composition is going to burn through 1, let alone 2 Cthulhus. You don't have a standard Hunter. Cyclone Spin going to struggle to close gap. SOT sure has a whole lot of single target damage, but he's got a shotgun blast you to do it. He's got to get right in your face, and I'm not certain Poseidon's looking to do that. Maybe he is, though, with this style of build, going a little bruiser.
Yeah, I just noticed that he's going to Genji's Guard's second item. We'll have to see if he continues going down that bruiser route. Trebuchet in the mid lane will give the Bolts a little bit of pressure on this mid-tier 1 tower, and then Jake and Haddix can just stand around here and face tank any damage that gets thrown out by the Bolts. Jake will dash away from the fire from Paul, but this tier 1 tower is just slowly getting chipped away.
50% already, and that's just the Trebuchet putting in some work. The Tartarus Titans don't really have an opportunity to step up and deal with it. Layers could make short work of the Trebuchet, but he can't just walk past the Bolts. Wishful ultimate from Paul.
Kraken from SOT clips Lasbra, and that's going to put him on the defense. The Trebuchet dealt with in mid, but now SOT loses one of his peel mechanics with that ultimate now on cooldown. Still waiting for that level 12 out of him. Gotta imagine SOT's gotta get some kind of beads to deal with all the CC that the Bolts have on their squad.
I wonder, is it going to be beads? You're really only worried if you're SOT about like the one-shot potential that Ben's gonna have late game, but with already on the Genji's Guard, maybe some more bruiser options as well, I think he's got a bit more flexibility than you might initially imagine from a Poseidon solo. That's not to say that beads would be bad. I think they are just blanket good. There's a reason literally every role buys it in Smite, but he might have a little bit more flexibility.
But we'll be going for those beads, so maybe a little bit worried about what can chase him down, what can lock him down. So maybe a little bit of a better safe than sorry for SOT in this case. But now it just means we're going to be lacking a little bit of extra teamfight relic, potentially going the way of the Titans. We'll have to see what Cyclone goes. We'll have to see what Paul goes for their next relics, and even a Roar. Pyromancer. Close, but not enough. Beads from SOT gets him away from the pluck out of Jake, and the Pyromancer does go to the Olympus Bolt to continue to further put at that pressure, but not a massive swing in the gold just yet. A couple hundred gold go up because of that Pyromancer, so sitting at that 2,500 mark. And you can see that the Titans have been able to get slow dips in that graph to go their way. Even if you look over towards the XP, that one dipping down to only barely 1,000.
Yeah, I think a lot of that XP and gold dip is from that 3-stack in mid from the Olympus Bolts. they traded farm and experience for damage into the tier 1 tower. Anytime 3 people are just farming the exact same wave, you're not getting a very effective split. But had they taken the tower, even just dropping it so low, I think the Bolts are fine with taking a slight dip on the map. And the more I'm looking at this Tartar Titans draft, I'm getting concerned about their late game team fight. I'm getting concerned about their ability to siege. You don't have a standard hunter. So who's dealing the damage to these towers? It's not SOT. He's still building more defense.
And gonna have to rely on Paul, it seems to be so, for your range damage up against it, because he's the only one still going for this full damage route. Meanwhile, Layers going with the double katana into his tree, so a little bit of extra movement speed, a little bit of extra attack speed. It's a good clear. This has just been the name of the game every time that Jake walks into lane is pluck Cyclone, Cyclone gets rooted, and then Cyclone just walks away from the damage that Bear and Jake throw at him.
Yeah, Barracuda now has the ability to just go ahead and take down towers if he's got the wave for it. So Cyclone Spin needs to be a bit concerned about that. Speaking of Barracuda, it's an OG build. Devo is immediately an Executioner. It feels like it's been 4 years since that was the meta, but seems to be suiting him very well.
Aurora going Emperor's Armor, second item after seeing the push from the Trebuchet in mid. Doesn't want anyone on the Bolts to be able to push into towers too easily. So that'll bolster up Cyclone's left side tower a little bit as he's been stuck under it for the majority of this game. But now we've hit this kind of quiet part of the game, you know, as action-packed in the first 2.5 minutes. We saw a little bit of battling around that mid lane, but now these teams really going for many fights right now. It just feels that they're just going for this farm game, and as you were showing your concerns a moment ago, that definitely goes much more in favor towards the Bolts.
Yeah, it's not even that I'm just concerned about the Tartarus Titans draft. You're right. Yeah. The Olympus Bolts draft is made around the 5-on-5 engagement. It's made for the team fight in these neutral territories around the Fire Giant, around the Gold Fury. So the Tartarus Titans playing with a timer, I think, should look to get involved earlier rather than later. You're still playing in about a 2,000 gold deficit, not ideal, but the relative strength of your composition, Layers already on the Stone Cutting Sword has hit a significant power spike. Paul finished up the Soul Gem and finishes stacking the Warlock Staff, so he's a little bit more survivable, has great burst potential in these team fights. You might be able to just start up in an engagement and then try and get yourself something on the map. Gold Fury would go a real long way for the Tartarus Titans.
And really, either of these teams would be able to make a push towards him. I mean, with the mannequins on both Layers and Lasper, that's some decent shred. You've got Paul, who's just got a lot of damage on Yu Huang early on, and Venenu now with nearly 3 items into his build on this Morrigan. So, gotta imagine one of these objectives, whether it be that Gold Fury or a second Pyromancer's, gotta be on the mind for both of these teams. We see a group up by the Bolts around the mid tower. I mean, that one has been weakened through. Lasper does get a taunt onto Aurora. The Dueling Dragons push 2. But Haddix and Jake will continue walking in. Tier 1 tower under fire, Aurora under fire. And now the Descent into Madness by Haddix, gonna dive in from Barracuda. It's a full commit by the Bolts in the mid lane skirmish, but Haddix already half HP, Cyclone even lower as the Eagles rally out. Aurora got dropped into sleeping time, passive, but won't be living through very much as one Cthulhu goes down, a second one emerges, and it's Venenu to strike first.
Aurora on the retreat, just trying to get behind that tier 2 tower, will succeed, survives in this trade. The Tartarus Titans just were not ready for that aggression from the Olympus Bolts. Well-calculated initiation. Haddix holds on to his ultimate until everybody's in range, until there's all the time in the world to fully channel Descent into Madness. As you said, the second he drops out of it, Ven goes up into his. Cyclone Spin went for possibly one of the most aggressive rotations I've ever seen. Just walks through 4 members of the Olympus Bolts. It had been working for him in the duo lane, but maybe not so much in mid. He does pay the iron price. The Bolts composition, man, it is really starting to gear up. Concern now for the Tartarus Titans because what fight back was there? I didn't really see anything. Tartarus Titans weren't even really returning damage.
I mean, Aurora got CC chained to hell. I mean, he tried to walk in, gets plucked back, says, okay, well, I'll just walk away. Nope, here's a pin. Now you can't go anywhere again. Oh, by the way, Pluck is back up a second time. It just felt like Aurora could never get himself back out of the team fight. As soon as he got stuck in the middle of one, the entirety of the Bolts were able to just rally around and just, you know, like wolves waiting for their meat. Aurora just gets stuck in the middle of all of it.
He does. Aurora fortunately does survive, though. Cyclone Spin, who became the proverbial meal for the Olympus Bolts Wolves. I'm liking it. Let's run with the metaphor because that is exactly how this composition is working. It's let's group up, let's go hunt. And it really has just been exactly that. Pyromancer on the respawn, Olympus Bolt showing presence. Gonna go ahead and pull it out immediately. Will the Tartarus Titans step up? SOT is worried about his own blue buff. Actually has a significant lead now in this Poseidon, 2 levels up on Haddix. But I haven't seen a whole lot of damage from this Poseidon just yet.
No, we haven't really seen him make any rotations out of lane aside from earlier on when he was able to grab Lasper with a Kraken. Aside from that, SOT has been lacking a bit of presence in these fights. Another Pyromancer does go to the Bolts. That will push their lead up to now 4,000 gold ahead of the Tartarus Titans. And it's been a steady climb. It hasn't been immediately, we get one objective, now we got this suddenly 4,000 or 5,000 lead. It's just been over the course of these last 17 minutes, the Bolts have been climbing up against the Tartarus Titans, and now the Bolts are grouping themselves around the Gold Fury, seeing if they can bait the Titans forward.
SOT on the right side of the map does not have access to his teleport. Is incredibly fast on this Poseidon, so could make the rotation if needed. And it is needed. The Olympus Bolts drop the Gold Fury down to half, and no presence from the Titans here either. Things are not going well.
No.
They have not been able to do anything. Not even able to show up around the Fire Giant, threaten there. The Olympus Bolts just complete control of the map.
The Olympus Bolts have done nothing but succeed in just about everything they've done. I mean, from their early 2 kills onto SOT, their Trebuchet pushing mid, the team fight that then took the tier 1 tower, and now everything around these objectives. It just feels like the Titans, I can't even say they're playing reactively at this point. They're just
Avoidance.
they're just playing Smite at this point.
Yeah, they're playing to just farm up, try to get to that late game, try and close up some of this gold lead through macro farm, but the Bolts are taking the Greater Scorpions. The Bolts are controlling the mid-camps. Pyromancers, Gold Furies, all going their way. Every single time we look at the chart, it is just extending in favor of the Olympus Bolts. The Tartarus Titans are going to have to dig in their heels somewhere. The only thing they have been able to control is experience. They're not really losing out on that. I think a significant part of that is SOT just hyper farming the map. Has already ticked over to level 20, maintains his 2-level gap on Haddix, but if we're talking about presence in the fight, you gotta think Haddix is just doing more.
And that's level 20 at 19 minutes. That is a very fast pace, especially considering he went down for not just first blood, but second blood not even 30 seconds later. So I think power farm might be an understatement for SOT in that lane.
Yeah, he's done a good job, and now that he's ticked over to 20, he can finish up that Bumba's Hammer. That's going to be a significant part of his burn potential, his damage output. Paul forced to use the beads early. That should be it for Laz, right?
Well, there's 3 others players here for the Olympus Bolts. Paul, now with no relics, no ultimate, and no life. Venenu picks up 1, but Jake is getting chunked away by that tower. Almost goes down to the final tick by. With Layers and SOT here, the Olympus Bolts will pack up and head back towards the jungle. Not much can be done with Jake at such low HP.
Haddix holds on to his ultimate, though, so the Olympus Bolts have still got a little bit left in the tank if they want to force a team fight. Reset. You still have 30 seconds of the grayscale for Paul. It would be early, but the Bolts have got really good damage output. Could be looking at a Fire Giant opportunity on this reset. Everybody heading back to base, though. 15 seconds now in Paul's respawn. Maybe you lose out on a bit of that opportunity, but having seen now that every single siege attempt has just worked for the Olympus Bolts, every single time they've dove into that backline, maybe you don't need the Fire Giant. Group up on right, take down that tier 1 tower. If the Tartarus Titans show any presence, try and defend, keep doing what you've been doing, which is diving them. If you get a kill, then you can start to back up and think about the largest neutral objective.
Has been working out well. We take a look at the relic situation for actual team fighting goes. The Bolts have 2 to their name. They've got the emblem and a shell out of Jake. That'll at least keep the team a little bit healthier, allow them to chase or disengage. For Aurora, his only kind of quote-unquote team fight relic is this bracer that pops up, and that's only going to help in one small little portion of a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, drop it down, a little bit of vision, some power, some movement speed, certainly valuable, especially around these objective engagements. So the Tartarus Titans having access to another ward at all times will help them in the information battle, and also having just a beacon of hope, something that boosts you up in these engagements could help out a fair bit. I am keeping my eyes on that blink from Aurora. I feel like now that SOT's got the Bumba's Hammer, Layers is starting to gear up some of that survivability with the Berserker's Shield. A blink epic uppercut onto a priority target, I think it's literally just gotta be Ven, might open the door for the Tartarus Titans.
Kraken against Jake. A little questionable from SOT, to say the least. It does get Jake's ultimate, so I guess that's a win there, but Jake doesn't necessarily need his ult for any kind of team fight.
Well, Jake's comes up later. SOT resets. He'll walk back. By the time he gets to the Fire Giant, he'll already be halfway to his ultimate. I mean, I agree. I'm probably just holding on to it there. It is super low odds that you're getting anything of value from Awesome Jake, but I suppose that's the trade SOT is willing to take. Hasn't had many opportunities to fight. Maybe just trigger happy right now.
Guess so. I mean, when you got 40% CDR and a Bumba's Hammer, I guess you can just throw out those Krakens all that you wish, but I mean, Jake again going for a Chronos Pendant in his build. He'll have his ult up very shortly. SOT sure might get it just ahead, but with all of that used in the right side, once again, the Olympus Bolts play for the objective. They grab another Pyromancer. They get another little influx of gold and continue to push that chart up. Now tipping near 7,000K in the lead with essentially no fight back from the Titans.
Yeah, the Titans have shown very little presence. I'm excited to see their team fight because I'd argue we haven't just yet, 23 minutes in. It's high execution. It's almost all got to be on Ben. You really want to shut down this Morgan before she transforms. I think that is the win condition for the Tartarus Titans. If you can deal with that double Cthulhu before it happens, then all of a sudden Haddix is a little bit less viable in the engagement. Barracuda struggles on Chernobog to throw out damage while simultaneously retreating. So if the Tartarus Titans can just start the fight on the right foot, could be one way in. That's a hard ask.
This might not be a fight that the Titans want to take. Jake and Haddix find layers in the jungle, take about a quarter of his health just from a little bit of poke. But once again, the Bolts can set up around the objective. The Oni Fury has spawned back in. And this time the Titans showing a little bit of presence on the map. Aurora, the furthest one up. But Lasbra should be able to stop that 1 minute. If it's a Bleak Epic Uppercut out of Aurora to start the fight, that'll throw Bear into the sky and set the Fury back to neutral. But Haddix is already descended into madness. Is only 5 through. Kraken comes out, hits Venenu, but the Aegis is good enough to keep him alive. Aurora, now the one in critical health. He's about to go back down. Layers as well at low HP, and Layers will not go down just yet. A little bit more from the Bolts to chase it out.
Layers finds the blink to survive the engagement. The Tartarus Titans are able to slow down the Oni Fury. It was a blink engagement from Aurora that starts it off. Barracuda sent to the air, then put to sleep in the back line of the Olympus Bolts. Just stand there staring at Aurora as he walks away while the rest of the Olympus Bolts were surging forward. Without their back line, the damage wasn't quite there to finish off some of these key kills, but you do win out heavily in the Relic battle. Look at the Tartarus Titans, not much left.
Haddix does get back into the fight. Kraken comes out, clips Haddix for basically no damage. Him and Jake are soaking up and stopping the 5 members of the Titans who have pushed in. But Haddix now being poked out will have his dash to get away. But the Tartarus Titans have reset onto the Fire Giant and started burning this one away.
It's burning slowly. Aurora connects a great mez, but Jake keeps everyone from the Tartarus Titans away, so no damage sunk in there. And here's the thing about Haddix. He's got teleport.
Yeah, he bought a full teleport to get right back in the fight and has pushed the Titans away yet again. Lasper goes in aggressively, finds the taunt against Aurora. Aurora gets some help with the dueling dragons because those is Lasper who gets clipped by the Kraken. Layers finds the first kill for his team, but now Aurora put down into the sleepy time passive, and Jake with no way out. It's Paul to take him down.
Cyclone Spin lives with sub 50 HP, but it's 49 more than he needed. The Tartarus Titans show the Olympus Bolts unmitigated aggression cannot continue to work for the entirety of the game. Lasbra overextends, Jake tries to peel out for him, and the Titans with a double Kraken, double pull in from Paul, phenomenal double Groggy strike as well, were able to take down both Lasbra and Awesome Jake. That said, it was thin margins and nearly perfect execution from the Tartarus Titans. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that every single time.
And really the only thing that's kept the Titans from losing maybe a bit more in there is the fact that Aurora's had his sleepy passive up for both of these last engagements where he's needed it. Barracuda gets rooted out, disarmed, now has to go up into the sky to get away from Cyclone, but he's got to crash back down either in place or at one of the Titans, and none of those options look very appetizing. Bear goes down, jumps into the wall, an immediate transformation, but as soon as Venenu comes through, now he can descend to the madness. Kraken slams into Barracuda. Venenu in the middle of 5 is eating a lot of damage, but now that Jake has rejoined, now the Lasbra is back. He gets pushed by the Dragon, a dunk in from Layers, and the Tartarus Titans are the ones on the run.
Haddix still hovering nearby. His ultimate's coming up shortly, so if the Olympus Bolts can keep this fight up, they will have a second win.
Layers got plucked, but too much damage thrown towards Jake, too much damage thrown towards Venenu for them to continue in the fight. The Tartarus Titans have pushed back the Olympus Bolts yet again. They've now found their first 3 kills of this game throughout the course of these last fights, but man, it's taken the Titans a while to get to this point.
It has, and it hasn't changed the game state too much. We're still looking at 7,000 gold for the Olympus Bolts. The only thing the Tartarus Titans have done has kept the Bolts off center. They're keeping them on the back foot, not allowing them to utilize this lead. If Haddix gets picked out, forcing Descent into Madness. That would give another distinct advantage to the Tartarus Titans. They're doing a good job making sure that the bolts aren't able to find their equilibrium, and they've got 20 seconds some odd to play with it until Barracuda can walk all the way across the map.
Titans with the offensive position around the Fire Giant will now force the bolts to step in to try and get some of these wards taken away, because, man, that area is littered with Tartarus Titans wards. Every entrance in and around the Fire Giant has been covered. Pyromancer, for the first time, will go to the Tartarus Titans. That's their first objective. They've been able to grab this game, and every little bit is going to help them out. Jake thought maybe he was going to go for a pluck there. Instead gets hit by a tidal wave. The Olympus Bolts are now the ones stepping up to take some of those wards out.
The Titans giving up a whole lot of space here. The last couple of team fights that have gone their way have been on the back end of Olympus Bolts overextending. Olympus Bolts stepping too far forward, trying to chase out these kills. Because the Bolts are lacking a fair deal in burst potential. If Barracuda isn't able to connect with the target, doesn't matter how many Cthulhus you have, if every single bit of the damage is 100, 100, 200, all right, I'm healing my team. It's methodical, it's slow, it's a lot of CC, but it has struggled for the Olympus Bolts to secure their kills. The Tartarus Titans, with some of the sustain in their builds, SOT with the Bumbus Hammer, he's loving these longer fights. Soul Gem doing a whole lot for the entirety of the Tartarus Titans from Paul. Aurora's Peel potential has been on point. Death's Embrace now for Cyclone Spin. These long fights might not be as one-sided as they once were.
And if SOT wasn't already a bit slippery and hard to get away from, now add a Gem of Isolation to the build. SOT can essentially lock down just about anybody that he needs to. If they don't have CC Muni or a way to jump or dash away at that point, SOT can keep that chase on. One item from his full build to go through. Barracuda split pushing on the left side. We've seen this plenty of times out of these Chernobyls. When a Fire Giant fight breaks out, it's an easy rotation for them with that ultimate.
You see the Tartarus Titans, they've got so much space around the Fire Giant right now. They know Barracuda's on the opposite side. But the burn potential isn't really there. Even though you do have significant opportunity, actually killing the Fire Giant, not super easy. Maybe the hardest hitting ability on the map is the Dueling Dragon, so you've got the secure, but the Tartarus Titans realizing, hey, it would take us a real long time to do this, decide not to pull it out. Even Cyclone Spin making the rotation over towards the duo lane, which is a concession, I think. Anytime Chernobog is able to pull someone away from the actual fight is major value. Barracuda will head back to base, though. Won't keep up his siege. So what does Cyclone do? Clears out the Oracles, says, hey, you know what? Barracuda could rotate back over. I'm going to make sure he's not getting the Primal Fury. Or if he does, we're at least going to know about it. And then starts to rejoin that engagement on the opposite side. Both these teams showing each other a whole lot of respect.
Barracuda does finish up his Deathbringer, so almost full build. Once he gets that glyph done, that Envenom Deathbringer, he'll be completely maxed out on his damage output. The Olympus Bolts taking their time around this Fire Giant, not pulling it. The gold lead has dropped just a little bit, closer down to only about 5K now, where it was hitting that 7,000 moments ago. So the Tartarus Titans have mitigated some of this lead that the Bolts have picked back up. These slow team fights are taking away some of that farm opportunity from the Olympus Bolts. Now we just essentially play the waiting game. I mean, both these teams want the Fire Giant, but neither are willing to make the pull.
Yeah, this has been the Olympus Bolts' MO for a long time. They are one of the most counterpunch style teams in the league. The Tartarus Titans find themselves in that position pretty often as well. So it seems to me both teams are saying, make a mistake. I dare you. Step out of line one time. I'm going to knock you out. Neither team's willing to step up. They're just staring each other down from across the ring. Primal Fury going to be a separator, though. So now the Tartarus Titans, if they do try and pull out the Fire Giant, will deal more damage to it, take less, have a better time just actually looking at the objective. But it's grouping on the left side. Both SOT and Cyclone have got their teleport, so they can get over to the Fire Giant at a moment's notice. It's an interesting style of play, just splitting the map.
But the Bolts aren't really concerned about the Fire Giant themselves. I mean, it's only Jake and Barra around the pit at all. Jake, in fact, is going so far as to dewarding Aurora's Bracer. That'll put it on cooldown just a little bit faster, so at least for Aurora, he'll have access to that just a little bit sooner. But even with the push in the left-hand side, the Fury going over to the Tartarus Titans, the Bolts do not budge. And now we'll finally get all 5 on the right side. Jake finds a pluck on Aurora. Maybe not the best target, but Aurora's health bar is slowly melting to the damage of Barracuda and Venenu. Not quite enough, but it will send Aurora back to base.
It's a good heat check. Jake found out, oh, okay, Aurora's like not actually a bad target. If I'm not going to die for it, it's a good pluck. to line up. SOT and Layers working their way in, but Cyclone's behind.
Double stun out of Venenu and a descent into madness because Aurora's not here. It's now at 5 versus 4, and Layers and SOT are melting fast. Lasbra finds the first kill of the fight, and it's a TKO for Layers. He's going to have to walk all the way back in.
So now the Tartarus Titans have got to work their way forward. 3 versus 5. Then doesn't have the transformation, and he's low, so if the Titans can close gap onto him, they might be able to defend here.
Aurora blinks in, looking for somebody for that epic uppercut, but doesn't find it. Instead, he gets plucked right back in to the rest of the team. Finds it on his way out, but it's against Lasbra. Aurora finds a double groggy strike and sets up for Cyclone and for Paul to put some big damage, but Aurora once again in the sleepy passive. Beads gone by Cyclone Spin. Aurora finally will go down this time, but so will Lasbra in response.
Paul, credit for the kill. Can he make it out alive, though? Jake, on the hunt, will not connect with the dash. So, the Olympus Bolts, after posturing, poking, and prodding for the last, what feels like 10 minutes, can finally pull out the Fire Giant yet again. Barracuda healthy and burning it quickly, but Layers will not make it easy.
Layers on the way, Paul right behind. One good root combo will put some hefty damage into Awesome Jake, and that is enough for the Olympus Bolts to reset the Fire Giant and head themselves back to base. And once again, the Tartarus Titans have delayed this game against the Bolts.
And that's another opportunity afforded to the Tartarus Titans to defend the Fire Giant because of this lack of kill secure from the Olympus Bolts. Layers stops the fire. Layers also survives the initial fight with less than 100 HP. And it feels like that has been a continuous thread in every single one of these engagements. At least one member of the Tartarus Titans makes their way out with just nothing left in the tank. And then they can work their way back in, elongate the battle, get these respawns rolling through. So in spite of a good deal of action over the last couple of minutes, we find ourselves in the exact same place. Only difference is the Tartarus Titans have closed up just a little bit of that gold lead.
Most of the players starting to hit their full build stride. Paul getting an Ethereal Staff as a last item plus a Power Potion. So this Yuwong that was already topping the damage charts, already doing a whole lot of damage, going to be doing a whole lot more, especially to some of these tankier members like Haddix and Jake. Stripping away some of that HP with the E-Staff, it's going to make this fight a little bit easier for the Titans.
The Olympus Bolts have set up the defensive position yet again, realizing that if they can just close gap, even the tanky targets of the Tartarus Titans should be able to be killable as long as Barracuda can sink his damage into them. Pyromancer pulled out, should go to the Olympus Bolts with zero fanfare. Fire Giant as well. Tartarus Titans gonna have to step up.
Haddix has started it. Barracuda popping those crit damage in there. And no response yet from the Titans. So Mez out of a roar, plus the groggy strike in. The Fire Giant has not been leashed just yet. Haddix still holding on to it, will be knocked up. He needed a little bit more damage than he was begging for. And once again, the Fire Giant reset. Jake and Haddix poked out a little about half HP. And that sets up for the Tartarus Titans to now walk in, but I don't imagine they're going to want to commit to that.
No, the Tartarus Titans are just trying to keep the Olympus Bolts present. They don't want Haddix going back to base. They don't want Jake resetting. So these pools aren't saying, hey, we can outconfirm you. It's, you better not leave or we will take the fire.
Roar, caught by Venenu. It's about a quarter of his health in damage just from the Morrigan. But again, the Titans pull fire, try and bait somebody forward, see if they can get some poke. Venenu throws out the decoy, and again, chips away at Aurora's HP. He can't be taking those too much longer. Aurora gets plucked back. Used the ultimate to get himself away. And Haddix, with the Descent of Madness, is just running through the backline. Kraken does find two in the backline, though. Lasbra and Ben are both super low, and Ben is able to just barely find his way out of the team fight. Jake finds a pluck on the Layers, and one more knockup by Haddix is good. And Jake in the backline with Barracuda able to take down Layers.
Barracuda has been ignored for the entire team fight, but you could do so no longer. SOT pulled back in, but nobody around to follow it up. Layers dead for an entire minute. The Olympus Bolts can reset, group up on the Fire Giant, and this is the largest advantage we've seen so far. 5 strong should be able to force the Tartarus Titans to another position where they have to defend. But looking at some of these ultimate cooldowns from the Titans, Paul's coming back up. SOT should be up by the time he gets there. Relic's still available for Paul. I'm not sure the Olympus Bolts can still do Fire Giant in the face of the Titans.
Especially now with Jake being poked out by Paul. These mid lane mages have been doing a lot of damage to the frontliners. Jake and Aurora both being punished so heavily just for walking forward. And Haddix will now be the one at the front line for the Olympus Bolts. This Fire Giant dance, I mean, we've been approaching, what's this been, 10 minutes or so around this objective.
Let's call it 15.
Well, let's just call it 36. Why not? The whole game they've been dancing for the Fire Giants.
I mean, that is the goal of Smite, you know, secondary goal. Olympus Bolt's primary goal as of now, Oni Fury. Give you a little bit of presence on the map, maybe able to split the attention of the Tartarus Titans. Able to take it down with 0 fight back. But I think Cyclone Spin spots out 2 there. Maybe the Tartarus Titans could pull the Fire Giant. Not the case this time around. So now the Olympus Bolts can go to that OG Sanguine win condition of, hey, are you distracted? Are you worried about your towers just dying to our minion waves? All right, cool. We're on the Fire Giant, so make a hard decision. Either defend here or keep your towers up.
For now, it's only tier 2 towers left for the Tartarus Titans. All the T1s have been stripped away over the slow course of this game. And as we approach 38 minutes, another grouping around the Fire Giant as soon as that Oni Fury does go down. You can have all, I was going to say all 10 players on the map, but Cyclone has headed over to the left side of the map where there's a pretty hefty wave already pushing in towards that tower. And now for the Titans, they've got to answer. Are they going to take another one of these fights? They need to. They have been every single time, but they got to do it maybe a little bit sooner, maybe try and find some kind of priority target, because Aurora has been able to get into the backline with these epic uppercuts, but he hasn't been hitting the targets he's wanted to.
I'm going to keep it a buck with you, J-Mac. The map state and the game state has not changed in 15 minutes. It is the exact same. The Tartarus Titans, I think, are just going to try and defend. There's no reason that you're giving over Enhanced Fire Giant for free. Aurora, the first one to walk in, has to blink forward.
A couple players spot on the map. Aurora's the one forced in. Half HP and an epic uppercut onto Lazbra. Not going to get too much. Pin locks him in place, but Jake is also eating a ton of damage walking through what Paul and SOT can do. A pull on the Fire Giant, and look where Cyclone's been the whole time. Left side of the map, has not used his teleport until just now to rejoin the fight.
Yeah, has to make sure that the Olympus Bolts aren't resetting to pull the objective. I saw Ven's damage there, though. That was Dark Omen plus Polyproc on the layers, and that's 50% of the Osiris' HP bar. I think Ven could be in a position where if beads are down on any target, Ven's an assassin. He's going to stealth up, kill him. Just one shot. Dark Aspects, Dark Omen, immediately into the auto attack, and you're killing nearly anybody. Transformation into Haddix immediately afterward for the safety. Ven could be the hero the Olympus Bolts needs to separate these fights.
Well, Ven spots Aurora, who dashes away, and that's been the main target that Ven has been able to hit during these fights, has been a slow poke against Aurora's HP, which is a pretty staggering amount of health. Jake will get caught inside the whirlpool and realize exactly what Gem of Isolation can do, even to one of these tankier targets. It's always Jake. It's been Jake this entire time, up at the front line, standing around these walls, but the Titans have had good ward coverage to know that he's there every time.
Yeah, Jake is unrelenting in his pursuit of a good initiation. It's pluck after pluck after pluck that has had his kills just slowly slip away from him. Good wherewithal and good mental from the Olympus Bolt supports who continually look for those opportunities. One good pluck onto a priority target or a well-placed pluck onto Aurora could just swing these fights as well. The Olympus Bolt and the Tartarus Titans on the knife's edge. I'm thinking whoever gets this Enhanced Fire Giant might just straight up win the game right after.
Depending on how the fight goes, maybe the Enhanced Fire Giant won't even be necessary, but we've been seeing every one of these fights get one kill this way, one kill that way, and then a reset back to neutral. Haddix and SOT will square off, SOT winning the poke war there. With the Trebuchet pushing up in mid, could force the hands of the Tartarus Titans to rotate over, send one of their damage dealers to deal with that one, and that can give the Olympus Bolts the opening that they need to start this Fire Giant. Lazbra and Barracuda are melting through its HP bar. Layers has got to get in there quick to stop it. The Olympus Bolts get the Fire Giant. Layers goes down, and Eagles rally out of Cyclone Spin. We'll get the beats from Barracuda. Kraken off the mark. Lazbra very low in HP. Gets sent to the sky, crashes down, but will be fine on his landing because the CC and the defense side of the Bolts is enough to keep him alive.
The Tartarus Titans now on a quick retreat. SOT has slipped by the wayside. Aurora not so lucky, put into the sleepy time. Paul floats away, but only gets a couple of inches. The Olympus Bolts hot on his heels.
Paul will go down, and it's now only SOT left alive and an Enhanced Fire Giant on all 5 at 41 minutes. This is a tall task for SOT to hold him back, and he's already being pushed away by Haddix. The Trebuchet marching its way up mid alongside the rest of the Olympus Bolts. SOT is going to need that Kraken soon if he wants to keep the Bolts from pushing into the base, from taking this Titan. It's 1 versus 5. The Kraken is down, but Aegis will hold off most of the damage. And now, after 42 minutes of play, the Olympus Bolts We'll walk into the Titan room, take down SOT for the DSI to grab the Titan for game 1.
You slip up one time on your Fire Giant defense, it gets dropped a little bit too low, and the Tartarus Titan, specifically Layers, force into a desperation play. If Osiris is your best odds steal with his ultimate onto an objective, you're probably already in a pretty poor position. Unfortunate for the Tartarus Titans, caught out in some of these late game team fights. Very well played from the Olympus Bolts, though. It is not easy to maintain that focus and that margin of error for that amount of time around a fire.
And it's what you were calling for the Olympus Bolts to make some kind of presence on the map, whether it be Barracuda in the left lane pushing away, teleport into a fight. In this case, it was a Trebuchet pushing in the mid lane. Too many of the Titans decided, we got to take care of that. That could be a problem. And the Olympus Bolts are able to take the only Fire Giant of the game 40 minutes into the game. And that was enough for them to be able to find the fight that they need and find the win in game number 1. We'll see if the Bolts can do it again in game 2 right after this.
Olympus Bolts in game number 1 with maybe a more standard composition, able to find the win. Tartarus Titans, they get creative, but fall just short, and the Bolts grab a win here in game number 1 here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, powered by our friends over at Alienware. Titans needed a bit more of that Alienware power here in game number 2, and if you at home need some of that Alienware power, head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09 for discounts on select Alienware gear. The laptops, the computers that all of our pros are playing on, you at home can get your hands on some as well. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League and powering the Olympus Bolts in their win here in game number 1. And Trelly, we figured during picks and bans that this style of composition from the Bolts was consistent, the style of composition that the Titans in the past have liked to play, and the Titans just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I touched on it on the desk prior, and I said, this Bologna, this ADC Bologna, it's been tested and ranked. Myth highlighted that he's been beaten by it before, and that the style of build Cyclone went for was not the ADC Bologna that I know. The ADC Bologna I know is like Berserker Shield, Kinsai Stonecut. You go full attack speed, shred mode. Cyclone just built like a solo laner. I mean, he just played solo lane on that side of the map. He got teleport. SOT also got teleport, so that's why you're going to see him die twice in the first 2 minutes, and then just get body blocked to hell here by Haddix. Just
unlucky.
He didn't have beats, and I said this going in as well. I was like, this Poseidon pick, once you get those beats down, could be an easy gank. If you never go them, you give 2 easy ganks early on. But the early game didn't really matter because they made it to late, and this was the portion of the game where it just seemed like it was anyone's opportunity. But if you're the Tartarus Titans and you win a fight, who's going to do fire?
Right.
They had no one to auto attack down fire. Layers built a little bit of like burn with the Mannequin's Mace, but besides that, it just seemed to me, even if the Titans won a fight, that they couldn't get anything out of it.
Right, the next step for the Titans just wasn't quite there. I mean, it's always difficult, right, when you're fighting up against a 10,000 gold deficit 40 minutes into the game. So yes, the game stabilized, but you're still fighting up against what was a great early game from the Bolts. Ven really hit the mark on this Morgan, 4-0-6 at the 41-minute mark. And you will get to see the build here. Cyclone's been going kind of standard tank build.
Let's see his damage, though.
And so you're really hoping that Layers with the kin size at the end was going to shred down the double Cthulhu's. You were hoping that Sot with a hybrid build. I mean, really, Paul's the one who really needed to do the damage this game. But Ven, Lasber, they had it in spades. Haddix, rather, a support KDA. Yeah, Layers 12,000. I mean, Sot and Paul, they do 35 and 30,000 damage respectively, but simply too much health to burn through. The damage numbers are high because you've got 2 Cthulhu's, you've got tanky targets that you're burning through. Just didn't quite work out for the Titans here in this game. And that's always the risk, right? I admire a team who's willing to get creative, flex things up, try new team compositions. But it doesn't always work out. Sometimes the standard is the standard for a reason. You're not always catching the enemy team off guard. And so I wonder if the Titans go back to something a bit more standard in a game like this here in game 2, or they try to throw us another curveball. You need to get a win here in game 2, so maybe standard is the way to approach it, and maybe you get creative in game 3.
Yeah, I don't mind, the Bologna on the ADC or the Poseidon in solo. You just need some form of like objective burn elsewhere, and I don't think Layers can be the one to supply it. He's got to be looking for those picks. He's got to be looking to, put some presence onto the Bolts. It was never a full wipe, right? If they were going for FG, there was 4 Bolts standing there, and vice versa. Usually it was the Bolt who would pull it, and they would back up, and the Titans would get a little bit of a lead, and they'd say, hey, okay, maybe we can go for this. And then like, wait, we don't do any damage to this. We have to look for a fight. So it looks like a little bit of a change up here should be on the horizon. The Bolts will have to ban away that Chernobog, though, because they are not first pick, and they don't want to deal with that. The Titans aren't going to change up too much. Still focusing on that Daji, not letting Jake play the Xing Chen. And now, notably, there's a few things that come to mind. Ullr's coming through, one of those picks in the mid lane. Yep. But it looks like the Titans just want to put some presence on that Osiris, get Layers back on that pick. He was 2-0 at one point. It wasn't like it was bad. Just the rest of the comp around it wasn't able to, find too much.
Yeah, couldn't do much by the end of that game. And one of the most storied player-god combos, Barracuda on the Jing Wei, would be the first pick for the Olympus Bolts. So even with the Ullr still available, that overlooked. And Erlong Shen at a 60% win rate through 15 games at the SPL level, better than solid. And so a good couple of picks for the Bolts to start off their draft. And Trelly doesn't really reveal much, right? You know what you're getting with Jing Wei. You know that Erlong Shen wants to get active. And so I think the Bolts get exactly what they're looking for in their top 2.
Yeah, right when you see the Osiris locked in, it really shows that the Bolts are probably going to be going. Just the Aurora picture into just Aurora sitting there always gets me. But the Osiris and the Erlong, two sides of a coin, right? If one team gets one, you're pretty okay with getting the opposition. Obviously, Lasper had a solid game on the Erlong, so no issues running that one back. The question is, are the Titans just going to go for the Yu Huang once again? Because, thus far, I see no reason for the Bolts to hold on to the Morgan pick. If it comes through, it comes through. If not, I feel like if it does get picked, it'll be banned away. The E set, however, will be locked in here. Will that Bologna be going to SOT or over to Cyclone Spin? Not quite sure just yet. Given the performance last game, I think I'd be more confident with it going to SOT, but they might be still holding on to that.
Yep, could be. E set, there's some flexibility there as well with the Leviathans. Zapman's been playing the E set, leaving Shinto to play something else in mid, so I guess there's a world where that could happen as well. Again, with Cyclone Spin's flexibility, not only for Warriors, but potentially Mage picks on top. Olympus Bolt's going to grab the Sobek yet again, so the initiation was very strong for the Bolts. Not only the
win
pin,
rate.
9 turns Blessing, 4 games played, 100% of them won for the Sobek. And there is flex potential with the Sobek as well. Could see it again for Awesome J, could see it in support, could also see it over in the solo lane. So both teams still hiding, maybe a few tricks up their sleeves as we get into the second phase of picks.
Yes, certainly. I'm going to hold on to the Sobek pick until we see more of this strap Peter out, because Awesome Jake had a great game on it. He was being so annoying, always finding mostly a roar with the pluck on that Kumbhakarna, but the Kumbhakarna got banned away, so Aurora's going to have to play something different this time around. And I also think it's harder to look for plucks into something like an E set. The silence always could be an option, even if after the pluck you just get to spell magic into a spirit ball. That's not going to be as fun, so I think the Sobek a little bit harder to play into a matchup like this, but either Haddix or Jake should be able to manage. And given the opportunity, I really don't know if the Yu Huang is something that Ven would want to whip out here. It does have some decent self-peel for things like the Osiris given the Bologna, but it's also not the best time into E-set. Anytime you walk up and get just spell magic, all of these mage max up when you look up at the opposition and you're looking at an E-set, assuming that you are up against the E-set in the mid lane, it just seems like it's going to be a super annoying matchup. So we'll have to see what Ven decides to go for here.
A couple support bans, a couple a mid ban, a solo lane ban. So at least the Titan's still thinking that the Sobek will fall for Awesome Jake. And why not? Consistent game. You know what you're getting out of a Sobek. 1-1-10 in game 1. Not bad for Awesome Jake. Really at the forefront, the spearhead, as Sobek so often is in a lot of those fights, and provides some good peel and disruption. Chalk will get locked in here, so a couple 100% win rates going to be put to the test. Sobek through 4 games, 100% win rate. Chalk through 2 games, 100% win rate. That'll go over to Haddix. Trelly, are you on the Chalk train? Through 2 games, hasn't lost, but are you batting for a third? Are you assuming that is a good-looking pick for a third win?
Yeah, it depends on the matchup, and given into this one, it's not terrible. You're going to hate the 100% anti-heal from Osiris, but besides that, if you can get to the E set, the slows are going to be quite annoying. She's going to try and run away as best she can, but that AoE silence does so much damage if you itemize correctly, or if you are building into some hybrid damage. So, yeah, I don't hate the Chalk. I just, are you team fighting around it, given the fact that I see Sobek and Erlong Shen, Jingwei in the back pumping damage? Yeah, I definitely think it's going to work here. As well as it can. I'm not saying you win because you have Chalk, but it's going to bring you the AoE team fight damage you would want, and also just the attack speed slows are really going to start to add up.
They will. Freya banned in game 1, left unbanned here for game 2. So you've already got some good physical damage between the Osiris and the Bologna. Magical, of course, through E-set. Ganesh for Aurora, that's been a popular pick over his last few games. Have seen Ganesh 2 or 3 times in his last 6. A win over the Solar Scarab, 0-0-10. Last time we saw Ganesh. All right, so we're sticking with Unique. Doesn't really answer our questions, unfortunately. Do we stick the Bologna back in ADC? Does Poseidon go back to the solo lane? There's going to be something less than conventional for Cyclone Spin here, and that's about all we really know.
Yeah, I mean, it's either, since there was a Freya hover, and Cyclone Spin loves the Freya, this could be the Poseidon ADC, and
Right.
that's what it was picked. Sure, it could even be the ESET ADC at this point, but given how good Paul is, I'm going to cement that in the mid lane. The only real switch up here would be, is that Bologna going to the ADC role, where Cyclone's been played at last? And if he does do that, will he build some more damage? There's no Cthulhu to go up against. You don't have to get any chin size on the Bologna this time around. I mean, you probably should if you are going ADC just because of how many tanks are on the opposition, but that's not something you have to worry about. The hell is going to be the last pick here.
Wow.
I gotta be honest, a lot of picks on the Titans side scream to me like that Hell would not enjoy. For example, Lord of the Afterlife, 100% anti-heal. Ganesh always gonna get value out of the Dharmic Pillars. It's essentially an Odin cage in that regard, where you don't want to walk over the damage, so you're either gonna cleanse yourself and sprint out with your heal, or you're gonna eat that damage. So it's so easy to hit, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
So it's gonna be a tough one.
It will be. And look, the Bolts pick a lot of healing between Erlang Shen, a little bit for Sobek, Chalk, Hell, into Lord. I mean, that's the first pick, Lord of the Afterlife. Divine Ruin applicators, there are a couple for the Tartarus Titans. But the Bolts stick, even with some more unique picks, I would say something, standard. You got a mage in mid, warriors, guardians, assassins. I guess Erlang Shen technically a warrior, but it all breaks down for a more standard style of game of Smite. And so the question ends up being, have the Titans overcomplicated their draft? Is their draft consistent enough to make perform? Is a Poseidon ADC or an ESET over in duo lane? There's plenty of questions to be had about this Titans draft, which can be a good or a bad thing. Are you getting the Bolts off guard, or are you doing too much on your side? Do you have a read on this Titans squad in your opinion? Do you think the eclectic style of draft, outside of just the Hell maybe, matches up well for the Bolts, or would you have liked to see something a bit more standard?
Well, given how they played in game number 1, it seems like the only change up here is that they wanted more objective control. You can't really 50-50 a game-winning enhanced fire giant with an ESET and a Poseidon on the field. I mean, you can try to outburst it with Hell, but I imagine the ESET's going to be winning that trade. So that seems to be the change up here for the Titans. Whether or not the Poseidon and the Bologna goes to where we think, I think is irrelevant. It's just about the circle of protection. You're going to have some auto attack damage from the Poseidon with the Bumba's Hammer build, no matter which lane that goes as well. And I think as long as these warriors are itemizing towards some auto attack damage, obviously Layers did on the Osiris, but the Bologna in particular,
Need a little bit more.
I think their objective play is what they're going to be looking for.
All right, so the Olympus Bolts going into game 2 now, 1 game in hand. I think, Trelly, still got to be eyes on this Erlang Shen for Lasbra. It's where things got started in game 1, and depending on where these picks land, I think with the Freya Hover, to your point, seems like it'll be one of Poseidon or ESET over in duo. Lasbra loves to get active early in these games in the Erlang Shen. I think that's where my eyes go. The Bolts want to get this lead started early, and the Bolts would love to grab themselves a 2-0 win over the Tartarus Titans. We'll find out if they can get it done in game 2 right now.
And we'll see if the Tartarus Titans make an adaptation with this Bologna and Poseidon. Game number 1, it was the Bologna ADC, the Poseidon solo. And game 2, it's going to be the exact same thing. All we're changing up is what Paul and Aurora are going to be playing. It'll be the ESET and the Ganesh for them this time around. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug in game number 2. And Mifflin, last time around, the big question was, can they burn through the Cthulhu? Maybe a second one when it comes down through. Does this feel like a better composition for the Titans to still go with this unconventional style to maybe play in towards against the late game?
I think it is an interesting question, right? Because looking at how the Olympus Bolts late game is going to round up, it is a lot more initial kill potential. I'm imagining a pluck from Jake, Haddix knocks him up with the ultimate, they're silenced, they're stuck, and all of a sudden you're dealing with Barracuda's consistent damage and Lasbra's. Whereas in the previous game it was, oh my god, there's 2 giant kaiju on the map. We got to go ahead and run away as a Tartarus Titan. So I think that this composition should likely benefit from not having to deal with the double Cthulhu matchup. But it's all about how well you're able to contend with that healing from Hell, as well as the healing from Haddix, as well as the healing from Lasbra, Jake even with some self-sustain. Anti-heal has to be an option for the Tartarus Titans. It's hard to say. I think it really does come down to, as the Death said, which one of these junglers is getting the ball rolling. If it's Layers rotating over towards duo and just shutting down Barracuda or going into mid and dealing with Ven, I can see the Titans just quickly running away with this game. If Lasbra gets like a double kill first blood again off the back of a couple of solo ganks or anywhere else, then the Bolts could do the exact same.
We can see the adaptation out of the Titans, leaving Layers on this side of the map. Maybe need some help over in mid. Spirit Ball connects. And a couple more shots from Paul would do it. It's a blinking from Lasbra. Gets the beads, and the pin should be there to take him down. Venenu comes up with first blood for the Bolts after being the one who almost died.
Yeah, Ven very nearly gets soloed out there. Paul was probably about a second away from Wingus coming back up. That would have confirmed the kill. But instead, it was Lasbra who makes the rotation first. Aurora might be in some trouble here.
Does get hit by the Gust. The dash in by Barracuda, slowed down by Cyclone Spin. A couple of those block stacks coming in to pay dividends to make sure that Aurora can find a way out.
Surely
But Lasbra
not.
has jumped back in. Misses the pin, just a little bit off the mark there, but a pluck onto Cyclone. Not going to find anything further from there. Bolts almost come up with another kill.
Yeah, Jake just spent 40 minutes thinking to himself, man, I got to keep landing these plucks if somebody dies, so I suppose he falls into his own trappings. Lands the pluck on the Cyclone. Lasbra wasn't feeling it. There's not a whole lot of kill potential, so instead it's a disengage. Can Layers get involved in mid? Good beats from Ven. Maintains his life, but now on the back foot, going to spend a good amount of time just resustaining. So maybe we can see Layers try and rotate his way back through, considering he'd used the blink for that. Probably going to be a little while until he's able to get active again. Meanwhile, Lasbra taking away the red.
Jake is ready for that pluck against Cyclone. Wanted to use it so many times. Does find it here. Cyclone should be fine. Rather tanky in this dual lane. Aurora drops yet another bracer down in lane. That allowed him and Cyclone to be able to push this wave up a little bit easier up against Jake and Barra.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin is just getting the most value from Death's Toll you'll ever see, and we saw it in the previous match as well. Pluck, oh no, I'm 40%. Here's the thing, Bludgeon, Lifesteal, or not really Lifesteal, just healing from Death's Toll. Gonna keep him resustained for the most part. I didn't get to see what he was maxing first in lane. Doug, can we get a look at Cyclone's level order here? No way, he's just holding on to the point. Okay, yeah, Scourge is going to be the max. It's pretty standard. You want to make sure you're getting that clear potential. You're not falling too far behind. Once Barracuda starts to get explosive bolts, he would have likely, Cyclone Spin that is, fallen behind in clear speed. So in maxing Scourge, you're losing a bit of your burst potential, but you are really getting a benefit in your wave clear and poke.
And your self-sustain at that as well. And this bracer, it's something that Aurora originally skipped in the very first relic, went for that emblem in game number 1, but now this time, actually no, I believe he didn't go for that. Can't remember what he went for that first relic last time. I think it was Beats?
Aurora?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was the...
Was it the bracer first?
I think it might have been, but this guy like switches his relics around. Like I was watching him, and he like switched them like 3 times.
Are you one to swap your relics? Like if you buy something first when you don't normally wouldn't, do you then swap it to the other slot and you get it second? So
okay, well this is you've asked me a question. You're opening the can of worms. I'm gonna answer it.
Okay, so like if I'm jungling, I'm doing like I'm usually going blink first and then beads, and I'll keep them in that. But if I'm going like mid, I go beads and I keep those in the first slot. I don't swap them over to the other one.
So your most used relic, the one that you need to have proactively ready at all times, should be in the closest slot. So for example, I've got my relics on E and R. And even though I'm jungling, getting blink first, I'm switching my blink to R because you only really use it the once and you get to line it up. You're kind of choosing when that happens. Whereas beads is your panic button, your ripcord, your eject. So I want that as close to my index finger as possible. So yeah, I switch, but only once and only in the jungle. Otherwise, beads always on primary relic slot.
That's fair. I'm Q and F for my relics.
You're an animal. That's crazy.
It's not that far over.
No, what you just said to me is
right
psychotic.
next to D. Q right next to my W key. I've been like that for I think like 7 years now.
Why not Q and E?
I don't know. I never thought to use E. I've just kept it as F. Look, at least I've moved away from G, because I remember we had some of the pros in, they had their UIs up, and somebody was on G, and that's criminal.
Yeah, I think that was Aurora. I think that was actually Aurora.
Was it Aurora?
Could have been.
No, I think it was Gamma.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think it was Gamma who had his on G. We'll get back into the fight here. Lord of the Afterlife for Layers, plus the stun on the tether. Ultimate from Laz will taunt in, but no further engage. A heal. Not going to find anything against Laz, bro. Whirlpool over the wall, even as SOT has rotated over. But will not find that kill. Olympus Bolt's the only one with the kill on the board.
Yeah, Layers nearly souls him out. That was opportune timing from Lasbra, who just perfectly knows how long Lord of the Afterlife lasts, because that 9 turns blessing does actually heal him up, keep him resustained, and allows him to go through the jungle, clear out his speed, clear out that green as well. So heavy commitment from Layers into the 1v1 with that ultimate. Does come up empty-handed, but it's a good look for your Osiris. Anytime you're able to put some pressure onto anybody, maybe find a TKO, could be pretty impactful. Unlucky for Cyclone Spin. He was just trying to be annoying. There's no way he's getting a kill there. Barracuda has beads and ultimate. He just wanted to slow down that back, which I'm not even certain that that would have been valuable had you even slowed down his back, because like Jingwei can fly, like literally. I don't know. Cyclone perhaps a bit frustrated.
There is back. Dharmic Pillars cleansed away. Still a little bit of a slow there onto Ven. Damage onto Lads again by Layers. Ultimate will hold out, and the edge of the Kraken from SOT will take down Lasper, and the Tartar Titans now on the board. Layers dives in with his Lord of the Afterlife. A cleanse from Ven to try and get away. It'll be just enough movement speed to find his way back to the Tier 1 tower.
Layers has gotten incredibly active so far this game, sacrificing a bit of his own farm, even in killing Lasbra. Lasbra ticks to 7 first, but the Tartar Titans need this from their Osiris. The Osiris is your bridge into the late game. He's what gets your composition to the 5-on-5 engagement. So Layers sacrificing some of his own farm just to make sure that his teammates have the space to farm up themselves or get these mid camps, get these neutrals. So important. Layers doing a great job so far. Lasbra, he started off strong, but has since slowed down his own pace. I'm liking what we're seeing from the Tartarus Titans jungler.
Definitely playing much more proactively. Jake plucks the minion instead of maybe grabbing a roar there. Maybe the target he was really after at that point. But 7 minutes in, Tartarus Titans, even despite the ones not getting the first blood in this game, they're the ones with a very slight gold lead, about 400 to their name. Maybe some of that from Cyclone's been keeping Barracuda pushed under this Tier 1.
Yeah, last game it was Jake just never leaving the duo lane. He was hand-holding Barracuda the entire time because this is not a great matchup. Any ADC versus Bologna, not exactly ideal. She's got multiple ways to deal with your main source of damage. Auto attacks, block stance when using the first ability, disarm when using Scourge. So, I am surprised to see a strategy that had worked out so well for the Olympus Bolts in essentially the exact same matchup foregone in Game 2. Jake has really left the duo lane and has not gone back.
We have seen that even despite all the pressure that's been put on Venenu, he does have a slight XP lead over Paul. Maybe some of that does come from that first blood that Venenu was able to grab in the initial 1v1
Double
turn
stack
2v1.
Ugh.
But it's going to be the second stacking item out of Venenu. Book of Thought to start out, and a Warlock Staff right after.
That is just disgusting. The Olympus Bolts said, hey, 40-minute games, we love those. We're going to slow
We're going to
down
build
this
to the
pace.
40s.
Book of Thoth, Warlock Staff, maybe like a Book of the Dead afterward. I wouldn't put it past Ven to slot like a Breastplate of Valor in there too. This could be one of the most annoying hell builds just in the game, full stop, blanket statement. So if the Tartarus Titans want to kill Ven, they're going to have to do it soon. Eventually, he is just going to be super hard to deal with.
And one of the names of the game we were talking about earlier was anti-heal across the board to deal with the healing from Ven and the self-healing that comes from everybody else on the team, just about, even when you factor in the lifesteal that Barracuda has already slotted into. So far, we haven't seen any anti-heal. It's only Layers with that 100% in his ultimate. Gotta imagine that Paul's gonna need to build a Divine Ruin at some point into his build.
Yeah, but Paul's not the best applicator of Divine Ruin. Like Wing Gust, sure, you can hit multiple targets, but it's relatively close range. Spirit Ball, really only single target as well. So if I'm looking at anti-heal, I'm thinking about maybe SOT with a Divine Ruin, Contagions, Pestilence, things along those lines for Aurora, even Cyclone Spin if he's able to close gap, Toxic Blade. But building Divine Ruin on ESET, it feels like it's just like you want the penetration, you want the power. It's more so about the stats because she is just not very good at applying that passive.
Well, let's see what anti-heal does get built by the Titans. Because so far, as I mentioned, aside from Layers Ultimate, they got nothing on the board just yet. Cursed could be an option for Aurora if he wants to slot that alongside his Bracer. Yes, awesome Jake walking into the mid, trying to find a time to pluck Paul, but hasn't been given the opportunity between the silence of Paul and the silence from Aurora. Not much that Jake can do to find a target.
No, Jake just biding his time, rotating through, looking for pressure. It seems like neither one of these teams are too pressed for time right now. They're both very content to farm up throughout the early. And the Tartarus Titans finding slight leads through that. You've got Cyclone Spin, who's zoned out and controlled the neutral farm. Ven on the other side has been able to establish himself a slight lead, experience otherwise largely equalized, barring SOT in the Soul Lane, who should just pull ahead by nature of being Poseidon. We see it every single time these mid laners lock it in. Hey, we're super fast. We're just going to go clear like every camp and the wave, and there's really not much you can do about it. SOT embodying that style.
I mean, he did it in game number 1, went down 2 kills immediately in the lane, and then ended up hitting level 20 by the 19-minute mark, faster than anybody else in the game, and by a considerable margin as well. So SAT, no stranger to the power farm, but a bit of a change-up in the build. going Breastplate of Valor second to go up against the double physical on his side of the map. Now going into a Void Stone, third item.
He has also foregone the teleport, so instead has beads into the frenzy, so a bit more team fight presence for the Tartarus Titans. Should have an easier time securing some of their own kills, a struggle that both the Bolts and Titans had in the previous match. Additional power just works out very well. I had a conversation originally with Neil Maz. There's some posturing around the Pyromancer, reset by both teams. He had said to me, man, I don't really like Ankh all that much. I feel like anytime I'm applying anti-heal, it would have been just probably better to have more power and to just straight up kill that guy instead of mitigating what he's trying to do when we want to play our own game. And it's also a more versatile relic in that you can just bracer or belt around an objective and you're still finding value, whereas Ankh is just the anti-heal, it's just the team fight. So SOT going to go for the belt himself, and I can't really argue against it.
Well, Trebuchet won't get very far in the duo lane with at least its minions being cleared out. Cyclone has kept Barracuda at that tower line, even despite the fact that Barra has an objective on his side to continue pushing. Another group up in this mid lane. Pyromancer is available, but neither team has gone for the pull just yet. Aurora zoning up in front to make sure that Jake or Ven doesn't find their way to these mid-Harpy camps. And, well, the Trebuchet gets left alone for just a brief moment, and Cyclone Spin will be able to clear that one out. Actually did put the remainder of his points after Scourge into that bludgeon.
So his damage output is there. He's got a good deal of burst potential now. I am surprised that the Tartarus Titans haven't been trying to just run down objectives between Dharmic Pillars and Circle Protection. This is just a very good objective composition from those two pieces alone. That's not even talking about the auto attack burn potential of Layers or even Cyclone Spin in some of these team fights. If you're taking the Pyro SOT on this Poseidon with Trident, one of the better burn gods in the game as well. So you'd think the Tartarus Titans would love to just try and get a lead through the objective, but so far haven't really even looked towards Pyro, haven't even looked towards the Gold Fury, and instead it's the Olympus Bolts in first.
Haddock's rotating over and playing as the frontline zone. The Olympus Bolts will be able to grab this Pyromancer with zero contest. SOT doesn't rotate over, Aurora doesn't walk into the jungle, and now with our first kind of significant-ish lead, 800 gold.
Emphasis on ish.
Ish. A big emphasis on ish.
Yeah, that is not massive, but certainly not nothing. And the Olympus Bolts have got that not nothing in spades for themselves. More important, I think, to remove Pyromancer from the map so that you can start thinking about the Gold Fury. Because the Olympus Bolts are probably having the exact same thought process I was, which is, man, I really hope Paul doesn't walk up to an objective and drop Circle Protection. Because there's really not a whole lot of fight-in potential or steal potential from this Bolts draft. Hell doesn't have like that long-range burst damage. You don't really have the greatest way to contend with those cooldowns. Even the Dharmic Pillars are really good at controlling space against the majority of the composition from the Olympus Bolts. So good on them to take away something from the Tartarus Titans and get that not nothing for themselves.
SOT really is playing this Poseidon like a solo laner now, because I've seen him throw out so many Krakens just to throw them out there. He's thrown, I think, 2 or 3 against Haddox. Sure, they haven't connected and gotten a stun, haven't really got a whole lot of damage, but he's throwing them out there. That's something that you always want out of your players, is to not be afraid to throw your ultimates whenever you get the chance. Maybe see if you can bait something else out of Haddox, maybe try and get his ultimate, but SOT hasn't been met with that same regard. Haddock's been holding on to his ult for quite some time.
Yeah, Haddox is very concerned about the team fight. Jake off the mark with the pluck, has taken some damage here, but he's got a Hell on his side, and he's got Sickening Strike on his kit, so should be able to resustain pretty quickly. Small skirmish over the mid camps will go to the Tartarus Titans, and I'm thinking that's just going to be the case for a little while as Ven continues to stack up his Warlock staff, waiting on some of those power spikes. Paul has gone for a bit of a faster build, Soul Gem in second slot. Good deal of burst, a little bit of lifesteal, some power. Doesn't have to worry about stacking it up nearly as much. So, if you wanted to go towards an objective, now could be the time for the Tartarus Titans.
Would be opportune. I believe the vision control on the Fury was for the Olympus Bolts moments ago. And now those Oracle Harpies about to respawn. Lasbra will take the Eagles rally, and that's it. I thought maybe there would be anything more beyond that, but no, with Barracuda standing by, it seems that Cyclone was fine just throwing the ultimate, but that's a big ult to use on one person.
Yeah, he really, really wanted that chalice, okay? When the game is this close, legitimately, like, I want to see ults on Totems of Coup. I want to see Eagle rallies on these chalices. If those are the only way you can separate yourself, close up gaps, or establish them, Yeah, commit. There's no team fights. We're 16 minutes in, and we've seen maybe one actual skirmish so far. So get crazy with your ultimates. Play for yourself. Try and get these leads on the map. Do whatever you can to get a trebuchet rolling. Anything to get this game started.
Well, the trebuchet will roll for the Olympus Bolts one more time, and it'll be once more in Barracuda's lane, who has still been pushed this tier 1 tower. He hasn't really gotten to walk beyond this line, this imaginary line. I can't even call it the midway point. It's kind of like the 3/4 in his lane. He'll be stuck at that tier 1 tower while Cyclone and Aurora continue to push up inside their jungle. Barracuda will likely lose out on this purple buff unless Jake can find a steal of his own up against it. Does not. Silence is good, but Tailwhip finds one. Layers gets a kill on Haddix on the right side of the map, but nothing more to be hit at on the left side at the least.
Yeah, so purple buff secured for the Olympus Bolts, and the Layers secures the 3rd kill of the game on the right-hand side. Haddix 30 seconds with Grayscale. Actually doesn't even use any of his relics. Blink still maintained teleport as well. Cyclone's been pretty far up. A bit of trouble here. It's a chase from the Olympus Bolts. That should be it. Aurora's got ultimate, holding on to it. Doesn't really feel like he's under much pressure here. Jake should have had the dash available, but you really don't want to go into the tower.
Fire Giant by the Titans. It's only SOT and Layers. Lasbra is here.
Hey, what are you guys up to?
And that'll be the end of the Fire Giant. Some decent damage, but SOT and Layers are eating a lot of poke from the fire just by themselves. No real sustain built for themselves. And that'll be a disengage there. And now the Olympus Bolts can at least tease the Gold Fury for a moment to see if any of the Titans walk forward.
And Paul was going to walk forward. Looked like Jacob would have tried to pluck him out, but Paul takes the slow approach, and the Olympus Bolts do not stick to the objective. Aurora, though, he's going to get plucked in.
Thrown right back in, dashes out, but not far enough. Barracuda with one. Kraken does hit Barracuda before he gets to the sky. And a circle of protection will lock down Jake. Not enough because Lasbra's there to play the savior, but it doesn't save him enough. SOT picks up the kill. It's a 1-for-1, and Cyclone and SOT on the hunt.
Yeah, SOT so fast now, can connect all of his damage. Ven in some trouble. That's both of his relics.
They just use cleanse is good. A heal on the Lasbra, healing himself once again, but a dive in by Layers will pick up another kill for the Titan. Cyclone at half. And SOT soaking up the tower, but they have left Layers all by himself for Lasbra to clean up.
2-for-1 trade quickly turned to 2-for-2. The Olympus Bolts and the Tartarus Titans strike back and forth. Can either of these teams actually look towards the Gold Fury? I'm thinking the answer has got to be no. Paul, no circle protection available means that you've lost out on your secure. But we're starting to see the strengths of this Poseidon solo. SOT just incredibly fast. He got there before I'd even realized he'd started rotating. I want to be completely honest. He was just in that engagement immediately. Great Kraken placement to peel out. The Whirlpool makes sure that Jake can't walk out either. And then the chase down immediately afterward. So strong. I'm loving what we see from SOT in Game 2.
Aurora does get Dharmic Pillars up just now to try and maybe steal this Pyromancer away, but Jake is peeling very well to make sure that he doesn't get the opportunity to take that one away. Pyromancer once again will go to the Olympus Bolts. Barracuda finally given a moment to breathe in this left side of the map. He was able to grab the Oracle Harpies and even up that disparity when it came to the XP. I mean, he's been sitting a level or more down to Cyclone this entire game. This is the first time that Barracuda has been able to at least even out.
And the Olympus Bolts as a whole get to maintain their not-nothing lead. It's still about 500 for themselves. So it's still a dead even match. It's going to come down to which one of these squads has got the better team fight engagement. High execution from the Tartarus Titans yet again with this style of draft. No dedicated hunter means you have to be real sure about your siege potential. The Olympus Bolts, I think, with a slightly more standard composition, will have an easier time lining up their win conditions in these skirmishes. But the Tartarus Titans' ability to just do objectives is still there. Circle protection doesn't fall off, and they're finally starting to leverage it.
But SOT over here, this Gold Fury is burning fast. Will they commit? It's a frenzy popped by SOT. Circle protection available by Paul. Will drop that one down. And the Tartarus Titans get the Gold Fury. Can the Tartarus Titans get themselves out of the fight or maybe find a little bit more? Jake dashes into a wall and into his own grave. SOT comes up with the kill.
Yeah, the Bolt's just not close enough by to have any sort of follow-up there. Jake puts himself pretty deep out of position, realizing Paul hadn't dedicated the ultimate. Tries to look for that low odds steal away, but does not get it for himself. So now the Tartarus Titans pushing in.
Aegis and Beads not used by Barracuda. He'll go down to Layers, and Ult by Hash will silence a few, but the silence doesn't matter when the auto attack damage is more than enough The Tartarus Titans find 3 kills during this fight, a Fury and a tier 1 tower, and that not nothing that the Bolts had has now gone over to the Tartarus Titans, a 2K lead, and now it's starting the Fire Giant by the Titans. There's nobody on the Bolts to answer this. This one is going to go to them for free.
Yeah, not nothing turned to something for the Tartarus Titans, and it is a significant something. And it was just one engagement, one misplay. Jake goes a little too far forward, falls down. The Tartarus Titans take the objective, walk mid, saying, hey, this is the best opportunity we've had all game. We're already grouped up as 5. Let's go ahead and start up our siege. Ven steps a little too far forward himself, gets caught out, and immediately shut down. Even Barracuda eating the Kraken from SOT. Probably wasn't realizing how quickly this Poseidon was moving at him. This guy's going Mach 10. Pretty easy for him to line up those Krakens as he's essentially teleporting everywhere he walks. And the Tartarus Titans, off the first skirmish, 20 minutes into the game, have essentially blown the doors wide open. Fire Giant on all 5 members and plenty of towers to collect gold from. But it's not so simple. Again, you're missing a Hunter. So this siege isn't easy. I think the Olympus Bolts can really dig in their heels on any of these tier 2 towers. Give them up to tier 1. Who cares about like 500 gold? But these tier 2s are defendable.
It feels like they're going to put a lot of weight on maybe SOT's shoulder to get some of that actual damage out there. The Bumbus Hammer is done. So is the Belts of the Berserker. Finished up by SOT. So a little bit of extra burn damage around these objectives or just in the team fights in general. But now where will the Tartarus Titans put their focus? For now, it's tier 2 in mid. Aurora, once again, with that Emperor's Armor, will slow down the DPS of the tower itself and allow his team to freely be able to push this one out. Tier 2 in mid will go down with not much contest by the Bolts.
And the Bolts still aren't heading back to base. The Phoenix not being looked at just yet by the Tartarus Titans. Instead, they're going to work their way through the towers. Split push attempted by Barracuda will force out the teleport. So now, Cyclone Spin on the right-hand side of the map. But I just got to feel like the Bolts are missing an opportunity there. Why split push? I feel like in a split push situation, it's, hey, our defense isn't so good, so I'm going to make a situation where they can't keep up a 5-on-5 siege, where they will have to respect me and teleport away. But because the Tartarus Titans siege, untested composition, I could be speculating incorrectly, but just looking at it, it can't be that powerful. Surprised to see the Bolts are willing to give up all those towers, essentially for free. The only thing you get in trade is a tier 1 tower in the Soul Lane, the lowest value structure in the entirety of the Smite. Like, nothing is worth less than a tier 1. I'll take any other tower. Literally any of them.
Any of them.
Any of them.
I think you make a fair point there. Looking at the composition of the Tartarus Titans, I mean, you talk about the siege potential. Sure, their damage against structures is definitely going to be on the lower end. So it feels like the Tartarus Titans would more so want to bait the Olympus Bolts out of these structures, get them out of their Phoenix lines, out of these tier 2 towers, which doesn't seem like the Bolts even want to defend any of the towers at this point. They're just going to let every single one of them fall to the wayside. So the Tartarus Titans are able to build up some lead for themselves. Jake, well, put himself all the way to the left side of the map, but they know that Jake is over there, they being the Tartarus Titans, and they can start up their defense on the right-hand side. Their offense, Whirlpool will go down. It'll hit Haddix, a pin just off the mark by Lasbra. Now with the minions, we get to see what some of that siege potential is. Cyclone and a Dharmic Pillar in the backline puts Barracuda down to half HP, and Barracuda already forced out of the fight, but the bird is not going down very fast.
Haddix in the backline himself has separated the Tartarus Titans. They are now routed. The Olympus Bolts went back to Fountain, reset, now they're chasing out.
Finds 4 with the ultimate. Lasbro able to pick up 1, a pluck on a Cyclone right into the Wolves of the Bolts, and Barracuda picks him up. The Tartarus Titans, with a phenomenal start to their siege, fall apart when the Olympus Bolts have rallied back together.
All I saw from the Tartarus Titans there was all-in initiation, Cyclone Spin dashes in with the ultimate, Aurora throws up the Dharmic Pillars, and the Bolts say, word? We're going to leave Heavenly back to our Fountain, and the Phoenix takes 0 damage. Generally, any other composition with that amount of space created would just shred a Phoenix. One Hunter, that Phoenix is gone, and it goes down quickly with the amount of space that, well, I suppose Cyclone Spin created, so let's assume that it would have been a Bellona in the Soul Lane, SOT would have created in a normal composition. But it's only layers hitting the Phoenix, and he was hitting it the entire time. Let's take a peek up there. Let's be honest, it's regenerated a little bit, so let's say he did about half in like 15 seconds.
It's not a lot.
It is not a lot. The Olympus Bolts defense isn't like the strongest. This is not a composition like, yeah, we're really good in these situations. It's not as if you've got like a Merlin in mid. But the siege potential of the Tartarus Titans is completely contingent off the initial fight. It is, we got to get our pick. whoever Cyclone Spin is landing on needs to die, then we take the structure. That's really hard to do into a team that's got a Chalk ultimate to disrupt you, or Ven's cleanse, or all this self-sustain. Which is why I was so surprised that the Olympus Bolts didn't take that exact same fight like in their Tier 2 tower.
Well, now they don't have any Tier 2 towers to defend it, so now it'll be maybe a fight in the jungle, which would be potentially better off for the Tartarus Titans. They don't have to worry about dealing with any of the structures fighting back up against them. For now, the Bolts will group up as 4. Lasbra off to the side by himself. Jake still standing at that front line. Even if he's not the one on the offense standing around the wall, he is still going to group around a wall. The Fire Giant started up by the Titans. The Bolts a little hesitant to go in, but with a circle of protection, that's a guaranteed one for the Tartarus Titans. But can they find a fight after? Haddix finds 3 and gets some good damage, but all the damage is from the Tartarus Titans on the backside. Kraken off the mark, but Dharmic Pillars to lock in Barracuda and Venenu. Venenu gets the alternate timeline, and that might just barely be enough to get him back out of there. Good pluck by Jake, but a better flail by Layers to pick up the kill and make it a double.
Yeah, the Bolts just wait way too long to initiate there. If the Fire Giant drops low, Circle Protection is not losing out. SOT on the chase. I think he can just keep on to Lasbra, don't allow him to back, and have the Tartarus Titans continue their siege. This is what the Titans had wanted. It was Pix, then Phoenix. Beforehand, they had tried to do so in the Phoenix. This time, they get it all done in neutral territory.
Even Barracuda can't go back to base. It's just Haddix to defend against 3. Barracuda's locked away by Cyclone Spin. And on the other side, it's Lasbra and SOT,
Stick
who
around,
will not
bud.
allow them to go through. Can't Haddix win the 3v1 in the Titan room? Haddix is very tanky. He's got some good damage. Circle Protection is not up by Paul, and that's what they need to close out the kill. But now that it is dropped, the Tartarus Titans should be able to close this one out and take us to game 3.
Impressive play from the Tartarus Titans around that Fire Giant. Unfortunate circumstances for the Olympus Bolts makes that team fight so one-sided. Haddix blinks in after the Fire Giant had already been secured, or at the exact same time, rather. Circle Protection drops him to 50%. From there, you don't have the space creation tool from your Soul Laner because he's on the retreat fully. The Olympus Bolts, I suppose, just a little bit too slow to get into the Fire Giant pit itself. And the Tartarus Titans, who we had been saying have a great objective secure and burn composition, use it maybe twice that entire game, but once around the Fire Giant's all you really need.
And it's maybe even that point, because you're talking about the low siege that came from them. Well, if they don't have to fight around the Phoenix, they don't need to team fight, they can just win in the jungle, well, more props to them. The Tartarus Titans are able to take that composition and win the one Fire Giant dance that they actually needed to take down the Olympus Bolts, and now push themselves to a game number 3. And this is one of the sets that's been predicted to be a potential set of the week, and so far it's looking to be so. We'll take it to game 3 right after this break.
Tick tock, you're on the clock. Give it all you got. Tick tock, before it's gone for good.
man. Game 1 of our weekend goes all 3. And I think that this is a bit of a precursor to what we can expect in a lot of the sets here this weekend. You look at our schedule, I see a lot of potential 3-game sets. This was the first one, and it does go all 3 as the Titans able to run back a similar style of composition here in Game 2. A bit unique. Bologna ADC didn't work in Game 1, but does take down the Bolts here in Game 2. And a team Trelly and the Titans who have so many 2-game sets. Out of 5 sets, only one of them has gone 3 so far. This now makes the second in 6. And some subtle changes to their composition ended up making a big difference.
Yeah, I think the biggest and most notable change, obviously Aurora and Different Guardian didn't change too much for me. It was just the E set, right? The Circle of Protection, their objective play just got so much better off the back of Paul on this pick. Obviously, SOT running back, Poseidon solo, was able to find a little bit more success. Probably played a bit safer as well, given that back. But stuff like this, you can just 50-50 an objective because you have that circle of protection available. It's going to give you that confirm. And then after the fact, the fight is pretty easy after that.
Yep. And look, Kraken provides enough burst damage. Layers, this is a real layers-heavy style of composition. When Cyclone Spin's not going to build Bologna ADC and Layers is going to build that auto-attack, shred-down style of build, you are putting a lot of weight on Layers. And in Game 2, able to step up, Layers and Sot did it all. 9 kills for the Titans, evenly split almost between Layers and Sot. Layers with 5, Sot with 4. Sot dealing the hefty amount of damage in this game, and Layers with 14k. Able to whittle down the target. Cyclone Spin able to do so as well. Just didn't see much out of Ven, didn't see much out of Lasber this game. In fact, both of them dealing less damage than Awesome Jake did this game. Both of those two only above Aurora, the Ganesh, in damage numbers. And so the Bolts, this time around, realize, all right, maybe our composition with the Morgan and the Cthulhu and that much damage and that much tankiness is what it would take to beat the Titans. And so now I think, Trelly, we'll see the Bolts pivot away from maybe a couple more of those picks, although I think the Titans really picked and banned well in game number 2 to prevent certain picks from rolling through for the Bolts. Wonder if at this point you pick ban the Bologna. If you're the Olympus Bolts, you want to force the Titans away from that style of composition. Poseidon might not be a horrible look either. Or maybe the Bolts feel like they've got a proper answer. Though the E set, maybe the biggest difference, ends up getting taken away. So a good start for the Bolts to address some issues from Game 2.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to take away would definitely be the E-set, and also Hell, just not a good pick into that style of composition. I think, when you play essentially 4 tanks, the idea is you want to have a linear target to go on to. When it was the Morgan, you can't really focus out the Morgan because, she's going to transform into Cthulhu. Hell is always going to be Hell. Very easy to try and dive. They were able to stack anti-heal because it was so effective into the Chalk, into the Sobek, into it's all of those picks, the Erlang Shen as well. So I see no reason to run that back. Taking away the Osiris, however, is going to be a smart pick. It looks like they're just going to give Erlang Shen over to the Titans this time around. Whether it's Haddix or Lasber, I think, going to be a good look and put Layers onto something else.
Yep, Osiris had been important regardless win or loss for the Titans in game 1 as well as in game 2. And again, some flexibility, as you mentioned there, Trelly, so not revealing too much. Or the Olympus Bolts. I'd love to see, Ven, not prioritized, but facilitated maybe in this draft. Been a quiet set from Barracuda as well. Did some good damage in game 1, but wasn't the guy to get it done.
The guy.
And the Titans with a good answer here, with the Morgan still available. And Cthulhu still available. And Osiris could have gone to Lasbra, could have seen a Morgan Cthulhu style of lock for the Bolts, but the Titans want a bit of that for themselves. And so the opportunities abound here, Trelly, with a Morgan on your team. Makes the Bolts think twice about a couple of their picks and gives the Titans good opportunities.
Yeah, the Bolts are in a position where they could grab that Cthulhu for themselves. Give Lasbra that Osiris, grab the Cthulhu here, which would mean you don't have to face 2 of them. You're still giving the Morgan that transformation. Paul still has access to that ult no matter which team you're on. But, it could be some benefit there to say we don't have to face 2 of them at a time. But I don't think that's going to be the biggest
Well, that would
concern.
mean that you're assuming Bologna's going. You're assuming the Titans might pick Cthulhu, right?
Well,
Is
I'm
that
just
what you're
saying it could be an option, yeah.
Or would I? Because I don't want them to get a Cthulhu. And right now they have 0 Cthulhus on their team.
That is true. There's 0 Cthulhus on either
And as
team.
long as I don't pick Cthulhu, they don't get one.
But if that's Cyclone playing Bologna,
Right.
SRT surely could play the Cthulhu.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't. The difficult spot for the Bolts to be in. And the Bolts, they might agree here, Trelly. The Bolts are hoping to agree, or hoping to avoid, rather, the Cthulhu solo Bologna ADC for the Titans. And a Hell, again for the Bolts. You weren't the biggest fan in Game 2, but I suppose has its merits here going into Game 3.
Yeah, this time around you're not going to be into an Osiris, and I think that's already a better take on the Hell. Osiris is able to stick to Hell pretty well, 100% anti-healing, and your whole comp was sort of built around sustain. So I think it's a different look this time around. If you can surround the Hell Protector, it doesn't matter how much anti-heal they have. You can wait out the Ankh, that sort of thing. But, you know, having layers run at you with an auto-attacker is pretty annoying. So taking that Osiris away already relieves me for some of the struggles that the Hell had in game number 1. And it looks like the Sobek and the Ymir are going to be taken away from the Bolts this time around by the Titans. And that Ganesh ult, something that I also highlighted, would be pretty difficult for the Hell to deal with. And this time they're not going to have to deal with that one as well. So looking at the draft thus far, the Bologna, the Morgan, the Poseidon, that Kumba, very similar to the game 1 style of play, except the Yu Huang is switched out for the Morgan. And all that's left is to get... I mean, the Erlang Shen still isn't banned. The Bolts didn't take that one away, so I imagine that would be the last pick there for Layers, unless he sees some more value in a different style of jungle. You know, he's one of the junglers in the league that has some of those off-meta picks that he likes to go to, but you're trying to match Lazarus farm. And I think Erlang Shen is the best option to try and get that done.
Wondered where Jake was going to go with Ganesh, Yamoja, Khepri, Ymir, Sobek, Xingqian, Kumbhakarna, all of that taken away. And I was going to say Nox, not because I'm smart, because that's the only other pick Jake has gone to recently, though there was a Tarot game or two in there as well.
I think you're smart.
I am smart, but not in this individual instance. I was not going to be the reason I guess that's just because I've got data in front of me.
Okay, gotcha.
And then Jingwei ends up being the final pick, so nothing to write home about as far as ADC goes. Barracuda wants to sit in lane, farm up, hang out a bit later on into the game. Hell plus Nox may be one of the more annoying duos just in Smite in general, and the Bolts got them both.
Man, Ven's got quite the game ahead of him. You're going to be getting run down by a Vamana, by a Bologna, by a Bumba's Hammer Poseidon.
No, that's annoying.
And then I can assume
another one of those.
Another Vamana, maybe? That could
or
be.
Cthulhu, or
it doesn't get easier.
Double Kraken.
Yeah, it does not get easier for Ven. He's going to have to be protected. And, you know, I imagine some tank stats in his future. Like the full damage Hell build, I don't think is going to have too much. Is going to be able to get away here, right? You're up against essentially 4 tanks again, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be too easy. However, if you're ahead, Hell can just kill them, right? It just depends on, you know, are you able to stay ahead? Paul almost soloed Ven in for first blood that time around, but Lazarus was able to come in. Ven gets first blood, even with that extra gold, still wasn't able to survive in the late game, and I think the Titans have a very similar style of composition here. It's get to the Hell and just simply run them down.
Worked in game 2, didn't it? And so if you're the Bolts, it's about adapting. You get Nox for a bit of extra safety, secure. The ultimate helps mitigate some of the damage that could be rolling towards Ven. Really, you're hoping that this front line and the initiation for the Bolts can carry a lot of weight here. You hope the Cthulhu can find the impact. Maybe if you're the Bolts, you're hoping that it doesn't end up being Cthulhu for the Titans as well. I just like the variety of draft that the Titans bring forward. The Morgan, when you're able to talk about multiple potential options for transformations, that's always a great situation to be in. Could see a world with a couple Krakens, could see double Bolognas, double Vamanas, double Cthulhus. Feels like as long as Paul is flexible in the scenarios, Trelly, we could see a couple different options for Morgan this game.
Yeah, I mean, for survivability, I think, yeah, there's just so many options. You're right. I'm just looking at it and just thinking all the ways that I would try and use the Morgan here. More often than not, probably just wanting to transform into, you know, the Vamana to try and kill Ven.
Yep.
Or the Cthulhu if you just want some AoE damage in a team fight. You're up against an Osiris, though, so there is a fair bit of anti-heal up against that Vamana. 2 Colossal Furies. I mean, if you're really timing well and you group up, you could Lord of the Afterlife, both of them. So there's some interesting plays to be made.
Titans shouldn't lose a 50-50 objective this game either. Double Kraken, also a possibility. Game number 3 between the Bolts and the Titans starts right now.
And even jumping into a Game 3, the Tartarus Titans still continue to keep things interesting. As far as their composition is concerned, the Bolts have a lot to fight back into, a very tanky squad that the Tartarus Titans have built for themselves. And third game, third time, and once again, Cyclone Spin and SOT will be taking the same gods back over into their lanes. The Olympus Bolts, at least a little bit of a change, Mifflin, now taking this Osiris out of Layers' hands and putting it on Lasbra.
I must have missed some Hunter nerfs, man. I don't know what's going on. Cyclone Spin refuses.
I think I only saw Freya. She's like 5 base damage.
Look, Hunter players and Smite professionals are like the most bipolar people on the planet, okay? It's either this role's broken and it's the best in the game and we need 3 Hunters in our compositions every single time, or we don't want them. They're not very good. And right now the Tartarus Titans are in the they're not very good phase of their lives. So Cyclone Spin back to Bologna. I do like Layers on this Vamana pick. It's one that had served him very well during his stint in the Smite console league. He had gone towards this once or twice. Has a whole lot of early game presence. Some decent targets to chase down as well, namely this Hell. Really doesn't have any way to peel for herself up against a Colossal Fury Vamana. I think even Barracuda, to a certain extent, could struggle. Vamana very good at closing the gap post-airstrike just by using that dash.
Well, pressure at least for the Tartarus Titans in the duo, and that's kind of been their MO for all 3 of these games, has been to make sure that Barracuda and Jake don't have the best time. I actually had to look at the board to see who that totem went to. It was so close. That one does go over to the Tartarus Titans. SOT going for beads again, not going to fall for the trap of game number 1 that he'd fallen into, which was, I don't pick up beads, and then I just died the first 2 times in 2 waves.
I am just so impressed by the timing from SOT there. I mean, like, it spawned in the title surge. That was perfect timing from the Poseidon. Micro play, to be sure, won't have too many implications on the course of this match, but just incredibly impressive micro mechanic there. And I'm sure the Bolts weren't thinking that's going to happen. They got Haddix and Lasbra posted up right on spawn. Still couldn't beat out SOT.
How long has it been since we added Totem to that side of that? What's it been, like 3-4 years at this point?
Bro, I don't remember what I had for breakfast.
That's, you know what, that's fair on Sundays. It's been there for a long time, but even able to find such a tiny window to get that one in there. Again, doesn't mean a whole lot. It's what, like 100-something global gold and a little bit of MP5 and movement speed to your team. Something small, but still worthwhile at the end. Cyclone Spin will miss the second swing of that bludgeon onto Barracuda, which, again, Barra and Jake have now had to sit at this tower, and it's now the 3rd time that Barracuda has got to face up against the Bologna ADC.
And Barracuda has gone back to the Jingwei again. I suppose fine with how the matchup went. He was only really ever falling behind 1 level max in the laning phase, and that took like 20 minutes for that level to rear itself. So I'm sure Barracuda just fine with the matchup. Maybe this time we'll see a bit more presence from Jake in the lane. If you're able to lock down the Bologna with a Shadow Lock, maybe the knock-up as Chain CC immediately afterward, you can start putting some pressure back into Cyclone Spin. It's the matchup we saw in Game 1 was Cyclone Spin essentially had a 2v1 where Jake and Barracuda were just hovering nearby. Game 2, Jake left and never came back, and that's really where Cyclone Spin found a lot of his value on this Bologna pick. So I'm thinking in Game 3, maybe a mixture of the two. More presence from Jake, though, to be sure.
It's definitely complete opposites as far as, you know, the classes are concerned. You have 2 squishy gods, the Olympus Bolts, and 2 beefier tanks on the Tartarus Titans in that dual lane. Plenty of CC and lockdown, at least, to be had from both Jake and Aurora. Neither of them will be shy of that as the late game goes through, but Aurora's, I'm not even going to say a bit, much easier to actually be able to execute on.
Yeah, Aurora just walks up and has a giant circle around his feet, whereas Shadow Lock is single target, and really only use that max range, especially early on. This Nox not having the tank stats for herself. So I am keeping my eyes on Jake. It's a pick that has suited him very well in the SPL. He is one of the first ones to go towards this Nox support. One of the only supports in the league to continually go towards it. Seems as if it's not like a plan B or a plan C. This is plan A for awesome Jake 408. And he's got some decent matchups. If you can lock down Paul before he goes into Changeling, that really does hamper the Morrigan. Layers, a long channel dash, you can stop that just by merely grazing him with your silence. So I think this Nox has got some success ahead of her.
Layers will chase down Lasbra. Lasbra should be fine. He's got Haddix with him. An Eagles rally on the left side of the map, a bludgeon slam onto Barracuda, and then a Scourge is just enough for the final hit of damage. Cyclone Spin comes up with first blood in the Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin has been biding his time and refining the Bologna ADC for the entirety of this set, and finally hits pay dirt. It was an early back to base from Cyclone Spin to get the tower shield. Then he teleports back in lane and utilizes that additional power to give him that slight edge in the fight. So great presence from Cyclone Spin, and Barracuda being forced to head back to base in a body bag and not being able to finish up his Devourer's Gauntlets just yet is massive. You need those stacks as quickly as possible. Barracuda has been severely slowed down.
Maybe his one benefactor is that he is a Jingwei, so it's not as costly for him to go back to those bases anytime that he needs to. In the solo lane, we're seeing same thing, the Warlock staff out of SOT, been running that each of the games he's been going. Haddock's going back to the Genji's guard early on for the defense. So let's see how these solo laners can impact the games, because in game number 1, we didn't see a whole lot of Haddock's or SOT until about the mid portion of the game, that 15-20 minutes. Haddock's able to rotate over on this Cthulhu and become a menace. Last game, SOT got very active very early on.
Yeah, SOT is simply faster. I mean, that's the full extent of the analysis. He can just walk to these fights with ease. That title meter going to put in a good deal of value, and that's indicative of the entire pace of this game. If you're willing to crack in a Totemaku, you got to be thinking that SOT is thinking to himself, just probably not a whole lot of fights going to be happening.
Probably not. Though we have seen him throw out those Krakens multiple times throughout the last game, was just seeing if he can get an ultimate away from Haddock when he was on that shock. Saw 2 or 3 of them thrown under Tier 1 tower just because he could, and a lot of it was just because there was no pressure on that side of the map from SOT. Game number 1, it was all the pressure on SOT in that right side, and game number 2, it seemed that the Bolts just kind of, not necessarily forgot, but just kind of ignored this Poseidon in solo.
And if you ignore this Poseidon, he'll stack up the Warlock staff, he'll get the defense ready, very quickly tick over to level 20, Bumba's Hammer's all of a sudden getting involved, and you missed your opportunity to shut him down. Barracuda
does have airstrike, and that gets him enough distance to find a way out narrowly. Still had 20 seconds left on his beads. Didn't even need him this time around. Ultimate is just enough to get through. Good combo out of Aurora and Cyclone, just not quite enough damage to take him out.
Well, maybe you can circle back and try again a little bit later. That may have been your only opportunity, considering the beads are coming up in about 2 seconds for Barracuda, so is forced back to base, is forced to use those ultimate, but still has a line of defense available to him. Cyclone Spin, no stranger to this situation, has been stealing this purple buff the entire set, continues to do so, but with the rotation from the Bolts, maybe you can take him down.
3 versus 2, Cyclone still batting away, use the bludgeon, now the 4th showing up with Venenu. That should be a kill on the Cyclone Spin. It'll go to Lasbra, and Aurora will see himself out the other side of the fight, make his way back towards mid, and gives up first blood for the Olympus Bolts at least to get their kill of the game.
And Barracuda can close up a bit of the gap that was immediately established, clear out the way, push in the tower. Teleport's available for Cyclone, so he should be there to get the majority of that experience, but being able to clear out some of those mid camps, those side camps rather, pretty nice for Barracuda, who is just gasping for air in this lane, it feels like. Cyclone Spin has been so aggressive. Anything this Jingwei can get insofar as neutral farm, so important for the Olympus Bolts.
Even despite Cyclone going down in that last fight, he still has a slight XP lead over Barracuda, been sitting on that level 8, where Barra just now ticked over to 8 with that last minion wave. So even despite all this, all those buff steals and times that Barra has been forced back to base against his own will more often than not, Tara's Titans have been able to maintain a lead in that duo lane.
But a mid for the Olympus Bolts, or a lead for the mid of the Olympus Bolts. A mid is there. Ben plays for this team.
A mid lead for the Bolts.
Thank you.
There we go.
I appreciate that. And it's 1 level, and that's all I really wanted to say, but I stuttered twice, so I had to say it like a lot.
Oh, we got there eventually.
Yeah, it's been a lot of
It's about
so far.
it's about the journey, or it's about the destination in this case, not the journey.
Well then, no, I need it to be about the journey.
No, we got to the destination. We just took a couple of detours along the way.
Okay, all right, no, I'm with you, and we got there. The fans know that there is a mid laner on the Olympus Bolts, and he's got a slight lead, and that's all I wanted them to know. So, job complete.
We got there. We got there. Now the fans know. And Venenu not going for the double stack this time. Game 2, it was the Book of Thoth into Warlock staff. Now it's Book of Thoth into another book. I don't know if that's going to be Poly. We've been seeing Poly become popular.
I sure hope
Probably
not.
not on Hell. Most often with Kukulkan and ESET we've been seeing it. We'll see if Ven goes there. Ven can be weird sometimes.
Soul Reaver?
This could be the Soul Reaver. Could even be a very early Book of the Dead. We don't
Could
know.
be.
We don't know if Venenu. We've been seeing a lot of triple books actually coming out recently.
The library build pretty popular right now. If you're worried about your ability to finish off kills, Soul Reaver is where you're going. If you're worried about your ability to survive, you're probably talking about Book of the Dead. We'll get a good look at it. If it is Book of the Dead, generally you're going for Breastplate of Valor in that second slot, which leads me to believe that it will be a Soul Reaver for Venenu. We'll keep our eyes on it, see how he elects to build out. So far, Ven hasn't really felt too much pressure in his lane, so maybe I am slightly leaning towards Soul Reaver.
Well, Jake picking up a fully maxed out relic of his own. Ankh now finished up, and this is something that we see almost all the time, exclusively when Vimanas are in the game. It feels that getting that cursed Ankh as early as possible seems to be the name of the game to answer to all the healing he has in that Colossal Fury, and with that Blighted Ankh, gonna remove a bit of that healing and then give a little bit of that healing that you did take away over to the rest of your team.
Yeah, everybody nearby, and Layers doesn't get to turn off that healing. If you want to be CC immune and you want to have your cleave auto attacks, you're just going to have to get affected by that Ankh every single time. You're also going to get some of that value up against SOT. He likely will be going towards the Bumba's Hammer. Cyclone Spin with the Death's Embrace a little bit later on, so Ankh certainly a good pickup for Jake. But it is a heavy commitment early on, really slowing down his build. You can see Relic Dagger already finished up for Aurora on the other side. That Blink going to be up a little bit more often than everybody else's, whereas you're just on a tier 1 mask for Jake.
Trebuchet in mid, a fight around the Pyromancer maybe. Aurora blinks in, finds a Mez on 2, and slows down the Pyro push of the Bolts. The Bolts will go right back to it. Paul over the wall can find something. Layers might not need to go over the wall. The Silence holds them back. Kraken available to SOT will be used, but not going to get any value there. A blink out by Lasbra finds his escape, and nobody on either team will go down. It'll just be a disengage by the Titans.
Layers goes into the Colossal Fury, and it's an immediate response from Jake. Hey, I've got Ankh. And Layers said, I'm sorry. I will simply stop my own fight. Walks himself out of there. The Olympus Bolts now even. It's a not nothing lead. It's something. No, it is nothing. It is quite literally nothing.
Yeah, it is quite a nothing lead that we have come back to in game number 3. 12 minutes in, 1-1 on the board. Very similar pacing than we had in game number 1, where a little bit of action kicks off at the beginning of the game, and not a whole lot. If I've got a sneaking suspicion we might be pushing towards another 35-40 minute game with the way that this one is starting out. But maybe the Olympus Bolts can kickstart that a little bit sooner by finding a pick onto Cyclone Spin. Silence and the Root connect. Eagles rally to get some gap closed, and Aurora will be there with the Mez to slow that one down.
Slightly mistimed knockup from Barracuda. Cyclone Spin able to CC immune it with the Eagles rally. Had the knockup connected, Cyclone probably down to around 10% HP, some more chase potential from the Olympus Bolts, but instead just happy to find the poke. Cyclone Spin resustaining quickly. The Olympus Bolts pull out the gold, and it's Aurora stuck on his own.
Does find an ultimate, hits Lasbra, and then will clip Barracuda on the receiving end of the landing. The Bolts who wanted to start up that Gold Fury have now all been stopped by one man and one man alone. Aurora able to get into that backline, avoid the CC from Awesome Jake to stop that Gold Fury push.
Layers chasing out Jake, but a good Shadow Lock should secure the escape path for the Olympus Bolt support player. I'm keeping my eyes on Lasbra because he's going to have a couple of Tartarus Titans on his head in a second.
3 of them around. The Oracles will go over to Lasbra and the Olympus Bolts. Some vision around the Fury will go in their favor. Tartarus Titans still willing to put up fights. Aurora constantly rotating across this map, even going all the way back to the dual lane yet again to make sure that Barracuda gets to have minimal fun in this game up against Cyclone Spin. It feels that every time we peek back over to that left lane, it is just Barracuda sitting at his tower line.
Well, have you noticed how much damage Barracuda does to Cyclone Spin? It's like
4?
70 per auto attack. Cyclone Spin's got a lot more than 70 HP. I'm not going to count the blips, but it's a lot, all right? And he's also healing from Deathstoll, and he's also healing from Scourge. 2,200, divide that by like 78. I'm not smart enough to do that during a cast, but more auto attacks than Barracuda's got time to shoot. So you're probably not taking that 1v1 just about ever. Cyclone Spin should be getting the better end of that laning phase. The difference is you've decided to take a bully into your laning phase. Bologna should dominate there, but if we're talking about scaling, objective presence, objective burn, permanent or neutral, you're probably favoring Barracuda in about 15 or so minutes. Well, less than that, 10 minutes.
Maybe so, but that time hasn't come just yet. Jake will be rooted out by Aurora. These supports have just been throwing the CC against each other. It's been Aurora versus Jake. Who can find their way to the back line first? Who can find the CC? Did he just miss that on a standing target? I think he just missed the heal on Jake.
Look, hell heals aren't easy. You're used to aiming at red HP bars. That's a green HP bar. You gotta switch something
Unless
up in
you're
your
in colorblind
brain.
mode.
So, look, I'm not gonna blame Ben. He's gonna shoot a lot of heals this game. They can't all be winners.
I'm just giving him some flack for no reason, really. I miss most of my hell heals anyway, so if he can hit
Most
one,
of
he's...
them.
I don't play a lot of hell, I'll be honest. I don't play that god nearly as much as some of these pros do. Tier 1 tower under fire by the Olympus Bulls. That one will go down with minimal contest. The Taurus Titans not willing to step up in there, and a whole lot of nothing as far as the lead is concerned. 700 gold, 15 minutes in. The Olympus Bulls get maybe the most valuable tower on the map for a Tier 1 as that mid does go down.
So T tries to connect the Kraken onto Jake, whiffs it wide. That should be the end of the fight for the Tartarus Titans. The Olympus Bolts have now regrouped in mid. Interesting timing on that fight. You'd think you want to do it while the tower is still up, but the Olympus Bolts take that with very little fight back. I'm getting a bit of deja vu to game one, where it feels like the Olympus Bolts are establishing the pace and the Tartarus Titans are just a bit slow on the return. That said, it was a much larger lead in game one by this point for the Olympus Bolts. The Tartarus Titans did a great job mitigating some of that success, and really one objective could bring this game right back to even, or if the Olympus Bolts take it, establish the first significant lead.
Well, checking back in on Venenu's build, going for now his third book. The second one was Book of the Dead, so Soul Reaver should be right around the corner for Venenu once he gets the gold to go back to base. Tartarus Titans setting up around the Gold Fury. Paul not quite there just yet. Cyclone Aurora will clear up the Oracles to again establish some vision presence, and Awesome Jake going for that Lonos Mask second slot. We see this a lot with players like Oceans in the SCC, where he's typically the one getting focused out all the time, so you pick up a Lonos Mask, Tartarus Titans grab a Pyromancer, and not much more of a fight beyond there until Lasbra does blink in. SOT, quarter HP, a dunk in will get the beads away from SOT, but a tidal wave will hold it back, but it's not enough to hold back Haddix and Lasbra. They will find the pick on SOT. The Olympus Bolts can now walk away.
Clean play from Jake there as well. Make sure the Tartarus Titans can't rotate in. He stops both Aurora and Paul. So had he not been there, Jake that is, pretty likely that we just see Lasbra fall down in exchange. He was very low HP after that dive. Instead, free pick on the SOT, free tier 1 tower, and potentially a tier 2 as well. Answer from the Tartarus Titans, gotta be the Gold Fury.
Barracuda knows this Gold Fury is started up and communicates with the rest of its team that it's being done. So the rest of the Olympus Bolts will focus on the tier 2 tower on the right side of the map. Aurora's there to zone by. Awesome Jake rotated over. Triple Mez will slow down the Bolts, but not going to slow them down quite enough. Their damage output isn't very high, though, without a Hunter, so Cyclone is able to rotate in and stop that tier 2 from going down.
Man, Aurora was fighting for his life over there, taking up some shots from Lasbra, forcing him to reset the tower, double Mez on Haddix and Ben, keeping the tower alive a little bit longer. Epic uppercut to extend its life. He kept it up. Tier 2 maintains standing on the right-hand side, so massive play for the Tartarus Titans around the Gold Fury to keep that gold lead at nothing.
Basically nothing. I mean, it hit 35 gold on the chart whenever we peeked away from them.
Would have been bigger if they got that tower.
Would have. Well, look at that. Back and forth between 50 and 70 gold. XP, the only thing that's somewhat significant is that's bouncing between around the 1K mark, which at this point, 1,000 XP, not a whole lot between them. Full tank build out of Haddix, no damage aside from that Conduit gem in his build. Meanwhile, SOT going for this hybrid style yet again with Voidstone second, Breastplate, now a much earlier ethereal stat than we'd seen in the previous games.
Other power spikes, Toxic Blade for layers, now getting a little bit of defense. So they can stick to his targets a bit more often. Lasbra seems to be going for oh man, I'm blanking so hard. Mantle of Discord wants the stun, all right? If Osiris is getting into your face with all that mitigation on Tether, you probably want to find the stun on the tail end. We saw a couple of pretty cool plays from it in the previous match. Some defense, it's similar thought process to layers on the other side. Wants to get in your face and not fall down too quickly. with a 2-level lead and 2-0 slash line, I think this Osiris might have a bit more success than Vamana on the other side. But with both neutral objectives off the map, the majority of Tier 1 towers dealt with already by the Olympus Bolts, might be a little bit until we see this next team fight.
Jake is still playing this Nox like he was playing as Sobek, standing on the walls. Kraken on the Barracuda, gets the Aegis from the Jingwei, and that will be the end of that fight, but it's a winning relic trade out, at least for SOT. Kraken going to come up much sooner than that Aegis will, so now Barracuda in danger when the next team fight rolls around.
Bumba's dagger picked up by SOT, so he's gearing up to finish off the Bumba's hammer before too long. Slight lane swap, I suppose. SOT hovering on the left-hand side of the map, whereas Cyclone Spin sticks to the right. You would generally think the guy who's got teleport would want to be the furthest from the Fire Giant, and I know SOT's the sole laner. You would associate him with the teleport, but instead, it's actually Cyclone Spin now playing on the opposite side. I think it's okay, though. Poseidon's so fast that he should be able to rotate over towards Fire Giant if the need arises pretty quickly. And he can keep putting some pressure on the Barracuda. Has already taken away the Aegis. Maybe the next Kraken takes away a Beads, the next one, the Airstrike, and all of a sudden this Jingwei might be susceptible to some ganks.
Does hit level 20, so if SOT gets the golden hand, which is only 100 away from finishing up that Bumba's hammer, so I imagine that's why maybe he split himself to the left side. Lots of farm for him to potentially grab and be able to get that level 20, get that gold necessary. Should be able to grab it once that red buff goes down, give it over to Paul, and head himself on back to base. So actually he elected to hold off on finishing the E-Staff to get maybe a much more valuable power spike.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like a really good stat fusion, passive notwithstanding, 20% CDR, pretty important to this Poseidon build. But then you get the passive involved, 80 true damage on every single auto attack, post ability, plus HP regen, allows SOT to not only be incredibly fast, but incredibly annoying in these team fights. Moving forward, could be looking for a Kraken.
He's zooming, gets the Whirlpool on Haddix, and Haddix locked in place. The Kraken will be immune out by the Descent into Madness, but that was a defensive ultimate by Haddix, and he's throwing any damage that he can, but he's not finding a whole lot of value. Instead, he's losing most of his HP back. Barracuda airstrikes away with the solo laner, and the Tartar Titans are continuing to push forward. Haddix comes out of Descent into Madness, and there's another Kraken, this time by Paul, but it's just off the mark. Barracuda turns it around and gets a pick on the layers instead, and Lasper on the backline cannot find the last hit on the Paul.
Jake chasing him down, but it's credit to kill to Venenu now. Barracuda on the retreat, has to be concerned about SOT's damage output. Jake unconcerned now that Haddix has made his way back.
Haddix is back, Jake is here, can't provide the CC. Barracuda is by himself on the right side. Aurora rooted in place, and needs one more hit to go down into the sleepy passive. Kraken is back from SOT. That one will take down Barracuda, and Haddix will take the last hit up against Aurora. Eagles rally in, but SOT is surrounded by 3 and taken down.
SOT did take down Barracuda first, though, so it's going to be a slow Fire Giant from the Olympus Bulls. Cyclone Spin still relatively healthy, has teleport and beads. Maybe he goes for the hero play to slow this one down.
No Eagles rally, but a slow Fire Giant from the Bolt. Cyclone can at least play the bully and slow this one out. The root from the mire is down, but Fire Giant is not going quickly. It's only at that half health mark. Cyclone Spin is really taking his time to get in here. I'd imagine he would just pull the trigger and slow it out, but maybe looking for a steal opportunity. Does find the disarm and Descent into Madness by Haddix, and Cyclone Spin doesn't have much, but with layers there to help them out, could stop this Fire Giant in place. Bat away on the Vamana, but it's not enough as Lazarus picks the kill on the jungler, and the Fire Giant still has not been lead. Cyclone has a chance to grab it, but will not. Olympus Bolts secure the Fire Giant and 2 more kills.
Paul on the chase, and a couple low HP targets could be the call, but the Tartarus Titans decide to fold it there. Good play from Cyclone Spin. He survives for so long in that Fire Giant pit. Keeps it interesting and nearly steals it away. At least forces the Olympus Bolts to drop it immediately instead of waiting for Barracuda on the respawn. So no ADC Fire Giant for the Olympus Bolts. Everybody else will have that buff available to themselves. But now you got to talk about siege potential. And it's simple from the Olympus Bolts. They've got a Hunter. Sure, no Fire Giant, but you don't really need it. Fire Giant on your tanks means they can resustain all that tower damage pretty consistently in these team fights. Pyromancer looked at and taken by the Olympus Bolts, unless SOT's got anything to say, and he has not. Greater Scorpion, more up his wheelhouse. I like it now. This is a good winning position for the Olympus Bolts. All they have to do, group up, start working through these towers.
And this is what we saw in game number 2, but on the flip side for the Titans, this kind of a flat line of the graphs all the way up until one major objective finally gets taken, and now we have a sudden 4,400 gold lead up for the Olympus Bolts, seemingly out of nowhere, but it was a 4-man kill in the team fight, then Fire Giant and 2 more kills after that, so a 6-kill swing plus objective. And now it's the Olympus Bolts who are in the driver's seat. Barracuda, level 20, Venenu, level 20, didn't opt for the alternate timeline like he did in game number 2, but still able to get a valuable item, at least with that pendulum.
He will be. A good deal of CDR infusion, some power as well. Pendulum, the call for Paul. He picks it up on the Tartarus Titans. The Olympus Bolts slow playing this initial Fire Giant. Instead, pick up the Pyro, the Fury, and now start up their siege. Seems to me the Bolts aren't too concerned about their ability to actually take a Phoenix, and instead are trying to extend the golden experience as much as they can before this next round of Fire Giant defense starts up. With all that said, we've seen this play before. No defense from the Tartarus Titans. Best defense is a good offense. Layers on the opposite side of the map will take down the tier 2 solo tower. SOT putting pressure into mid. So it's a 3-man defense from the Tartarus Titans against the 4 core of the Olympus Bolts.
And Haddix will be able to soak up some of this damage. Kraken used in the mid lane, but Lasbro is fine, just keeping SOT here. Cyclone dives into the back line, doesn't find much. Now it's 4 versus 4 as Layers has returned to join the rest of his team. But now the Trebuchet here, the Bolts can slow burn out this left side Phoenix. Lasbro has ran up to fight against SOT, and the fight is going over to Lasbro. Kraken not going to be there. SOT losing the 1v1, and Lasbro finds the pick. Now Layers on the chase, but Haddix here to join, and Layers is not doing so hot in this fight either. He might not make go down, but the left side Phoenix sure will, and so will Paul.
Barracuda flies in and lands the 1 auto attack needed. Can he find it on Aurora? Answers yes. No sleepy time passive. This time around, 3 dead for the Titans.
And it's the Olympus Bolts. It's Cyclone and Layers to defend up against the 5 strong, and this is a 5 very healthy Olympus Bolts. For now, it's just 3. Cyclone Spin is doing everything he can to hold back, but no ult from Layers, no ult from Cyclone Spin. The Olympus Bolts poised to take game number 3, take the set, as Cyclone cannot hold the defense, finds an Ice Eagles rally, but it's only to delay his life bar, to delay Layers, and the Olympus Bolts with the Deicide and the Titan take game 3 and the set.
Lasbro goes absolutely insane in the last minute of this game. My man wanted all the smoke. Anybody who stepped up was getting the 1v1. This Osiris, so hard to deal with. Doesn't matter if you're a Bumba's Hammer Poseidon. If you're not healing, 80 true damage, I don't think Lasbro cares.
No, I mean, that little 1v1, we saw the Kraken use it, put Lasbro down to half HP at the tower, and then as soon as Kraken was down, Lasbro said, all right, word, that was your biggest burst damage. Now, just gonna W key at you the rest of the way. And he ran him all the way to the red buff, grouped up with Haddix. Probably didn't even need Haddix at that point because it's just the 1v1. And then Haddix and the rest of the team able to close it out. Bolts take game number 3. That's gonna be it from us on the cast. We'll throw it over to Des to close out the set.
Olympus Bolts tweak the composition a bit, and here in game 3 able to close out the set. And this one pretty convincing. The cast set it up pretty effectively there, where it feels like Trelly throughout a large portion of this game, stable, right? Not big peaks or valleys, bit back and forth, kill here, kill there. Ultimately, the Bolts scaled up enough and consistent enough around the objectives to grab the win here. And so the struggles maybe continue here for the Titans, one of the most innovative teams in the league as far as compositions go. But finding the wins on the back end of those compositions, far from 100% hit rate for this Titans team.
Yeah, I would say so. I gotta highlight Ven, man. You know, having the game 2 that he did on Hell didn't look the greatest. Runs back that pick, and just he was not only the damage numbers, he was on point with the cleanses. There was one point there at the end where Haddix gets Krakened, and then another Kraken comes soon. And without this cleanse right here, the game could have been over, man. He almost died there. That cleanse, and then Ven also goes in to clean up. Lasbro dives to the backline, tries to get this kill, can't finish it. But you know who can? It's Ven, and he does. So just hats off. Just a much better look this time around. He was on point with the damage, on point with the cleanses. Of course, Lasbro pops off as well. The whole team looks good, but it's hard to come back when you have like a game 2 like he did on the same exact character.
I'm trying to figure out what hats off even really means, Trelly.
You know, like I take my hat off to you. Yeah.
What a weird gesture. That should stay in the 20s or whenever that came from. Nobody's taking, are people still taking their hats off? I'm not sure. I guess if you are, you take it off to Lasbro this game because the Osiris looked good yet again. Still one of the most contested picks at the SPL level, should be in any Bolt set. because whether it's Haddix or it's Lasper playing this pick, always going to be a good look. Yet another fantasy performance for yours truly. Lasper plus Ven put up a combined 9-0-12. Thank you very much. And I'm feeling pretty vindicated here, Trelly. You know, I got some flack after week 1, but really this is showing you why I'm the mastermind. You should tip your hat to me. Hats off to Dave for his fantasy draft.
Hats off to Dave. Put your hat on if you're looking at my team. Paul and Aurora just lost me points. They both went negative.
Hats on.
0-1. Keep your hat on. Put a second hat on if you'd like. Unfortunately for me, I put a lot of stock here into the Titans after winning Masters, and they were like, we're going to whip out full tank, Bologna,
well, some
ADC.
Some sets you're getting great. We're hats off for Trelly.
Yeah.
It feels like some weeks you're going to be getting a mountain of fantasy points, and other weeks you're going to be losing fantasy points potentially. Again, I admire the creativity.
I do.
Just doesn't quite work out here in Game 3. The Olympus Bolts and Barracuda, consistent enough. And Barracuda now with me for the post-game interview. Barra, you got to play against Bologna
So fun.
3 games in a row here. Why don't you detail what that experience is like for me?
So I shoot her for 60, and then she disarms me.
Yeah.
So I wait for 2 seconds.
Got it.
And then she dashes on me, and then she has block stacks. And so I'm 0 damage.
Right.
And then she 2s me, so then I dash that, and I'm like, nice. For fun gamer right now.
So do you feel like this is a good opportunity to spread some Hunter propaganda and how strong maybe tanks are? Or is this a good opportunity? Like if I magnify in on duo lane here in this set, does it really tell me how strong tanks are and how weak Hunters are?
Well, I mean, I did int. I won't lie. I mean, I definitely inted dying in lane. Kuma unfortunately got the blink off, and I dashed like an idiot at like level 4 or whatever. But that's not a bad idea.
Right.
I mean, with how much propaganda is on Twitter right now, it's really not a bad idea to. I mean, I did roast the people doing that, but after that said, I mean,
Yeah, but look, so much of today's society is changing your opinions when new information is brought forward, and this is new information now, and so you can go back, review it, maybe change your stance. Slightly memey, I'm going to ask a real question in a memey way. How do you feel about bringing Hell and Nox into a team composition together? Any remorse? I mean, clearly it works,
I mean,
but
if they're picking Poseidon solo, and if they're going Mori mid and a Bologna ADC, I feel like the cringe levels are about the same.
About equal, yeah.
I mean, I'm also picking Jingwei for the 114th time.
That's right.
So
how tired of you are you, Jingwei?
I'm so bro. In that picks and bans, I'm like, do I really have to pick Jingwei here? Because I don't know if the Mori's going ADC.
Right.
I don't know if the Bologna's going ADC. They could just whip a Freya. So I'm like, cool. That sounds fun.
You gotta be safe.
And I don't want to pick Freya, obviously, into a Bologna. That doesn't sound fun. Yeah. Would have been even more fun laning phase than I had. You
gotta be safe, right? And so you gotta get the Jingwei safety pick. Memes aside, Barracuda, you get the Game 3 win against the Titans, start off your weekend on a great note. My fantasy
I
team
also
does
got
as
to
well.
watch a Kraken happen right in front of me and then get Kraken about 20 seconds later.
That was
that
fun.
was also really fun.
Seems like you had a fun set, Barracuda.
Loved it.
I'm gonna go let you cool down with
Thank
the rest
you.
of the squad, and best of luck in your future sets.
Thank you. Love you, baby.
Love you too, Barra. What a perfect guy to interview after a set like that. The one who got to lane against a Bologna all lane and got Kraken like 15 million times. Poor guy. But luckily the Bolts able to come away with the win. I assume that eases the pain a bit for Barracuda after a grueling set like that. And that is only our first set of the weekend underway, and already 3-game set. And I would not be surprised, Trilly, if Oni Warriors versus Jade Dragons ends up going the distance as well. I do think, though, as a bit of a preview to this next set, heavily dependent on both teams. Depending on the Jade Dragons we get, could be a fast 2-0 for either side. Depending on the Oni Warriors we get, could be a fast 2-0 for either side. I think it might be one of the more dynamic potential matchups we've got in the SPL.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I will say I saw Sanford Soccer and Dardes playing ping pong out there, and if that is any indication of how this set's going to be,
back and forth,
it's going to be action-packed, no doubt, because they're both beasts with the paddles.
Well, I was gonna say if they were playing the same roles, like it was like Sam and Cuvo were going toe to toe in ping pong, and it was just a grueling battle. Yeah, I don't know how a jungle versus mid ping pong battle gives us much information, but back and forth as ping pong is maybe what the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors set will look like coming up right after this.
Ooh, Oni Fury. Shout out to my Oni homies.
I mean, if we're talking logistically, Oni Fury, because you could push. But I think, I don't know. I think Primal Fury.
Probably Primal.
Primal, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Oni Fury more. It gives cool, strong boys.
Oni, I mean, Oni's OP.
Oni.
It's kind of a toss-up. I guess I'll go Primal Fury just because I don't like losing gold.
I think I prefer Primal Fury. I think it's a little bit better of an objective, especially scaling into late game, so we'll go with that.
Big Primal Fury guy, underrated.
Well, Primal Fury stinks, but I am allergic to Oni Fury because it's orange, lemon, and lime, right? The three flavors of Gold Fury, so I gotta go Primal.
I'm probably gonna go with Oni Fury because it helps me win the game faster than Primal Fury, even though like none of my teammates ever group up for objectives anyways. If I'm only getting one, give me the Oni Fury so I can try and get out of this faster.
Yeah, I'll go with Oni Fury. You can do a little bit more stuff with that.
Well, on 9-5, Primal Fury, otherwise Oni Fury. It's all about that gold.
Oni Fury. Primal does nothing.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to say Primal, just because it's more fun to say.
Oni Fury for sure. I think Oni, depending on the state of the game. If you have fire waves, then definitely Oni.
Primal Fury for the FG.
I don't know what either does, but Onis, because that's like Oni Warriors, like the SPL team, which is live every Thursday through Sunday.
Days of romantic prose and lilac wine. Nights out under the sky, watching stars align. Days of making sweet honey, Melissa. As warm as your breath on my chest, so calm. Now, baby, let the summer breeze carry us away. Let the summer breeze carry us away. Baby, to a place where the sun
Cerberus needs a new toy. Yes. I'm on it. Note to self, bring home bones of enemies for Cerberus to chew upon.
A cat's life is hard. You should always pamper them.
No. Excellent. This will do. Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, brought to us by our good friends over at Prime. If you do not have a Prime membership, you should probably jump on that because you get free shipping, music, movies, and more just with a Prime membership. And then if you link that over to your Twitch account, you get free games and free stuff to go with the games that you already have. So make sure that you are making the most out of your Prime membership. And thank you so much to Prime Gaming for being this title sponsor of Season 9 of the SPL and finding so much great stuff for all of the viewers out there and for us here in the studio. My name is J-Mag. I got Mifflin joining me fresh off the cast. Now on the desk as we get prepared for our second set of the day, the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. And I think the setup that Dave had before was maybe a good indication of how this set will go. Depending on the Jade Dragons that we get and depending on the Oni Warriors that we get, this could be a 2-0 either way or a very close 2-1 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have shown that at times they could just dominate, right? The Jade Dragons, when they're firing on all cylinders, feel like they're unstoppable, and the same could be said of the Oni Warriors. So I think it's a question of consistency, and I don't have the answer to that. I don't know which one of them is more consistent.
Well, we'll have to see which one brings out the consistency today, our second match of the day, in our first day of Week 4 of the SPL. We had the Olympus Bolts get a 2-1 over the Tartarus Titans just moments ago. Now we move on to the Dragons and the Warriors, and then tomorrow we get the Bolts and the Kings, Levi's and the Valks. We got all kinds of great matchups to round out our fourth week of our second phase. And taking a look at the standings, with that win from the Olympus Bolts, they bump themselves up to the top of the standings for now. And the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors, 3rd and 5th seed, but still sitting at that same standing, 3 and 2. Win today will elevate those up one spot.
Yeah, a lot of implication on the standings and the rest of the phase, but dependent on this matchup. I'm really thinking that both teams are going to probably come out the door with some new strategies today. We've seen, even in that first set between the Bolts and the Titans, I would argue completely different looks at both of those teams. So it feels like maybe the most recent patches have been a transitory period for the SPL.
And we did see some of the change-ups, at least as of last week. We saw some of the mages make their way into the dual lane, and I'm talking the non-traditional kind of mages that, you know, we're more accustomed to seeing in the mid lane is what made its way over there. Things like Freya, obviously still sticking around. And for a player like Vote on the Oni Warriors, that's right up his wheelhouse. I mean, he has been playing the Freya since it was available, at least at this level of play. Once again, the buffs to her made her a very enticing god to be picked up. And Vote has been pretty much running that any opportunity he's got in the duo lane.
Yeah, I feel like Vote is a very slept-on player, right? Like, he is dominant. He's dropped the NBK from his name, but you can't take away what that title implied. He is a natural-born killer. He is just dominant given the right circumstances. Doesn't have to be the Freya, Chernobog, standard hunters, doesn't really matter. He is always capable of getting into these team fights. He's always willing to get aggressive. I mean, even in the last couple of clips, Vote's in the front line. He is getting active from minute 0. And as you said, Freya, one of the best selections for this guy, and certainly one of the best selections in Smite in general right now. I believe it was Zapman that had said, yeah, Freya used to be a late game god, and she used to be a mid game god. Now she's early, mid, and late. I gotta think that just bodes well for Vote.
Yeah, especially with the buff that did come to her pulse, the extra damage. Has hit a very slight nerf this patch, has been partially reverted back. It initially was 15 damage at all ranks, now it toned back about 5, so still a nice little boost, that extra damage at that rank. But couple that with the Conduit gem, I mean, it's given Freya so much pressure in those lanes. And Vote has just been a player as of recent who's not afraid to take these 1v1s fight. You see a half HP Ho Yi and now full health Fenrir jumping in. Most players probably not willing to take that fight, but Vote has been one to try and at least stand his ground.
But Vote is a player, and I think the Oni Warriors as a whole kind of treat him as such that he's going to be alone on an island. We don't often see massive rotations over towards the dual lane. Vote, for the most part, has been trusted by his team to just hold his own in lane, then rotate to the team fight. And I think a lot of his picks are reflective of that. If he wants 1v1s, he's picking guys that 1v1 on their own, things like the Ul or the Ho Yi. If he wants to scale into the late game and just be there for his team, Chernobog and Freya comes to mind. I think he is certainly a player that is worth facilitating, but the Oni Warriors at times have shown that they are very much so willing to play through either mid or the solo lane. More often, the solo Nika has been a star for this squad.
And while Vote has been a little bit more standard in his play style, we have Panicat on the opposite side, who's been kind of anything but standard with his picks. And if you weren't here for the SPL waiting room and you're wondering, man, what's that little purple crown on top of Panicat's head? He's the MVP, the most valuable primer from week 3 of the SPL. A dominant performance out of him. A 7-0-7 Freya game, a 4-3-6, a 4-1-3 Yu Huang game. All of those just in the exact same set against the Scarabs, not even including the fact he had a 5-2-6 Hou Yi and a 7-0-5 Chernobog. All of these in the exact same 2 weeks of play out there. Panicat has been popping off, and he's been doing it with a multitude of gods.
And he has just been dominant in lane. I mean, that was up against Stu, where you're talking about those stats, the Jade Dragons up against the Solar Scarabs, and every single game, he got Stu like stuck in the tier 2 tower. He was taking fights in the purple buff, at the red, on his own. Panicat, another player that I think we don't see too many rotations towards his lane, but more so because you just trust Panicat to do whatever it is that he wants, and he does it incredibly well. Even this Yu Huang, I had questioned. I was casting this, and I'm like, man, why are you taking Yu Huang in the 1v1? Why do you really want him in the dual lane? Panicat, he said to me, well, yeah, I was just going to dominate Stu. It's just like a good matchup. If he misses Banish, I'm just going to win. I was like, well, what happens if he hits Banish? He's like, he's not going to hit Banish. And that was the end of the conversation. So Panicat, a player that I think maybe even personifies the entirety of the pathos of the Jade Dragons. Play with confidence and just do what you're going to do, and Panicat does exactly that.
And he's playing it pretty damn well at that point. I mean, when you're boasting a full set of games up against Scarabs and you're only having 4 deaths total on your ADC, who we've been seeing has been a lot of priority in a lot of these matches. We go back to just that Tartarus Titans versus Bolts game. Barracuda constantly under fire by Cyclone Spin constantly back under fire by the rest of the Bolts. But we did get a chance to sit down with both of the hunters from these teams to kind of talk to them a little about and see how their thoughts are on the phase so far.
As a team, I'd say our biggest strength is flexibility and the ability to play a lot of different characters under different roles and kind of just adapt to all different types of metas and playstyles that occur. Our biggest weakness, Mike saying, I'm fine, when he's 100% not fine and dies, and then we get baited and all die for him. That actually is a pretty big weakness. Maybe not our biggest. Our biggest weakness is probably inconsistency. I think some days we wake up feeling really good and play really well, and then sometimes we're kind of just not doing anything, doing a whole lot of nothing.
As a team, I think our biggest strength is just like our cohesiveness. I think we work really well together, especially in 5v5 fights. And our biggest weakness is probably just Neil, just being himself.
If we had to use all 5 bans on a single player, maybe Cubo. If you ban out Cubo and he's not hyped to a set, that's like 50% less team synergy by them.
If I had to use all 5 bans to target one person, I'm going with Mike. He's just, he's just the biggest threat, in person and on the battleground.
Who stepped up the most for the Warriors? Cubo, probably Cubo. Well, Worlds Cubo was a beast, so it's hard to say. I think he's playing back towards the Worlds level, like when they won. It's either Cubo or Vote. I feel like Vote's have really slept on ADC, and he's kind of been popping off like all split, or last split and the split, so. Yeah, one of Cubo or Vote.
The person that impressed me the most this year is Pegon. He's actually really surprised me coming up from SEC. He's kind of just styling on people. I think for our set against the Dragons, the most important phase of the game is the early game. I feel like if we don't get snowball done, we can win the 5v5 fights.
Typically, the Warriors games go pretty late, so mid to late game is usually the most important part of the game. I kind of feel like that's with most games, but the Warriors definitely take it pretty late. Like, they're okay with sitting there for 20 minutes and just picking late game comps. So, yeah, mid game to late game.
I do like how both of the hunters end up throwing their supports under the bus at the start of the interview. What's our biggest problem? Oh, that's when Mike says that he's fine, but he's really not fine. What's our biggest problem for Vote? Oh, it's just Neil. Just Neil in that case. But all jokes aside from that one, a lot of confidence between these two teams, and also from both the hunter players recognizing that the early game is probably the most important for both of them. That's where the Dragons typically find a lot of their dominance. It's where they're able to get their best foot forward. And for the Oni Warriors, that's typically when they've been struggling the most.
So if the Jade Dragons are able to snowball, the fears of the Oni Warriors will have rung true. Otherwise, the Jade Dragons have put respect on the Oni Warriors' stronger portion of the game, mid to late, generally where they find their strengths. And Vote tends to agree, says, hey, our best asset as a team is our cohesion in the team fight, that 5-on-5 engagement. We're always on the same page. And the Jade Dragons have certainly taken notice. So I am curious to see how this one pans out. The Oni Warriors say, hey, we're concerned about that early game, so they can go one of two ways. They can either compensate by picking a lot of early game picks themselves, and then potentially have a weaker late game just by nature of fear of the Jade Dragons. Jade Dragons say they're concerned about the late. Well, I don't think they were too worried about their presence in the early, but we might be seeing a draft where they try and, I suppose, backload some of their strength to match up against the Warriors in the 5-on-5.
And one of the questions thrown in there was, if you had to expend all of your bans onto a single person, to try and put that one player down for the Jade Dragons and Panda Cat, he said, well, if we can put all of our bans towards Cuvo Fred, that looks pretty good for us. So far, it at least reflected partially in that. 2 bans thrown his way, Dodgy and Osiris, throwing a Muzen Cobb in there. Oni Warriors, they'll ban away Yamoja, no surprise with that one being taken away, and then Uller and Mercury. And that leaves open Chernobog, who still reigns true as that #1 hunter pick for these teams if left open.
Decent pressure throughout the early, phenomenal global presence in the late game. You don't really lose out on too many 1v1s. If you're worried about ganks coming your way, you'd be hard-pressed to find a safer hunter. I mean, Heimdall, I guess, but the ability to jump onto a wall or CC immunity in the ultimate, just hiding in the air, waiting for your own team to rotate through for the counter gank, all makes Chernobog a very versatile pick. But a pick that we had talked a whole lot about during the initial portions of this death segment was this Freya. She's so strong in the early, she's so strong in the late, and it does really just fit Vote's playstyle, and the Oni Warriors get it early.
And now hovering the Yu Huang for the Jade Dragons, something that Panda Cat played last week. We know that Pagon is also capable of playing in that mid lane, so could leave some flexibility for the Jade Dragons and maybe leave a couple of question marks for us on the desk exactly where those 2 picks might end up going out. RDO does get picked up along with the Freya for the Oni Warriors, something that Nika and just about any of the solo laners have found some success on. I mean, 70% win rate over 10 games so far in this phase, and then a Sobek for the Jade Dragons, another high win rate god so far in the SPL.
Of the rivers,
and this Yu Wong gets locked in. So, ultimate question now is for the Jade Dragons, where does this Yu Wong actually end up going?
Well, as of now, you just have to say it's going mid, right? I mean, we don't have all the data, and even if we did, I'm sure they'd keep us guessing. But looking at the draft as it is, Chernobog in the dual lane, just a tried and true standard. Yu Huang in mid for that early presence, early fight potential, very good. But there is the note of Panda Cat saying Yu Huang is just really good into Freya. He really liked that matchup, and he made it look good up against Stewart. So there is some flex potential here. I wouldn't be too surprised if Yu Huang goes over to the duo, but if we're just talking like standard Smite, I'd prefer to see it in mid.
Maybe for all of our sanity, that might be where the Jade Dragons throw their hat at least. Nemesis, the final pick for the Oni Warriors before we go into the second wave of bans. And with maybe at least a bit more clear-cut for the Oni Warriors draft, might make these bans a little bit easier for the Jade Dragons with the dual lane of Freya at least locked in, then jungle Nemesis and RDO in the solo lane. Can take some bans towards the mid for the Jade Dragons. Meanwhile, the Oni Warriors will go ahead and take some shots over at PBM, a player that they showed at least a little bit of concerns with being a powerhouse for their squad. Fafnir being taken away, that's going to take away some of that objective presence.
I am curious. That Fafnir ban kind of indicates slightly to me that the Oni Warriors are saying that it is more likely that Chernobog is going over to the duo lane. Otherwise, Coerce just doesn't really synergize well with Yu Huang in the laning phase. But that was the matchup that we saw, Yu Huang plus Fafnir last time around over in the duo lane for the Jade Dragons. The Oni Warriors concerned, I suppose, about that combo. It's a whole lot of damage early. Hammer into the fire, into the cultivated Dow. Really is hard to deal with. Dueling dragons on the tail end, if anybody's able to escape, could really finish off some of these kills from a massive range. And the Oni Warriors don't want to have to deal with that. But the weakness of this Jade Dragons draft as it stands is we're lacking in pressure. We haven't exactly picked the roles, I'm assuming, that would generate pressure. Jungler is still TBD from the Jade Dragons. That could be one place to try and find a little bit of early aggression, which should be the goal. You do not want this Freya scaling for free into the late game. You do not want her free farming. Same could be said of Nemesis. So I would like to see something aggressive from the Dragons in the bottom two.
Maybe surprising to see that Khepri has fallen all the way to a 10th ban here for the Jade Dragons. Couple that with the Morgan and then the Fafnir from earlier in the Oni Warriors and the Fenrir to couple alongside there. So bans kind of scattered throughout. No one singular dedicated role, that we have seen a lot of the Fenrir go over towards a support role for the Jade Dragons in that instance, but we've also seen Sam for Soccer pop off on that god multiple times through. So now for the Oni Warriors, You're looking at Chernobog, Sobek, Yu Huang. You can see there's a lot of safety, at least in that composition. For the Oni Warriors, they already can get some pressure in this lane now with Freya and Terra locked in. And assuming that mid is the only role left open, what kind of is left there for Dardes to try and take up against the Dragons?
Dardes is one to go towards either his just standard picks, like when I think of Dardes, Discordia comes to mind at times. I wouldn't be surprised if like a Hera gets locked in, but considering that we haven't seen exactly what the jungle matchup is, once we do, the Jade Dragons will shine some light on what Dardes is really capable of going towards. But if we're trying to guess blanket statement, like what just works all the time, can't get more standard than like a Tiamat.
I haven't seen very much Tiamat thinking about it. A very, very limited showing in the SPL, especially this year. I mean, she was one of the #1 gods to go to back in Season 8, a couple of nerfs, a couple of change-ups to some of the item builds in the meta. We just have not seen Tiamat very much. But when we do, still able to show just why she was a top pick in the previous seasons. The Jade Dragons really taking their time on these last 2 picks. Again, still waiting to see exactly where this Chernobog and this Yu Huang do get locked up in, whether this Chernobog goes over to the Soul Lane like we've seen before from the Jade Dragons. They're no stranger to running the multi-hunter, multi-carry style of composition with even just a single tank out there. But they could just be throwing us all for a loop and could just be playing very standard Smite.
I'm thinking it's Yu Huang duo, man. The more I look at it and I'm thinking back, Panda Cat telling me he just really likes that matchup in the Freya. He wouldn't lie to me. Maxime's not lying to me, though. So I think it is not unlikely that it's Yu Huang in the duo. Would that leave Sobek to the solo lane, Jing Shen support, Hunbot's jungle, Chernobog mid? I don't hate that. The only thing I dislike is anytime Chernobog plays through mid, you don't get the full value of that global ultimate. Having it in the duo, giving you the ability to just transfer yourself all the way over to the soul lane, no way for a Freya to match that rotation, would be nice.
Is that all?
But it's Panda Cat, and Panda Cat plays for the 1v1.
Wait a second. Achilles is not a mage. He's not a hunter.
Arya support? Achilles support?
Okay, so who's going mid right now is my question.
Freya? Terra mid, I guess. I mean, like, if you're the Valkyrie,
I'm about to say
Terra
if we're the Valkyries, yes, I can see the Terra mid. I don't necessarily see that with the Oni Warriors. So I'm just left with the biggest question mark is Ardio Terra. I mean, we could bounce one of those between, support solo or whatever. Ardio most likely to solo, but this Achilles is now throwing me for a complete loop, Miff.
Yeah, Achilles. I mean, there's like a lot of flex potential here. Where do you want your aggression? That's generally where you want your Achilles. I suppose we've seen Nemesis solo in the past as well. Super weird composition from the Oni Warriors. I'm not even willing to guess, all right? I'm not willing to, but what I will tell you about how this draft is going to work is that their late game team fight, if it's at an even state, going to be so hard to deal with. That is a steadfast front line for the Oni Warriors with good peel potential, decent sustain, and you've got your king protection composition for a Freya. I don't hate that. Wherever these roles land, the whole game plan for the Oni Warriors is withstand the storm early, get to the 5-on-5 grouping.
Yeah, and that's where the Oni Warriors, and Vote specifically was talking in that interview. That's where we feel that we're the strongest, says Vote, is these late game team fights, that synergy that they had, that cohesion, more than anything else. So if the Oni Warriors can get to late game, good for them. But the Jade Dragons, I mean, they've drafted some of this early pressure. I mean, I think Hun bats, and I think immediately, as soon as level 5 hits, pick a lane, drop that ultimate, and get a kill.
Yeah, maybe at least burn some beads, come back, do the exact same thing again. I want to see this Hunbots over near the Oni Warriors dual lane, or wherever this Freya ends up landing. If she's in mid, great for Sam for soccer, right? Like a much easier time to rotate there. But that's got to be the head you're hunting. If you are Hunbots on the Jade Dragons, get to the Freya. I didn't say players because I don't know who's playing what, but that's what it needs to be.
For some reason, I'm thinking this Achilles might be going over to the dual lane. We saw the Bellona, the warrior ADC previously. Maybe the Achilles is going over to Vote, so we have another warrior in the dual lane. I don't know. I'm mostly speculating at this point. We're going to have to wait until we get into the game to see exactly where the roles are going to line out. But I think it's very similar. Anytime I talk with you about it, anytime I talk with Trelly, it's always wherever Freya is, put that pressure out there, make sure that she's behind. Because, I mean, right now, as Zapman and many other Hunters players have said, Freya is no longer the mid or the late game god. She is an all stages of play type of god.
And the answer of putting your pressure around the Freya is not new. We haven't broken new ground.
No, that's definitely nothing new.
That's 10 years old. She came out in 2012. Okay, we've been putting pressure on Freya
time.
all the way since back then. But the difference is, and you touch on it lightly, she's no longer that weakness in the early. She can fight back very early on.
Well, I have no clue where the Oni Warriors are going to put all the pieces together. Instead, we're going to let Dave and Gore take care of that in game number 1.
Yeah, luckily I have no idea either. We're going to have to get into game number 1 in order to find out. The creativity continues in our second and final set of the day. Gore, you and I were pretty on point, and we'll end on point as well. Into game 1 between the Oni Warriors and the Dragons we go. Wow, so all guesses were wrong as far as the Oni Warriors go. So Nika on RDO solo. It's Achilles jungle. It's really Dardes on Nemesis mid.
I was looking at it. There's not a whole ton of it that is that crazy, right? Like, we've already seen Yu Huang go dual lane last week. And admittedly, you go back, what, 3-4 years? Oh, geez, longer maybe at this point because time keeps moving forward. It used to be very common to have a swap like this. So, yeah, like we've seen Sobek solo. Admittedly, doesn't get a lot done, right? At this point in the game, when I see a Sobek, I see an RDO. I don't know that there's a lot of fighting that happens on that side of the map. They are channeled for the late game. You go towards the left lane. Yu Huang should have well, I would think an advantage early on, being a mage, but seems to have some struggle clearing. I mean, Freya with those buffs recently, and specifically Vote, has been really good on this pick. But this isn't like crazy outlandish. It is just that Nemesis. And you would think that during that time while I was talking about everything else, I would have been like back of my mind trying to come up with a good reason for it. And realistically, it's just that she does exactly what you want. I mean, if I look at this comp, you've got frontliner, skip Dardes for a second, Neil Ma, frontliner, so a lot of healing that comes from Nika and Neil, a lot of good presence. You've got an execute available, but good stuns, good setup. And 3 really, really tanky bodies in front of a Freya that are going to be able to say, hey, here's a stun for you. Just put all that pulse of radiate damage over here. Here's somebody. And that's what Dardes does even better, right? It's the slow that comes through, but you get that ult as well. They can choose one person every team fight, and they're just not allowed to play.
Yeah.
You got to get there, but once you get there, you should be pretty good.
Does feel like we're putting a lot of eggs in the Vote basket, right? As far as consistent, standard, team fight burn. I mean, it's Vote, right? I mean, you'll have
it's Vote.
You'll have Achilles building potentially more
Probably
damaging style of build. Dardes potentially a bit more of a hybrid build, but they both want to play like assassins. So you don't have that sit back, deal mage style of damage. You just have Vote. So that's a unique look at this composition. Jade Dragons, of course, flex around a little bit, but somehow Chernabog mid, Yu Huang duo is far from the weirdest style of composition that we've seen here lately. Looks like Panic Cat going to go Warlock Staff. I mean, maybe the opening is that, like, in early levels, the Yu Huang feels pretty comfortable, and Vote on this Freya no longer something you can just steamroll early on in the lane. So maybe you're matching up some good early game with some good early game. Don't know if we'll see much over on this side of the map either. But Desk really hoped that come level 5, we'd see Sanford Soccer, the one that maybe starts to break some of the, I'm gonna use a good word, break some of the quagmires that we see in a few of these different lanes.
Like the guy from Family Guy.
Or
I know it's a word outside of that, but I could literally not tell you the definition. You could ask me right now to describe, even with context clues, I would fail at telling you what that meant.
It is a big swath of like insurmountable, swampy, either land, if you're speaking literally, or it's like a situation where
that makes sense, because like a mire, marsh, very similar. Okay.
Right, so just something you're stuck in. And so whether it could be the laning phase, I think maybe Sanford Soccer, according to the desk, the one they want to see break the laning phase, and that's what's happening over in solo. Nika gets a nice heal. No chance Nika gets out, right? Gallops away. Sanford Soccer will not finish off the kill on Nika. Cubo Fred, though, in over from the jungle. Execute range reach, just barely. And Fino K will live as well.
There is like a 3-inch difference of Nika dying there and Nika living there.
Yeah.
And it all comes from that Fear No Evil and whether or not he gets pushed fully into the tower and takes a shot or doesn't. He doesn't, and he gets to walk away there. I mean, a massive heal from the RDO keeps him chugging. And then it comes down to how badly do you want this if you're Sam, right? Yep. You hear the Achilles behind you. You know, you might be able to close the gap, should have a monkey to throw out there and teleport to, but it just seems like an overcommitment, especially to dive the tower.
Could be a kill on the Fine OK here, but the dash, enough to get out to safety. Panda Cat think his dash may still be on cooldown, used it just a moment ago. Oh, the rotation in from Pagon, though, as Chernobog makes his way to his home in the duo lane. Sprint used, vote. No more Valkyrie's discretion, and no more life. That'll be first blood to the J Dragons, and Mike, more specifically.
Now here's where things get a little more complicated. That was pretty much par for the course, right? Big, heavy investment from the Warriors. Mid laner rotating over to the blue buff. Leaves the duo lane a little out to dry. Chernobog can rotate wherever the hell he wants, so he does so. And I think Pagon has a good head on his shoulders to make that kind of decision that quickly and go in for the kill. But the thing that's going to be problematic for the Warriors isn't necessarily that kill. Losing first blood hurts. But, you know, what, 600 gold swinging over in their favor and being separated by like 500, it's not a huge deal at this point that's how that goes out. The experience is going to matter. Having Mike with a little bit of an experience lead, specifically Panda Cat, means that lane can get a lot easier for him to potentially control and keep this Freya from farming as simply. But really, I think it showcases a problem that the Warriors are going to need to avoid, which is if all of your plan is this guy is gonna kill him, then that guy needs to live, survive through most of the fights. Again, it's just first blood and there are only 2, but he's getting pressured again.
Vote still without Valkyrie's discretion. Actually takes the ultimate from Mike, not too worried about it. Dardez uses Retribution, I believe. How about that? Fear No Evil from Sam for Soccer. And no shot Mike lives. Sam
That's impressive.
Drops the Fear No Evil.
That's so good.
Says bye-bye to the rest of the Oni Warriors, but has Sam now put himself in a bad spot? Yes, but enough disengaged to keep a 0 on the board for the Oni Warriors.
Of everybody, tag teams, who's in the worst position eventually? Well, you would think maybe either A, you get a kill, or B, you all get out, and it is B. The Dragons, I think, just trade that off very well. Sam, that was a beautiful Fear No Evil, and the exact kind of peel that you need to see. Mike dies there otherwise. But Xingqian, I mean, you've got good move speed, specifically a double dash as well to get you out of there. It's little things like that that really keep the edge in this matchup. And I think it goes to show even more that the Warriors, while they're strong this early on, still need a little bit of time to bake before they're fully ready in what this game's going to bring. Golden Blade's finished off. You've got a Warlock Sash being built up here by Nika, so stacks are starting to get online for those that want it. A Ring of Hecate just now finished there for Vote. And I think that this is where, again, most of the attention needs to be paid. The build for Dardez and Cuvo, because that's going to tell us whether or not they plan on being a primary damage dealer for their squad or if they're going to be kind of riding that line in the middle. And as of right now, I'm seeing a lot of damage dealer up front for them. But watching Vote finishing one ring and then a second ring and then eventually whenever the third comes online, usually one of those is a hastened ring, so ideally you're getting a good power spike from either number 2 or 3. That's when I think we're going to see a lot more punch from the Warriors.
Yep, agreed. Luckily, the Warriors able to stabilize after first blood of the J Dragons. And though there have been some initiation moments, no more kills have dropped, and the gold remains relatively even. Dardez gets Golden Blade here in mid, so, you know, I guess that helps out with some early farm, clears up the speed. Speeds up the clear, there we go, over in mid. So that'll help Dardez maybe stay stable with Pagon, who's gone Transcendence. That'll be a nice power spike once the Chernobog gets there. Now, hard to see. I mean, Dardez on the rotation side of mid, I guess, able to have good impact, drop the Retribution in the same way a Jungle Nemesis might. But really, rotation potential Gore seems to be there for Pagon. Neil, actually a bit low. Yeah, and speaking of rotation power from Pagon, can just walk in towards Neil here, gets the root. That's pretty simple for Sanford Soccer. Yeah. Now, a couple of times in the last couple of weeks, we've seen supports die for the Obelisk, something that hadn't happened that much this phase. Now happens again against Neil and the Warriors.
I mean, yeah, it's been months. Admittedly, they get the Obelisk, so good for them. They've got a Trebuchet coming up. But a second kill going to the Dragons, again in a game where actually, at this point, the Warriors have just been farming a little bit better than the Dragons overall. That is what's a little more questionable, right? You give up a kill, supports are always the ones that are more worthwhile, quote-unquote, to die when it's any sort of trade like that. But the balancing point now is this Trebuchet versus Neil's life, things like that. And they also invested, you know, you get a few ults, 3 ults there, I believe, from the Dragons two that were using that fight, and then FineOK did use his, and I'm just going to count it.
Yep.
Overall. And you get a couple back, right? You get the one from Neil, you get the one from Dardez. And so there's a little bit of a race, Pagon's ult being incredibly potent because of rotationary power, but Dardez's ult being incredibly potent because it just makes you die faster if you get hit with it. I think that the trades just overall favor the Dragons there, and unless that Trebuchet gets a lot of work done, it's a heavy investment from the Warriors.
Yep.
But it's been paying off. Again, in gold and in experience, they've been able to trudge at least a little bit ahead. You can see, though, that First Blood still working out a little bit of help there for PandaCat. He's been farming cleanly. Same thing in mid. And it's more the right-hand side of the map for the Warriors that has been doing well.
And so we assumed the solo lane would remain quiet, and it will remain quiet for a little while. Nika, maybe a half-level lead over FineOK, depending on where the waves are, but a unique build for both of these solo laners. Maybe not so much for Nika. We've seen Warlock Staff on the RDO, gives good value early, actually adds a nice bit of extra damage with the Conduit Gem. Conduit Gem start for FineOK as well, but also the Pythags P score.
Yeah.
And that is unique, not something I'm used to seeing over in the solo lane, but I suppose does help boost up the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's multiple ways to look at it. First off, it's a good, just like stat-wise, it's a good item at base. But then you factor in that lifesteal, and you know, Sobek has a little bit of anti-heal in his kit, a little bit of self-healing in that kit as well. But when I look at the aura of lifesteal you're going to be giving to your team, I think it's opening things up.
Good initiation onto Vote. Banish missed, but Valkyrie's discretion up. PandaCat uses his ult. Vote uses Valkyrie's discretion. Mike stunned down in mid, just out of execute threshold, and so Kivo Fred won't be able to use the Fatal Strike. Small openings for both of the teams here, but still no kills dropping with all of that's been happening around the map. There is a Fear No Evil, and there is a Nemesis getting aggressive onto Pagon. Dardez has beads, but how about that ultimate just to push Sanford Soccer back? Stun through from Neoma, Earthen Fury, Fatal Strike, it all hits home. And the Oni Warriors will grab their first kill.
Just power of rotations, right? They have enough people coming over. Dardez with a good ult, you get them into a certain range there for Cuvo. It makes things easier, but this is the displacement from the Dragons.
Wow, the pluck back, the whirlwind of Rage and Steel, and the damage from PandaCat is all that needs to be said by the end of that. Cuvo Fred, there's only so much disengage in an Achilles kit.
Now
Simply just wasn't there. Great banish.
I thought for sure that fight was going to keep going. That is
Agreed. Vote said no.
A really good play from Vote just to make sure that things, again, get delayed a little longer. Again, I think that what we're seeing here is, one, good investment from the Warriors. I think good rotation. But it falters just slightly in that this is still a little early for a lot of their draft to hit as hard as they want. Hydra's still being built up fully by Dardez, hasn't hit the tier 3. Finished there for Cuvo. And so, they're starting to hit those moments of punching. And those chunks, those autos are going to do after an ability is insane. But, having Freya come into this, again, Neil, Nika aren't necessarily going to do a ton of damage right now. And so I'm watching Vote as he finishes these rings. Now I'm waiting for ring number 3. And at that point, I think we start to see the Warriors really step up and form into what this draft is meant to do. It's just right now you've got to be very careful because the amount of displacement on that team. I mean, we saw a pluck into Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. That doesn't include PandaCat being able to push you. That doesn't include the fear from Fear No Evil. Like, there's a lot that can make you move around in ways that you don't want to if you're the Warriors. And the Dragons are playing that well. Beads are up right now for the two carries, Dardez and Vote, so maybe a little less stress on them. Level 12 there for Cuvo. Might be able to get beads for himself as well. But that is maybe my biggest concern for the Warriors is that there's a lot of displacement, a lot of ways to peel. And if you're looking at this comp, they want to get to the center, and that gooey center is a squishy Freya.
And what you don't want to be worried about, though, if you're the Warriors score, is the nice gold lead that they've built up. It's going to shrink down a bit after the Jade Dragons get this Pyromancer, maybe by about half. All right, Dave, not bad. Just by about half. Jade Dragons able to close up that lead. Only Warriors, though, have felt comfortable in the farm department, just have overextended on a couple of instances. Nika, maybe a lot of that over in solo lane, the 1-level lead, as we've talked about, over FineOK, and pretty well underway into a tanky build, Oni Hunters, Breastplate of Valor with the Warlock Staff. Cat is banished, stunned, and now floats to the side. Fatal Strike. will not hit home, but Panicat goes down to Cuvo Fred nonetheless. And Yu Huang is mobile, Gore. Maybe even safe. But only so safe and only so mobile.
Exactly. I think that's the giant scale, the shifting scale that you have to really guard it by. Same thing for Mike here, but they're going to stay in the fight.
Neo drops the Earthen Fury. Fear No Evil separates out the fight for Neoma. Able to walk out just fine, but so are the rest of the Jade Dragons. Again, defensive ultimate from Sanford Soccer. Cuvo Fred with the stun on Define. Okay, has to use the beads because the pluck hit home. Blink used before any damage connects, and so Cuvo Fred will survive as well. Lots of fighting, Gore, over very minimal amounts of kills early on in game one.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's a lot of pressure, though, right? Those moments and the gold that you can get from farming without PandaCat over there, at least for vote right now, I think is worthwhile. Plus, you got the beads from PandaCat, which makes things even easier. And maybe a little bit of focus, you know, Prime Gaming MVP of the week, so you have to make sure that he gets put down a little bit and can't win it twice in a row. But realistically, it's just this Yu Huang. You know he's going to bring good utility. You know that that's going to be where vote needs some pressure and needs some of that gold. And specifically, you know that Gold Fury's right there and waiting. And so having that mage in this area can very easily rotate in with a hunter to start picking that up. So I think the Dragons have a good draft to potentially go for one in the next couple of minutes.
Mike leaps away as the Oni Warriors put a bit of pressure towards the Jade Dragon support. Solo laners wondering when they get to come and hang out after Fine OK rotates over, but Nika stuck around over in solo lane, and that means 2 levels up now is this RDO. And so while the KDA doesn't look threatening yet for Nika, an experience lead and a bit of safety in the build should have you somewhat worried if you're the rest of the Jade Dragons, because this style of pick, obnoxious to deal with, though Fine OK as the game goes on a Sobek will be as well. Similar builds between Cuvo Fred and Dardes Gore, Golden Blade into Hi-Rez, and then a bit of a branch off from there. But you get the shred, you get the big auto attack damage procs. You wonder how the Jade Dragons are going to play around kind of that double backline assassin-y style of dive.
That's the thing that maybe more surprises me than anything. I've gotten so used to seeing, well, maybe not from Nemesis, considering she's most often in the jungle, but seeing, you know, some slightly hybrid builds where, you know, I know I'm going to jump in deep. Maybe I want something that gives me procs. These are both pretty much just built to kill you quicker. And it's just depending on where they want to go. And again, it gives them a lot more versatility. It's not just vote that is leading the way for them.
Mike could be in some trouble here. A bit more damage connects, and that means Fatal Strike. That's
So
where
good.
Achilles makes his money, the individual picks. And another one to the Oni Warriors. Cuvo Fred with his 3rd of the game. And Cuvo Fred continues to have a fantastic phase. Been a lot of, you know, the carry-style junglers for Cuvo Fred. Achilles, admittedly, didn't come to my mind first and foremost, but apparently it's going to be a good look for this Oni Warrior squad. Gold Fury, stolen by Sanford Soccer, and that is just simple for the Jade Dragons jungler. I'll drop my ultimate, send all you on a run, and take away the Fury.
No. The Crusher, 18 damage. It was not even like the tick of the ult.
Oh, no.
It was a tick of his Crusher
For
that
18
kills that one.
damage.
Granted, look, they're all feared. It's a lot of control. Man, that one just hurts overall. It's going to go that way, I think, for the Dragons, unless you get a ton of beads or CC immunities popped.
Yeah, I'm
by
not
the
burning
Warriors.
beats for that.
And so that's a big team fight ult. Massive, though, in control, because you had highlighted earlier, and I had mentioned it as well, the Warriors have just been farming better overall. I mean, every instance of this game, you got to see the Pyromancer. You can see it where all of a sudden there's a chunk halved for the Dragons, and then it gets drugged right back by the Warriors. And now with the Fury Steal, you might as well be even once again. You know, just a little behind, but things look better for the Dragons because of this. And I like the way that the Warriors are playing. I think they've done a good job. They've got a lot of potential, specifically around Cuvo, Dardes, Vote. The damage to get someone into execute threshold is very, very potent. But you got to do a little more when you're doing an objective, right? You gotta look for some zoning. You don't really have the secure that we've seen in, you know, some of the games of the last set where there was like a Poseidon on the board, things like that. And so you have to be a little more conscious of those when getting aggressive. Otherwise, I mean, at this point, the Warriors could be by and large ahead, a few thousand gold, and feeling a lot more comfortable 20 minutes in than they do.
Yeah, but as we've so often seen, the Gold gap closes up a bit, gets to even. The Oni Warriors pull back ahead. You know, it's starting to trickle back down to that 1,000 gold mark. Experience has remained largely consistently in the lead for the Oni Warriors. 1 level over in solo, 1 to 2 levels in jungle, and then Nilma and Vote both a level ahead of their counterparts. So, you know, again, it's more of a delay style of Fury instead of a complete game turnaround style of Fury from the Jade Dragons. And we're to the late game. We're starting to get to that late game scaling point, Gore. I mean, Vote outside of the one just overwhelming dive that hit the Freya has 3 2/3 rings online. Pagon can't quite box out with the Freya. Oni Warriors have bought their time effectively.
Yeah, I think we're at the point where Vote is officially and will be a threat anytime anyone stands in front of them. If they have any backup at all, it might just be a kill. I'm keeping my eyes right now on Mike, though, and specifically because there's so many blinks on the board. And he just now hit level 12. I want to know what his second relic is going to be. Not uncommon to see on Xingqian. It might be something that's worth mentioning because, again, it's a lot of engage potential. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. For an Artio, again, makes sense. Neil Ma makes sense, although not maybe the most common picked up relics for a Terra and an Artio. I can see why Blink fits in there. And again, it fits really well for Dardes and Cuvo. But it does then mean you're lacking a lot of that extra utility. Again, Beads, Aegis, always talked about as slightly more selfish relics. But, you know, you're foregoing shells, you're foregoing horrifics, anything like that, frenzies, all of this stuff. And so a lot that I'm just curious in watching how they evolve this game and how that style plays with this comp in some of these late game fights.
An effective start to the game for Cuvo Fred, but been slowed down over the last few minutes. And then good individual answers from the Jade Dragons have given the other 3 kills over to the Drags. Really feels like objectively, though, you know, cause it's like map farm for the Oni Warriors. Granted, the Gold Fury would have gone to them as well, but steal from Sam for Soccer. Then the rest of the objectives recently have been going to the Dragons, including the steal. Pyromancer now gets taken by the Dragons. And so around the big objectives, Dragons have just been more effective, luck or otherwise. But around the camps and neutral camps, things like that, where the Oni Warriors have really made their money. Small grouping over here on the left side of the map. Cuvo Fred takes him out in a burst damage, stuns out Sam for Soccer. And an ult through from Pagon. And Cuvo Fred able to get that simple kill. Vote must have done most of the damage on the left side of the map. And Cuvo Fred turns around, sends some damage back to the Jade Dragons, makes it a 1-for-1. And now we'll see Nika for the first time.
I mean, this is a good chase down for him. You can not quite get the CC onto Sam, so I think you have to pull back. But, you know, you're looking at it as maybe just a 1-for-1. But you're seeing a sprint popped, a blink popped from Sam, the sprint from PBM, a kill onto Pagon, and a ton of ults that were just dropped by the Dragons. I mean, Yu Huang, Sam, and Pagon, all 3 of them drop their ult. Nemesis does throw one out in retaliation. You get the beads from Cuvo and his ult as well, but I think by and large that feels like a big win for the Warriors to have a lot of time that they can play around with and get aggressive, much like this on the mic. Maybe not a kill, but a really good chance for a fight.
Fine, okay. Finds an opening pluck, but how about the damage out from Vote? Fine, okay, stays alive though through the lurking in the waters. Good poke damage returned into the Oni Warriors, who are now disengaging towards mid, and will be able to do so successfully. Similar fighting all game long. This one the first sort of bigger 5v5, but still no kills drop after a big initiation.
I think it always comes down to the same little concepts, and it's just where are the relics afterward, right? In a fight where there's no kills or a fight where it's 1-for-1, you gotta look at the relics. Dardes missing those beads means that a Fear No Evil that's gonna be coming up soon from Sam could be massive.
Oni Fury taken low. Oni Warriors close by as the Jade Dragons pull off the objective that they had started. You're right, Fear No Evil, gotta be the big one that you're looking out for, but no blink for Sam. I think the Jade Dragons thinking twice. And so both teams will take a deep breath, spread apart, and look for the next big fight here in a couple of minutes. Not much separating these squads in the first 25 minutes of the game.
No, not a lot at all. I mean, it's been small farm for the Warriors, but you had mentioned it earlier, with every single large objective going the way of the Dragons, this game is a lot closer than realistically it should be. I think they've been playing around the Pyro and then the Gold Fury and now even the Oni Fury incredibly well. to make sure that the Warriors can't just take this lead and push it as far as it could go. And that's the thing. A comp like the Warriors, if it hits late game, it's going to be good. If it hits late game with a massive lead, it's going to be even better. So now they've got to figure out where to put that pressure.
Panda Cat has got to float back beneath the tier 1 tower in mid. But again, looks like the individual pick will simply survive, though. A blink pluck could make all the difference. Cuvo Fred had to get out of that one. Was able to do so. Now a stun on Define OK, a root on Define OK. But not much damage on Define OK. Lurking in the waters, baited out. That does give you a good glimpse at some of the tankiness, though, Gore, that we have finally reached for Fino. Gets the Oni Hunter's Garb online. Spirit Robe a bit later on. Very, very hard to melt through this health bar.
Very difficult to chase him down as well. I mean, if Lurking in the Waters is available, there's your free CC immunity. You just walk away. Most of the time, you're going to be able to get out pretty cleanly. Sometimes you can even turn around, potentially fight back in. And that's the thing. Survivability on the side of the Dragons is pretty massive. I mean, you know, Xingqian has multiple ways, at least 2 leaps to jump away, has some roots to maybe self-peel. Hunbats has a leap, technically has a teleport, although that one's going to be a little more useful depending on where you are. Pagon can ult in or out, although sometimes ulting out doesn't work well, as we saw earlier. And then, of course, we just saw what Fine OK and what this Yu Huang can do. And so I have a lot of concerns for the Warriors just in making sure someone who is locked down stays locked down, because I think that's the hardest part with this composition is ensuring that. And that's, again, where, you know, ranged CC from an RDO comes in, where being able to chase people down really well, all these blinks that the Warriors have picked up, you might be able to have a leap that gets you away or a jump or something that banishes you for a moment. They've got ways to close the gaps and ways to get back in. And so I have high expectations for their chase potential. And right now it's just surviving that onslaught, right? Getting in there, we've seen it, good damage every time from the Warriors. And it's just making sure they can survive that good damage. You know, they're not just throwing their lives away to get that out. Making sure the 1-for-1s aren't necessarily happening. They're being able to go in, maybe find 2 before they end up trading a single life.
Once more, we will back away.
Onto the horizon.
Onto the horizon we go. Like ships passing in a night, except the ships have been like battering each other with cannonballs all game long. Just none of them have sank one another. We've just been brawling it out. You're a big Sea of Thieves guy,
yeah.
So that tracks with you.
I also just went through like a month and a half where I was just like really into pirates.
Yeah, I was getting. You were tagging me in a lot of fun pirate themed tweets, and I appreciated that. Could this be a separator? The Pyromancer Oni Warriors will not take it away, though Neoma with the walls just shy of coming together for the damage onto the Pyro. Probably smart from the Oni Warriors, not overcommitting onto a Pyro defense. Pagon had used the beads, though. Banish connected, so did Fear No Evil onto Neoma. Earthen Fury makes it down, but at what cost? The life of Neoma, the life of Dardes. Cuvo Fred answers back with 1, so the Oni Warriors still have a bit of leg in this fight. Vote does not. Fine OK gets rid of the Freya. Fine OK gets the double onto Cuvo Fred, and Nika, the only thing standing between the Dragons and a deicide.
I think the Warriors, by and large, at the initial portion of that fight, have the better damage, but survivability is what the Dragons have. They're able to either peel for themselves, survive just long enough beads, whether it be Aegis, or just in-kit abilities, keep them going. And unfortunately, the Warriors, again, lots of good damage, not a lot of good protection. The minute they're in, they're locked in there.
So Fire Giant pulled down low, Nika close by, but no longer close by. Fire Giant to the Jade Dragons in 28 minutes. A bend but don't break style of play from the Dragons. Look at those gold charts, up and down all game long. And now the biggest lead of the game in general. Jade Dragons find a 2K lead plus some, with the tier 1 towers going down.
I always love when the gold graphs look like that, because you can see each moment where, you know, whether it's a Pyromancer or a Gold Fury, like every little item or every win that the Dragons have is available there. And that last spike, part of it's that Fire Giant. A majority of it, though, is that team fight, just how sweepingly in favor of them it is. Good kills against Cuvo. I think being able to read Vote very well, because Vote is trying to get the maximum amount of damage out of this ult, and most of the time, it's put them just too far forward that all of a sudden it's easier for someone, you know, if Panda Cat goes down, well then Sam, FineOK, PBM, one of the three or two of the three are going to be surrounding you when you land, and then it's just easy damage because you're Freya. Even with your Banish up, if you have beads, you have Aegis, it's only prolonging what feels like the inevitable. So I feel like Vote, again, has been very easy to handle on the back end of some of the damage. Once that Pulse Irradiate combo's down, getting the kill isn't that bad. Oh my god!
Cuvo Fred simply melted by the Jade Dragons. That's an initiation, though 3 ultimates get used. I think the Dragons far enough ahead at this point, strong enough at this point.
I don't know that they care.
Yeah, I'll be fine with now 45 seconds of a 5v4. So our ultimates will likely come back up before then.
Yeah, ult's economy might not necessarily be in your favor. Relics are by and large in your favor here. So now, not only do you get the numbers advantage, but you can just walk into this Phoenix pretty much willy-nilly.
FineOK has found the backline, but a Retribution has found FineOK. Good ult from Mike! And that connects into damage and CC from the rest of the Dragons. Nika and Neoma, the next 2 to go down, and suddenly the Jade Dragons might be knocking on the door of a game end. 5 members, 4 with FG, against 2 carries of the Oni Warriors. Double banish onto FineOK, and Mike keeps things interesting. Vote into the Valkyrie's discretion, but he'll have to crash down eventually. A gets used, Fear No Evil out yet again, and the Jade Dragons wave bye-bye to game 1.
This was, I think, a good draft from both squads, right? Warriors come in, their game plan is visible, and I think that it's one that really could have taken away if they get that Pyromancer at the beginning, or just the Gold Fury that was stolen away by Sam, get themselves ahead earlier on and start to take some of those fights. But the Dragons did a really good job, like you said, a bend but don't break mentality up at the beginning that is very lenient, right? Cool, you know what, we'll give up this fight, we'll back away, and then we'll come back for the objective and just be there where we need to be. A little bit of lack of zoning from the Warriors for that first Fury keeps the Dragons in it even more, but then it comes down to survivability, the ability to get in, get some damage out, but still survive through the onslaught that was a Freya Pulse, through the onslaught that was the Achilles and the Nemesis. And then unfortunately for the other side, and this is something that fell apart for the Warriors, that 4 protect 1 or potentially, I guess, 2 protect 3, however they had it split up because of the builds, it just never really got to come to fruition. They were always a little too far separated or maybe not quite on the same page, and it made it a lot easier. Single pick there at the very end just gives a numbers advantage, and from that point forward, it's dominoes for the Dragons.
Doesn't that just feel like a Jade Dragon style of game? Kind of slow burn early on, and then seemingly out of nowhere, a big fight happens and the game is just over. Jade Dragons weather the storm, engage, nearly deicide the Oni Warriors. What they do is kill off the Titan and take game number 1. Game number 2, Score, you're immature.
You chuckled.
You're immature. I didn't laugh. Game 2 coming up next.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win. You won. Respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person. I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'm a paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Cutting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been steady sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really, I could probably try and be something greater. working on my favorite. You could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego. Scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared. Hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah. Feel good, be good, stay good, live good. I could feel good, live good, die good. Lingering inside my headspace, turning minutes into hours into days. I'm thinking about the situations. Wonder if it's ever gonna change. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I am Hercules.
Cupid!
Lightweight, baby.
Bye!
Victory. Vomit. Lightweight, baby. No! Must keep fighting. I am the hero you need. Lightweight, baby. Perfect. I am Hercules.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by our good friends over at Alienware. If you want to use all the... You good over there, Myth? You good over there, Myth?
I'm chilling, man.
You chilling?
That's
You're
what we do.
chilling. Welcome over there, Mifflin. Welcome back, Mifflin, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, as I said, powered by our good friends over at Alienware. You want to use the PCs that our players are playing on, the players that we have in the PCs that we have in our studio, the laptops that we use here on the desk. Go over to smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSmite09 to see what kind of great offers that we have in store for you and the Alienware can give over to you. Make sure to follow Alienware on their social medias at Alienware on Instagram and Twitter, and go to AlienwareArena.com to see all the cool things that Alienware has to offer. Thank you so much, Alienware, for coming back in Season 9 of the SPL. Game number 1 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors is now done. And the Oni Warriors were able to fend off the storm of the early game Mifflin. They made it through the early game of the Jade Dragons, but it just took one team fight for everything to fall apart for the Warriors.
I'm noticing a common theme in the SPL. That one team fight, it seems to be the only thing separating a whole lot of these teams between a win and a loss. But the Oni Warriors, with an unorthodox composition, were able to make their way throughout the laning phase, survive, even at times thriving just by nature of map play, even getting a couple of objectives for themselves. Sure, some steals from the Jade Dragons keep them afloat throughout the early. But once we got to that late game team fight, I really thought, that's it, GG. The Oni Warriors are going to win out with this super weirdo composition. But one misplayed team fight around the Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons make away like bandits immediately afterward, and it was clean from there. But I think the Oni Warriors gain valuable information from game 1. And that's, hey, if you want to be weird, if you got a comp that needs a nemesis, but you got to put her in mid, could still work out. Because once they got to the 5-on-5, weren't so bad.
And as you can see, it was in that team fight there around that 25 to 27 minute mark. That was when the Jade Dragons were finally able to get the fight that they had wanted and found a favorable one up against the Oni Warriors. The Warriors spent so much of their resources killing a Yu Huang, and that's similar to when we talked about Charybdis back on launches. When you spend so much trying to kill a god that has so much survivability in their kit, 2 forms of CC immunity, beads, and Aegis buy so much time for Panda Cat, that the Oni Warriors had collapsed and used everything that they had. And oh, by the way, here's Pagon getting to free cast on a Chernobog for the remainder of the fight.
Sanford Soccer as well was allowed to do just about anything that he wanted. 11 affected kills, only 1 death from the jungler of the Jade Dragons. As you said, Pagon allowed to free cast. Panda Cat, maybe not allowed to free cast because he was the target, but if he's the target, you're probably feeling pretty all right about it because of all the survivability that he's got built inherently into his kit. And then this double Guardian frontline between PBM and Final Case, Sobek and Jingshen, respectively. Just so hard to get past. The initiation, really, was what I think carried the Jade Dragons in that Phoenix Siege towards that 31-minute mark. It was, hey, we've got Plux. We've got Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. That's really all you need.
Yeah, I mean, Mike able to pick up both of the frontliners of the Warriors and throw them into the hands of everybody else on his team. And the instant that Neil and Nika both touched the ground, they were dead at that point. And that's an easy pickings for the Jade Dragons. They take game number 1 and put themselves that much closer to closing out the set with a potential 2-0. But signs of life out of the Oni Warriors, and I think that's the important takeaway there, is that they made it through the early game. They made it through their weakest point. They made it through the Jade Dragons' strongest point of the game. Now they just need to make it through that end game and actually have that team fight to kind of go through, and maybe drafting a little bit more of an orthodox style, maybe getting a traditional mage or a second long-range damage dealer out there could do them wonders in game 2.
Yeah, mages are just so good on base defense that I think when you essentially forego an orthodox mage, you're saying, hey, we are playing to win, and that's it. The second we're on the back foot, it is a severe disadvantage. You need that AoE damage. You need that long-range artillery to keep minion waves out and sustain through the poke war that is already favoring the team on Siege, because for the most part, they've got Fire Giant to regenerate them. So the Oni Warriors, once they had lost out on that FG, really lost out in a lot of value of their composition. But again, it worked out throughout the early. They did get to that late game team fight, and it was thin margins that the Jade Dragons were able to win out by. So I don't think the Oni Warriors need to completely forego the strategies they had developed coming into today. If they really want to keep with the unorthodox style, I think they showed me enough in game 1 that it's got my vote of confidence.
Well, as far as the bans are concerned, Jade Dragons won't change up any of theirs. It'll still be the Dodgy, Osiris, and AMC banned away by the Order side team. Oni Warriors, on the other hand, will make an immediate adjustment. The Emoja, same as game number 1, that gets banned away. But now adding Xing Chen into the mix. So a little tired of what PBM was able to do on that god, the constant initiations he was able to find, the multi-man ultimates that Mike was hitting in those late game team fights. Oni Warriors want nothing to do with that.
No, and now they'll have to deal with Mike playing maybe one of his other aggressive selections, right? It feels like Xing Chen as a ban is just, hey, please, it didn't go great for us. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel is so strong against our our weirdo draft. Our Nemesis mid wasn't allowed to stand close to anybody because of this massive AoE CC. So we'll go ahead and deal with that. Chernobog rounds out the bans for the Oni Warriors, and now the Jade Dragons in first pick position yet again have got choice of the field. Was Chernobog in that first slot in game 1, but having been taken away now, they'll have to dig a little bit deeper. We know Panicat likes the Yu Huang into Freya matchup, but we similarly know that Panicat just likes the Freya up against the Solar Scarabs. They had taken it first overall, I believe, 2 of their matches, so could be a Freya selection here. Yu Huang hovered. I suppose if you're worried about Vote going back towards it, the Freya that is, might as well just get your counter matchup off rip.
Yu Huang will be locked in first for the Jade Dragons, and now a lot on the table for the Oni Warriors to grab. They can go back to the RDO that was doing well for Nika, and they will indeed. That one gets locked in right away. Pick of the litter for jungle. I mean, Nemesis is still open if they want to actually get that one for Cuvo this time. They even have Mercury available if the Oni Warriors want to grab that one, though we've been seeing mixed success as far as Mercury is concerned in the SPL, sitting, I think, actually a little bit under that 50% mark right now.
Despite the best efforts of Sam for Soccer, I think pretty winning on the Mercury for the Jade Dragons, so we could still see it locked in if they so choose. The Morgan, the second overall selection for the Oni Warriors. Some good transformation targets already. RDO in the late game, nearly unkillable, but you better believe there's going to be a couple more throughout. Worth noting that you really don't want to transform into RDO early game. Generally, the Morgan maxes out her second ability. So like a max triple field or a max stun. Probably not the best usage of your time, but everybody's maxed out at around level 20. And then you could just become another unkillable initiator that also has some in-combat healing for your team. The Jade Dragons thinking hard about their second phase of picks. Maybe you want to go ahead and select a soul laner here. That could be a soul laner, could be a jungler, could be a support. Feels like it's been a little while since we've seen Ymir consistently. Genetics comes to mind as one of the premier Ymir players in the league. And he plays support, so I'll hedge my bets there.
Potentially so. Now, of the last 7 games that Mike has played, 1 was a Baron, 1 was a Xing Chen. The other 5 were Fafnir. So we're seeing a little bit of diversity now, at least out of PVM is concerned, as far as that god pool goes. Though, again, we can still have to wait to see exactly where this Ymir does get locked in. Though, if history is any indication of the performance of this god in the Pro League, support is probably the safest place to put your bets there. Now, the Oni Warriors, with their mid and their solo locked in, have a lot that they can grab. Ymir, one of the biggest struggles that he has is his immobility. Nemesis could be a nice pick if they want to grab their jungle, but who cares about grabbing the jungle? I'll just go ahead and stop talking about jungle at this point because Jingwei is available, and the Oni Warriors will grab that one for Vote.
Good deal of safety, CC immunity the ultimate, so if it is Ymir in the support role, you don't have to worry so much about the wall into freeze, as long as that ultimate's still up. If it's down, you're pretty concerned. I am surprised that the Oni Warriors don't even consider going towards the Khepri. It would play very well against this essentially single target DPS composition between Ul and Yu Huang. It's a pick that has had major success so far in the SPL. Now the Jade Dragons have the opportunity to go ahead and ban that out if they so choose, or they could start targeting out a couple of these periphery picks. Achilles taken off the table. They don't want to deal with it, and it seems like Dardes is confused. My man threw the hand up.
He's like, wait, an Achilles? Man, that seems a little bit out there. Now, granted, over towards Cuvo did have all of the kills that his team got in that previous game, all
Maybe
5
deserves
of them.
the ban,
so
right?
maybe take the ban that way. End up, I think, 5-4 was his final slash line as far as the KD was concerned, but Jade Dragons will not want to deal with that execute. Meanwhile, it'll be a Sobek ban by the Oni Warriors, again, recognizing the frontline pressure that the Jade Dragons have put between the Whirlwinds of Rage Steals of the Xing Chen and the Plucks that were coming from Final K on the Sobek. The Oni Warriors do not want to deal with that extra form of CC, and maybe one more potential target ban over towards solo could go the way. We've been seeing a little bit less of the Warriors over there, though King Arthur's still notably something that Final K does like to go back towards in that lane.
And with the Guardians, or the primary suspect Guardian Soul Laners banned out now, Cthulhu from the Oni Warriors, I think you might be right in bringing up the King Arthur. I'd also briefly assumed we might see a Raven, but the Jade Dragons target that one out immediately. Been a severe lack of Raven over the last set or so.
True.
That mitigation build still exists, and it is still incredibly strong, but it is slow rolling. So the Jade Dragons, a team that like to bring the pressure early, might stray away from that style of play.
And we also can't dismiss the fact that Raven still could go over into the jungle, and something that Cuvo Fred does like to play. The Oni Warriors will pick up their Guardian now. It'll be Ganesh locked in for Neil Ma. So we've got the dual lane now of the Oni Warriors. It's just going to come down to what Cubo wants. And typically when it comes to an Oni Warriors draft, Cubo is not often the last pick for his team. He's usually one of those top 2 or even top 3 picks.
And there's some of Cubo's favorite selections still out there. You could pick up the Nemesis for the jungle this time around. Da Ji available, has decent matchup into the Ull at least. Doesn't really ever work up against Yu Huang. Ymir to a certain extent with the Ice Shards should be able to avoid the pull-in, but if you're forcing at least an ultimate or at least putting pressure onto the Ull, I think Pao Lao has got enough value to merit a pick in of that in itself. But the Jade Dragons have got choice first. I just gotta assume you're looking potentially towards another Hunbat selection. Pretty decent into the Morrigan, pretty great performance as well. Nemesis Hover could be taking note. Hey, we don't want the Oni Warriors or Cubo Fred getting his or one of his most comfortable picks.
Yeah, definitely one of his most top played gods as well. Cullen, but will not be Nemesis. Will instead be Susano. Now, in the past, we would speculate if this one's going over to Pagon or not, but considering Yu Huang and Ull are already locked in, gotta imagine the Susano is finally going to be going back to his rightful home in the jungle for Sam for Soccer. And that leaves Fenrir open for the Oni Warriors. So we've now hit a point, Mifflin, where Mercury has potentially fallen by the wayside as no teams have even looked at him and gets his way all the way past. But maybe some of the struggles of going up against Ymir potentially have dissuaded the Oni Warriors from that pick. So now that we have a more traditional style of composition out of the Oni Warriors, how do you feel about their chances up against the Jade Dragons and their composition they've drafted?
I like this Oni Warriors draft a fair bit. Ardio should be able to hold her own in lane, should get pretty decent pressure around the Totemaku as well. Conduit Gem just really has boosted these Guardian Solos' ability to clear out, so generally it used to be, hey, there's a Warrior versus a Guardian matchup, the Warrior's going to control Totemaku. I don't think it's as simple as it once was. You've got decent objective burn potential thanks to this Ganesh. Dharmic Pillars on its own, just such a high DPS ability in conjunction with Jing Wei, who's likely going towards crit, should be able to make short work of these objectives. I think the 5-on-5 engagement might be a bit more equalized or even favors the Jade Dragons at points. The Susano ultimate is going to be so disruptive for almost the entirety of the Oni Warriors draft. Sure, Jing Wei can dash out of the knockup, but besides that, pretty easy targets for the Susano to line up. Ull should bring pressure early on. Where he's going to bring that pressure, TBD, we never know, between Pagon and Pandacat, where either one of these two selections is going to go. But because Yu Huang is locked in and we don't have a Freya on the other side, maybe we get the standard mage and mid with the ADC and the duo.
Yeah, potentially Pagon goes to something more traditional. Typically when we do see him go to the mages is Thoth more often than not, but gotta imagine that Yu Huang is right up his wheelhouse along with the rest of the mid laners in the SPL. So when you're maybe now looking at this Soul Lane matchup, Cullen versus Ardio, probably not a whole lot of action to be had over there, but do you think that there's maybe some potential pressure that the Susano could put over on the Oni Warriors, maybe try and keep Nika or keep Cubo Fred down?
Decent matchup into the Morrigan. If I'm Susano, I'm loving that. Yeah, you even go into the stealth, but he's got such large abilities, the first and second, that you could, if you're already close range, which he does, knock her out of it pretty easily, chase down with the ultimate. So I could see the Susano putting a lot of pressure towards the center of the map. Besides that, I know Jing Wei is pretty survivable, but Susano is uniquely qualified and uniquely good at chasing down just about anybody, Yanis is included. Why not stick to a Jing Wei?
We'll have to see exactly where the Susano decides to put his pressure. Where's Sam? We'll get to go with the Jade Dragons. Can the Jade Dragons 2-0 the Oni Warriors, or are we going to get some fight back out of the Warriors and take us to Game 3? Before we get to there, we got to get through Game 2.
That's right. The Oni Warriors draft themselves a solid composition as far as bounce back potential goes. But the Jade Dragons go bring us some high-octane, action-packed potential for Game 2. Susano for Sam, Uller for Pagon, Pandacat back on the Yu Huang. All three of these pick score for the Jade Dragons feel like they've got playmaking, carry potential for the Dragons in Game 2.
A lot of good damage behind him. I mean, it is going to be a little, maybe less standard than what we've seen, but not that less standard, right? I mean, when you look at their team fight, it's the exact same as what you would see out of a normal composition. It's just the early game where they're in the lane phase that things are going to be a little different. But I've seen enough Pagon on this Uller that I am sold on it. I do not need to be convinced that this is going to be successful. On the other side, though, I think they've got some really good fight back. The only downside I have, and this is just a downside I have with Fenrir in general, not necessarily Cubo playing it, is that you have to commit pretty heavily to going in.
Yep.
I think the last time we saw it, or at least I know yesterday in the SEC, there was at one point, I want to say in the last couple of weeks as well. The problem is you end up having to use some of your stuff as disengage. That's great jukes, by the way, from Cuvo.
Yep.
My God, that was insane for him to just be able to dodge out as much as he did. But, you know, we'll see someone leap in, get a stun, go for a brutalize, immediately have to cancel and use their ult to get away.
Pagon hits the stun, gets the beads off of Dardes. Chaotic in the first couple of levels there. Pagon jumps up and over. Dardes and Cuvo Fred was on the opposite side of the lane from his own tower. And everyone ends up staying alive there. Cuvo Fred just a bit behind, reach level 2 just now on one of those back camps. I agree, though. Playmaking at an all-time high as far as potential goes. Now, I look at the Oni Warriors comp gore. Seems a bit more straightforward.
Yeah.
Team comp, team fighting. I do wonder, though, what Dardes ends up thinking with Morgan transformations throughout this game. And I'll let you think about it a bit. It's fine, okay, we'll take some damage and a root. But the tower provides safety for the Kukulkan. Because oftentimes you go into a game and there's one transformation, that's it, right? Whether it's Cthulhu, Nike in the past, things like that. I guess there's a lot of okay options throughout this game.
Yeah.
And maybe more team fight dependent for Dardes.
Yeah, I think that there's, honestly, like the first one that stands out to me the most is probably the Kukulkan in general. You might see why here, just because of how well he can just disengage. I think the control that a Kukulkan can bring, like a good 4-man knockup, we see him a few times. I think there's a lot of openings for this as a transformation over into Finoke. But at the same time, you can also just become Artio Part 2. You can become Fenrir Part 2. You know, you're looking at people who burn beads, not really the best on the side of the Warriors, so having a Fenrir and then a second Fenrir to go in after someone on the 4 pairs of beads that the Dragons has burned them could give you those opportunities. Again, I think it depends on how well Cuvo's able to maintain this god early on and how much it pops off. Otherwise, Finoke, team fight-wise, Artio, team fight-wise, both incredibly potent. I mean, hell, even a Ymir, even though he's maybe not my first option, isn't the end of the world, because you get good freezes, you know, a good wall, to the point where now I'm trying to think back of the last time I might have seen a Dardes piloted Ymir, which, if at all, like, at least in a competitive setting, maybe never, or maybe way
must have been a Morgan.
Way back way.
If it ever happened, it was a Morgan pick. I don't think he ever picked.
If I remember, Dardes used to play support, like in the way before. So there's got to be a Ymir game somewhere.
Surely, right?
But that's like even before I'm casting Challenger Circuit prior to getting hired here. Like that's years and years and years ago.
Before anything I would remember.
I was a different human.
Well, I'm excited, Gore, to peek into the mind of Dardes a bit throughout this game.
Yeah.
Because in all likelihood, there could be a very obvious transformation that we're just missing, and Dardes goes to it every single time.
And we just go, oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
duh.
right. That makes sense. So we'll see. You know, second Susano in some moments could be exciting. That's a nice wall. Freeze, I believe, silenced, canceled, whatever it was, didn't connect onto Vodor Nilma. And Ganesh continues to be annoying in all the right ways. Just enough utility and different abilities to make an impact over in the duo lane. Sanford Soccer can dash into Nika and gets the pull back. But yet again, I think we've reached the point here in solo. It's going to take a lot more than just the jungler walking in to really end up getting a kill.
Yeah, the 9-5 changes alone make it difficult for you to burn through a Guardian or even a Warrior at this point of the game. Pandacat, though, he's a mage. He's a little squishier. Luckily, he's still able to get away. I think that the investment on the right-hand lane, really from both sides, has been interesting to me to see. Just because I don't know that you're going to get a big kill without the assistance of the tower. And that's going to be close to impossible to get.
Did see a bit of that last set, the solo lane priority. Purple buff stolen away by Neilma and Vote. Blue buff confirmed by the Jade Dragons just a moment ago in Sanford Soccer. So one confirmed, one stolen away. Final K ends up going into Runic Shield early on in the build on the Kukulkan here. I mean, Conduit Gem for Artio in the lane. Again, kill pressure still pretty low. But Final K synergizes pretty well with that item anyway, it feels like. And so not a bad start Just to keep calling it late.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, the only thing that makes me think that we're probably going to be in for the long haul solo lane, right? I don't expect either of them to find solo kills over each other. I always feel like whenever I say that, we're about to see one happen. I'm glad we're watching the lane so it doesn't just happen like off to the side. It feels like it's going to be very difficult for like solo kills to happen. Ganks are going to have to be very well targeted, especially if this ends up being anything like a breastplate. You already with physical protections, Nika's feeling really solid because that means that Sam and FineOK are going to be lacking a little bit. At least right now, Cuvo can rotate over and still hit FineOK pretty hard. And so there's some openings for the Warriors, maybe on the right-hand side, but not a ton. And it's also the only one on the Dragons that doesn't have beads, so that might just be Cuvo's best matchup right now to try and get aggressive on, unless they want to do something wild, because they don't have a lot of beads burners on this squad to help out Cuvo. So this is just maybe the easier grab.
Yeah, getting situational beads burning, it feels like. Ragnarok, yes. Outside of that, how can you capitalize? Nika has some moments where you can provide lockdown, shred some beads.
But nothing, yeah, like nothing crazy hard CC. Dardes has a stun, but you got to get like real up close and personal to make it happen.
It's a great freeze, or silence rather, from Neomod to avoid the freeze. Blue buff confirmed by the Jade Dragons. Polar Bear Mike sends a freeze towards Nika. FineOK, double knockup, almost avoided by the double pull from Sanford Soccer, and individually the Oni Warriors look like they're going to be able to escape. Big Typhoon from Sanford Soccer, but FineOK didn't get the memo. He sticks around. In goes Fino. Out goes Cuvo Fred. This is going to be big from Mike and the Jade Dragons. 2 kills already dropped. Nika could make a third. Around the wall we fight, and the Oni Warriors empty-handed, and the Jade Dragons' pockets are full.
We'll say, I admire Dardes. He goes for it, man. He transforms into the Fenrir. He leaps in. He grabs Pagon. He runs back. It almost to the point where that freeze initially from PBM, silenced out. The second one, stunned out. If that goes through, I actually think the Warriors are maybe in a better spot, because what happens is they end up chasing a little further, and maybe that one freeze, that one wall isn't a big turnaround, but it separates. All of a sudden, you've got, you know, Neil and I believe Nika on one side, Cuvo and Dardes on another. And so the Dragons are able to surge forward. They've got this split fight going in their favor. Good amounts of damage already online. And they've got just better team fight ultimates. I mean, Dharmic Pillars is going to be a big turnaround for you, but other than that, Cuvo Fred, single target. Dardes, depends on who he turns into, and he turns into a Fenrir, which is single target. And so you get this massive Typhoon, you've got FineOK, and you've got Mike, who are all going to be able to throw those out. And Ymir's ult usually isn't even that massive, but the slows that are being applied by that Frostbite passive, plus the presence from everybody else, just made it very smooth. I mean, hot knife through butter to pick up the Warriors as they tried to retreat.
That'll give the Jade Dragons a nice 1,000 gold lead, but as we saw in Game 1, that level of a lead didn't really end up meaning much until a bit later on in the game. But it is a very pretty looking fight, and does give a good bit of momentum over to Sanford Soccer in the jungle, who ends up picking up a couple of those kills. And maybe gives you a mindset of how this Dragon team is going to be able to fight. FineOK has a massive fight, as for once the blue buff ends up getting stolen by Nika. FineOK not happy about it though. Nika gets pulled back through. Cuvo Fred is here. Remember, FineOK doesn't have beads. There won't end up being a Ragnarok from Cuvo Fred, and so Nika gets the blue buff steal. That's about it. And how fun is that for Mike? Just gets his freezes silenced out over and over again.
I mean, it is one of the most frustrating things in the world as someone who loves playing Ganesh and hates playing against Ganesh. It is so irritating when you go to hit what feels like it's gonna maybe be a massive play, big freeze on a Ymir, and then you click and it doesn't happen, and then you wait a little bit because Ohm lasts forever, it feels like, in those moments, and then you keep spamming it, and then of course by the time you finally get to the point where you can click it, the entire opportunity has disappeared from it.
Dharmic Pillars used by Neil. That's kept Mike right where he is. There's a Ragnarok, first of the game from Cuvo Fred. It's made Pagon uncomfortable. He'll go up, down. And Dardes is transformed into Susano. Great opportunity for the Oni Warriors. Massive knockup from FineOK. But a knockup that'll go searching for some follow-up because the Oni Warriors have gotten 2 kills, could be a third. Polar Bear Mike run down, and Cuvo Fred ties up the kills.
I mean, you swing 3 one way, 3 the other. Cubo might be low, but yeah, I don't know that FineOK is going to be able to close that gap fast enough. That's a good turnaround fight. And I think the biggest difference, again, is even though Cubo goes in, Cubo gets burned a lot, but is able to get a lot done with his kit and still escape. And this time around, we get to see the Susanoo as opposed to transforming into the Fenrir. I think having that wide, the capability to pull people in, the capability to chase someone down, but more specifically, the ult that Sam gives, or I guess in this case that Dardes would give to his team by stealing Sam's, is much bigger for the team. And having that big knock-up, big amount of damage, it's a good amount that I expect to see a little more often. I think between the Susanoo and the Kukulkan, those are the transformations I'd expect to see a little more often than not. And I think that they both can provide a lot for the team. You have to invest a lot of your Dardes, but look, 3 kills there, you're feeling more than fine with that kind of investment, especially with the way the initial fight goes, right? The 3-0 for the Dragons just a couple minutes ago. You need something to go in your way, and being able to pull back 3, and more importantly, have it be the jungler in the mid plus the support as opposed to like solo mid and support, I think makes it a little more worthwhile for the Warriors.
PandaCat and Poe just wondering what's going on in this game, 'cause they're just hanging out over in duo lane. Yeah, so you got a Jingwei farming up, you got PandaCat stacking up Warlock staff over on left.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the Devourer's gauntlets, right? Like, not too uncommon to see the Warlock staff, although maybe not as common lately as it has been on certain mages, like Yu Huang. Doesn't necessarily surprise me to see him build it, but also doesn't necessarily mean or stay as the exact thing I would expect. And, you know, Evolved Devo's Gauntlet's still going to be good here, but it has been delayed a little bit. I believe, recently, I think got a little boost back to the numbers that were nerfed down earlier in a couple of patches ago. So at least stabilizing a little bit, but good lifesteal. Honestly, I like this build so far from Pope because it's going to let him survive really well. He's going to hold his own in lane, no problem. You're Jingwei already, so survival is like just there for you. Yeah, it already exists pretty easily. But now with the Wind Demon online, it's a good power spike. You get some crits early on. If you're going for a boxing match just in lane up against someone like a Yu Huang, those crits are going to give you an edge. But even in general, I think as you rotate over, the next couple of items, to me, this either means you're going to go heavy-handed in crit, or pretty much the virtual opposite, right? That it's going to be the only crit item you get. Either way, it gives you a lot of leniency in your build, and it's a really good like fulcrum to figure out how you're going to lean into the rest of the game.
Well, between Sam, Pagon, and PandaCat, 3 squishy targets, so crit would chunk. But heavy-handed into crit means that FineOK and PBM can itemize against that, and then the tanks are taking much less damage if they grab themselves the Spectral Armor. I know Trelly likes this style of build where you get the lifesteal, get some power with the upgrade, all of that early. Then you're able to get your crit online early, which is what you want on the Jingwei. So a good pace to the build.
Yeah.
For Vote. See if he'll be able to make use of that at any point soon, though at level 14, feels like we still got a little while before the Hunters really rotate in and have an impact outside of maybe a Gold Fury fight. Some power spikes get hit elsewhere, though. Heart Seeker for Sam for Soccer, Hi-Rez for Pagon. It's a little added burst damage from the 1-2 punch of the Dragon's jungle, plus mid laner. And of course, Dardes can replicate some of that. Fred has got some damage. FineOK has beads. And Ragnarok for beads, that's a tale as old as time, and one that oftentimes the junglers will take.
Yeah, timer-wise, Kivo, that's going to give him an opening over there in solo, if he so pleases. Same thing for Dardes. You know, I didn't like it at first, and admittedly the way it played out, it didn't work out the way they wanted to. But I still think that if you do decide to transform into someone like the Fenrir, and Kivo happens to have burned Pagon's beads, then that's going to give you openings that otherwise just wouldn't exist. Last time around, it ended up causing Dardes to be very deep, too long, and it's a very easy kill pickup for the Dragons. But in a lot of circumstances, there's at least some openings. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Dardes as well. Very Assassin-y style play style for Morrigan anyway. And so it's not too outlandish to ask for something that swaps like that. That being said, I also again, I just really love the Cullen. You had highlighted it earlier. I mean, might be the easiest call that they've ever made. 2 Spectrals already online
nice.
for Vinoke and PBM.
Yeah.
And that's just the kind of the deal. I mean, Dardez, you're not going to have any crit coming from
Didn't get
mid.
speed.
You're not going to have any crit coming from Fenrir. It's all on Vote. But they know where their threat is going to be. 2 of those have to commit pretty heavily to going in.
Yep.
And Vote does not. So if you can limit some of those crits, make sure that you're surviving through these fights, that's going to give you the CC necessary to fight back.
Yep. So, good counter itemization from the Jade Dragons, but also something where, again, if Vote is able to go toe-to-toe with Sam, Pagon, Panda, that's where these crits will really, really hit home. Not a Warlock staff start this time for Nika, instead right into tankiness, realizing that Fino plus Sam equals maybe needing a Breastplate of Valor. First item for Nika, and then of course you want Onis. You're able to roll into that Sovereignty for Fino-K on the flip side, sensing similar threat of physical damage as far as jungle and solo laner end up rolling through. So it's 16 minutes, not much separating these squads, 400 or so gold.
Oh, yeah.
And outside of the Morgan selling everything, buying it back, you see nothing in the gold graph there, Goran. Got one basically stable line. And not unlike game 1. As a matter of fact, almost the exact same as game number 1, except the Oni Warriors were able to pull the slightest of leads. But a couple of kills here and there. Seems like that the first round of neutral objectives that we get comfortable for the Gold Fury and the Pyromancer, ultimately will make the big difference here if they don't go down quietly and you start to see some fighting. There's a bit of presence from the Oni Warriors on left. Panda Cat, of course, safe and has beads and can float away. This is maybe one of the most boring, least gank potentially duo lanes we've got.
A lot of damage on it. If that ult connects from Panda Cat, that's probably just a kill outright. So good presence, I think, from the mage in the duo lane. But like you said, unfortunately, it doesn't really do anything. Even if Vote gets pulled in, maybe a beads, Aegis, ult, yeah, you can just kind of dash away and potentially save your life. Admittedly, having to use a lot more than you did. But I'm interested maybe more in this. Fino-K's in trouble.
How much trouble? Because
That's the question.
I don't see that health bar shrinking down that much. He is salmon leaves used to everything. And double knockup. Gotta get a kill here, my God! It took 4 members of the Oni Warriors to kill off Fino-K. Sanford Soccer with a massive Typhoon, and should get taken down as well. That is Sam attempting to save his solo laner's life. Shouldn't have done so, and the Oni Warriors, I'll say one of those was simple. The other one took a bit of damage to get done.
The chase down onto Fino-K, like there was a certain point, and I want to say it's about the middle of the solo lane, which maybe hold that thought. Panda Cat is going to get knocked up. The control's good. There's enough damage. They're going to lock him down. Neil's just going to take a little bit of poke back. And that's the kind of kill you need. I mean, pulling more in your favor, that's great for the Warriors to be able to pick that one up as well. But about halfway through the lane on solo side was when you have to decide how hard are we committing to this. And at that point, Dharmic Pillars got dropped. They were going in. They wanted that kill. It just helps that Sam came over and they were able to pick up Panda Cat. I think even, worthwhile otherwise. Getting Panda Cat, killing him off, opens up this left-hand side. And I was going to talk about Sam and specifically Ymir being the two biggest quote-unquote secure gods on the game and on the map. But they don't have much they can do. One was dead. The other one, you're not going to catch Mike walking up to the rest of the Warriors hanging out of the Fury. And so I think that's a good play from the Warriors. And a lot of what we saw there in game number 1, but this time actually working out for them in terms of getting the objective.
Pyromancer pulled by the Jade Dragons and confirmed by the Jade Dragons. Nika trying to slow down the retreat. But the Jade Dragons at least able to get something as far as objectives go. Find themselves a couple thousand gold behind and over 5,000 experience. 1 level in solo for the Onis, 2 levels make it. Jungle, mid, support, all of them a level or 2 ahead. As long as you're not fighting around Vote, or fighting around Panda Cat rather, who's equal to Vote. Oni Warriors feel good about where their fight lands on the map. Get some good neutral gold as well. The Jade Dragons getting dangerously close score to the type of territory where you need to figure out where you're going to draw the line. You get the Pyromancer, yes, but you give over the Gold Fury after a bad fight. Tier 1 tower quietly to Vote. You cannot bleed out too much more gold here. The Oni Warriors are a good enough team to push this style of bleed.
Yeah, this is a team that, especially with the way they were playing last game, outside of the big objectives in game 1, they were winning the farm battle. And so this is a moment where they finally have a lot more power going into their pockets. You've got the chin size finish there for Vote. You're getting a little more prots online here for Cuvo soon enough. Dardez is going to be hitting harder, and Dardez is 4-1. I mean, Dardez has been a huge aspect of this team, and I'm keeping my eye on the Morgan for that exact reason.
Yep.
And I think a lot of opportunities, they might be able to continue chasing Mike down or turn on Finocade.
Been a lot of Susano transformations. Could be another one here. But again, Finocade so tanky. Right, Finocade's buying time, still setting up front. Oni Warrior's not dealing that much damage to Fino. I mean, he's half health, but it took a full 5-man concerted effort. But Nika have you overextended. Dharmic Pillar's down, but walked over the wall from Polar Bear Mike. Simply delays the initiation from the Oni Warriors. Shards of Ice, no good. And another 2 kills for the Oni Warriors. They're just scrapping in the jungle. And the Jade Dragons just have not been able to compete.
I mean, and it's good chase down, right? I think that the team fight holds, again, for the Dragons maybe mean a lot more, but they're fighting in these narrow corridors where a lot are going to hit for the Warriors in terms of abilities. Vote has had some stellar rotations, and you're seeing the real difference. I mean, those crits ringing true, hitting a lot harder than what you're getting out of Pagon. Panda Cat, while able to get a lot of damage out there, has not been able to match. Actually, has surpassed. I mean, Jingwei admittedly hasn't done a ton. Look, next to the bottom, just barely above the Amir, slightly below the Ganesh. But it does feel like it's been impactful. A lot of it, though, has just been Dardez. It's an easy blanket statement to make. You've got good CC coming from the RDO. That on itself is going to be very nice. Good damage, good lockdown from a Fenrir. But Dardez is getting in there. He's getting good damage in the base Morgan kit, but then good transformations for lockdown. And then comes right back into it to continue finding those kills. So I think that we've gotten to see a lot from Dardez that has really escalated the fights for the Warriors to the point where the Dragons, I mean, what is that? That's 2 in a row where it's been a 3-0 sweep that the Warriors have picked up, and the Dragons haven't had any sort of response.
They sure haven't. It's not often that the Dragons are in that style of game. And still a few tier 2 towers to go down on this Fire Giant buff. I'm hard-pressed to see a world where the Jade Dragons said you got to choose where you put up your defense. And over nothing in particular was the answer from the Dragons, and that fight didn't go their way. I'm not sure you can put up a defense under anything less than a Phoenix at this point. Tier 2s should go down pretty quietly to the Oni Warriors. Because really, I guess if you're the Dragon score, you're just hoping to scale at this point. You know, you hope to get to level 20. Almost fully 5th slotted for everyone outside of Polar Bear Mike. So over the next 10 or so minutes, the Dragons can equalize golden experience, but it's going to be a long 10 minutes. That's another 2 Fire Giants for the Oni Warriors if we get there.
Yeah, a lot of this is holding out and specifically looking at Phoenix defenses, which again, I think you have a good mage. Yu Huang should be able to help out a lot of that. Your abilities might not be the biggest abilities in the world, but you know, one misstep from the Warriors, an ult from Panda Cat pulls them into the Phoenix, all of a sudden you're frozen dead, things like that. And so I think that the Dragons have some good defenses available to them. But the Warriors have just been playing a little bit better. They have to be careful approaching the Phoenix line. Ymir as well, I think really good under the Phoenix. You've got a Trebuchet on your side, a Fire Giant, and the numbers advantage, and the gold advantage. And so you can really force this to happen if you can catch someone out. Whether it's a small pull, potentially a chase, or a dive in from the Warriors. Beads are up for everybody on the Dragons, so it's not like Evo's going to have an easy time either. I just think the opportunity's there. Or alternatively, you just meet this stalemate and the Trebuchet does all the work for you. It's going to take a while, but give it 30 seconds and soon enough that Phoenix will be only a couple of hits away.
That's every Smite fan's dream. Let the Trebuchet knock down the Phoenix while we watch it happen. A couple more. No, and Panda Cat has the range damage. Actually, most of that damage is from the Trebuchet just kind of wailing away on the Phoenix. Got a 1v1 in mid, but it's Qval against Finocade. Sanford Soccer, of course, can flex back and forth. Geometry tells us that it's a faster route for Sam to go back and forth between the Phoenixes than it is for Qval. Fred, good wall for Mike. That delays out the initiation. Fantastic pull in from Panda Cat. And look at the health bars melt. The Oni Warriors low on the backside of this fight. Nika's not finished off the kill. Double Susano ults, but only one of them results in a kill. And it's the Jade Dragons under the left side Phoenix that have killed off Dardez. Nika now pulled into the Lion's Den. Double stun, followed by a knockup. And this fight is all Panda Cat setting up the damage and Fido-K knocking it down.
And you gotta be careful with that approach. That being said, with your spread out team fight, no matter how you engage there, Panda's gonna pull somebody. It's just who
like 3 guys.
and how many he's gonna get. That one ends up going large, and you get rid of 2 important fire giants. I mean, you burn this power play down, and while they got a lot of gold in the form of towers, you save a Phoenix, and you put yourselves maybe not in a better position gold-wise, but at least in a spot where you know you can team fight. That being said, look at the investments. Vote still has his ult. Neil, Dart McPillar's about to be up. And, well, Cuvo, Dartes, they're about halfway through. But Relic's on the side of the Warriors. You've got a missing Aegis, a missing Shell, and a missing Blink. That's about it. You've got Beads down for Pagon, Sprint down, but a lot of ults that are still on cooldown. Mike's going to get his back, but that one's a little negligible. Panda Cat has his, which feels great around the Phoenixes. Could feel good around the Fire Giant, depending on how they get engaged. But Fido-K and Sam are the ones you really want to have that. Should be back, or at least close to back, by the time the Fire Giant comes around. But that's where the pressure is going to be. That's a huge fight, huge amount of damage for Panda Cat. Obnoxious that he's got 16,000 and is 0, 1, and 2, so you know that the kills, unfortunately, maybe aren't going his way. But a good amount of poke in there. And I think that we're going to see something that at least can hold presence around this next FG fight. The Warriors aren't necessarily running away with it as easily as they could.
No. Still in a good spot, though. Would have loved to have gotten that left side Phoenix, so map state-wise would have felt more comfortable. Oh, and Friend takes damage. So an interesting call from the Dragons here. Maybe the right call, not feeling overly confident after a Phoenix defense goes correctly. And the call is simply give the regular Fire Giant over to the Oni Warriors. We're not going to fight this one out. Maybe test our hand again at a Fire Giant Phoenix defense. So, ends up not being all that dramatic at all. And the Oni Warriors will get it relatively comfortably. I mean, again, I guess the gold lead is still that bad, right? I mean,
yeah.
Experience, you're still catching up in a couple of categories. And so you can't be blinded by rage, right? I mean, that's the Jade Dragons get themselves a great defense. But then when you zoom out, I guess you are really risking just losing the game when you're team fighting from a massive deficit like they are.
I don't know how it would work, but having Rage have a blind on it would be very funny, just for the phrase.
Like for Fido-K though, like the guy playing the Cullen gets like blinded.
No, I meant like the item Rage.
Oh,
like.
Wait, what is the energy? Is that Rage for Cullen? Frustration.
Oh, yeah, it's his frustration meter. How grumpy is he really?
I think it is his rage meter.
Yeah, it is his rage meter. So, you know, good pull. Either way, maybe that's what it is. On his transform, it gives a blind.
Yeah, rage is not good enough as an item.
Or it blinds yourself. That feels bad.
You're right. You're blinded by your own rage. You X-ball out yourself. Yeah, I don't think Rage as an item is strong enough. We should just add a blind. Every time you get a crit with Rage in your item pool, it blinds your opponent. That's a worthwhile balance change.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's maybe exactly what Pagon, even though he's not building crit, needs here, because the Jade Dragons made a miraculous Phoenix defense work once, but a lot of that was Panda Cat charging up the ultimate.
He's still
getting good burst damage. Gonna need to make it happen yet again. Stun onto Neoma. Remember, Pagon's got poke damage as well. A lot of ranged poke where the Oni Warriors kind of need to get in. And you're seeing those two different mindsets clash at the Phoenix line.
And I think I admire this a lot from the Dragons because, like you said, they played it well around the Fire Giant to the extent that was, we know we can't win that fight. It's not going to be the greatest one for us. We're, like you said, 8K down, 9K down. You have to be incredibly careful stepping up to an FG like that because if you lose the FG and the fight, the game's just over because your Phoenixes are exposed. Instead, they go back to where they know there's a lot of success, and I think that this is a good split for them. Fido-K is going to be more than adept at soloing and keeping people away from mid-Phoenix. And Panda Cat, at this point, without an EFG, is incredibly potent. They've got a minute and a half to try and work with here for the Warriors. And it's so awkward because if you step forward, the exact same play for the Dragons can happen again. And you mentioned it, but ranged poke is always going to be there.
Nika looking for Sam for soccer. Damage out from Panda Cat. Corbin Mike in charge of ice. Cubo Fred looking for the Ymir, but leaves empty-handed. Left side Phoenix goes down as Fido-K reinitiates on the front line, and the Oni Warriors got what they came for. No head for the hills.
I think that's an easy call to make, right? It's just, you know what? I'll take it. Let's get out of here now, because that is what's going to be comfortable for you. You can't stay for the fight. You have a minute left on your FG buff, and maybe you could try to pivot some of that aggression over towards the mid Phoenix, knowing that a lot of that utility is now down for the Dragons. But you're missing beads on 2 people. It doesn't feel incredibly safe. With only a minute left, I like where they're going. Back up, swipe some jungle away from the Dragons if you can. At least get your own. Get yourselves a Trebuchet lined up. And there's about to be a Primal Fury. Based on the this or that, I know a lot of people chose Oni Fury in the this or that, but there was a lot of Primal Fury discussion in that. So I think that, and it's worth talking about, because you're looking at now an EFG that's going to be coming up next, Pyromancer over there as well. Getting a Primal Fury feels like it is incredibly important for the next team fight, especially with the lead you have. I mean, the Warriors are in a beautiful position to try and continue and close out this game.
So Pagon in an awkward spot, had a few hundred gold, buys Potion of Power instead of a tier 1 of the next item. So FidoK caught up in build. Everyone else fully 5th slotted, still waiting on their 6th item, whereas the Oni Warriors have been able to finish out their build outside of Nilma. So still a clear, full 1-item advantage. Cubo Fred has got 4,000 gold. So a big power potion. This one, the Elixir of Defense, ends up being the choice for Cubo Fred. Wants to be able to get a bit more active and a bit more safe in jumping into these team fights. I wonder now, though, I mean, with the left side Phoenix gone, of course, life is always going to be difficult for the Dragons. With this being enhanced, I wonder if this is a line that the Jade Dragons have to draw. I mean, you couldn't hold them at bay under a regular Fire Giant. May need to try to poke out, find some damage, find a fight under the enhanced if you're the Dragons.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how far into this you feel super confident. I like this positioning, right? But one,
I mean, again, you got range advantage, but
how much is the range advantage? You know, because like gold advantage being so heavily in one-sided, especially with this kind of positioning, man, that's an easy way to pick somebody out. Mike's got to be careful.
Core, it may just not matter if Polar Bear Mike dies. If FidoK dies, the conversation is for naught. And FidoK does die, and Sam for Soccer does die. The Oni Warriors, a massacre here down the stretch in game number 2, and suddenly Pagon and Pandacat, the last 2 on the map. Still an enhanced Fire Giant to be taken. And I think a game to be taken for the Oni Warriors just over the horizon.
Look, they got Fire Minions. I think Pandacat, this is the threat Pandacat and Pagon can exude, because they've got Fire Minions going into the Titan room, and the Warriors, instead of opting to just run straight through it, through the Phoenix, through the tower, and get there, opt to go back for the Fire Giant. They've got 30 seconds left for a lot of the respawns on the Dragon, so it's not like they had a fire burning under them to make sure that it happened quickly. But that is a lot of time that is going to be wasted, and if they go the slow route, they've got a Trebuchet. Fire Minions are being dealt with. By the time they get through this Phoenix, FidoK should be respawned, if not just about to come back. And so this is going to be riskier if they decide to go into the room, just because of the respawns that'll come through. They still got the advantage, though.
Yeah.
With an EFG, it's going to be the easiest 3 Phoenixes down that they could find.
And you get the enhanced Fire Giant regen. If you go back and spend up all that gold again, there's not much to spend up outside of upgrading your relics. Wow, and it will be the slow play for the Oni Warriors.
I feel like they definitely could have won that.
I was for certain that we were gonna just forego the enhanced Fire Giant entirely
and just run right straight into the ignore the tower, ignore the Phoenix. Just
I guess the argument is now the Oni what's the difference in win percentage with a full 5-on-5, 2.9 Phoenixes down under the Titan that's 70% HP versus 5 versus 2 with no Phoenixes down. Yeah,
the damage numbers from Pandacat and Pagon are just high enough,
right, to make that interesting.
It's like,
yeah, but
if you go in a 2v5,
yeah, but they're still on the map.
Well, you had Fire Minions for a little bit. And so with Fire Minions,
I think
they don't back and clear there if you get aggressive. I think they could. I agree. I think they could have won.
I mean, it's like maybe a 90% chance for them to win there versus like a 99% chance to win now, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know though. You're risking a full 5-on-5 team fight turnaround. Anything can
happen. And this is where the Dragons fought back earlier. It's the left side Phoenix. I mean, Pandacat can go huge here.
Look, Oni Warrior should win this game. You've got Fire Minions walking into the base. You're going to be able to jump on the Titan.
Man,
But-
you just had to do him like that. That's a nasty caster's curse you
They
tried to
should.
throw out there.
Look, they should. I'm not wrong. Whether I cast them or not is up to the Oni Warriors. They should win this game. 3 Phoenixes down, enhanced Fire Giants on all 5.
Fire minions,
and Fire
in the
Minions
Titan
in the
room.
base. You should win this game. So the conversation likely does not matter, but crazier things have happened. Dragons at this point just trying to delay the game,
Yeah,
but
there it is.
Sanford Sucker, my God! Goodbye. And goodbye game 2. Oni Warrior shutting down the targets. Shutting down the Jade Dragons. On to a game 3 we go.
Yeah, look, 3-0-12 there for Cuvo. First off is a nuts slash line for the Fenrir. I think a lot of good assists for him, but Dardes, in my mind, very easy to talk about. I think a lot of good setup coming down from that Morrigan. And then a lot of it became to the certain point where it was like, okay, now we're just ahead.
Yep.
So we're gonna fight better than you. We've got more items. We hit harder. And you had mentioned it. We talked about it. Left side Phoenix was a good example. That one defense the Dragons had. Range advantage, really good plays, good engage from the Dragons could potentially turn fights over in their favor. But how often are you going to get that against a team that, at the time was like 8,000 gold, and then the next time you fought was 10,000 gold, and then the next time you fought was like 15,000 gold? The further that gap got, the harder it came to make that play again.
I don't know there was a Xing Chen on the map, Gore. The Oni Warriors were just ahead. Yeah, baby!
Okay.
Oni Warrior
Yeah,
ties
okay.
up game 3 coming up next.
Turn and feel the heat. Straight from a party. Music's coming your way. I will be smiling. You'll be so fine. Do you believe there's a young world in my heart telling me to dance, taking a chance? If you believe there's a young world to come about, young world shaking the ground, straight from a party, club until the morning break, moving your body, talking to my soul. And I got all my sisters to the right. We'll be moving till the break of light. And I got all my brothers within sight. Turning till the clock will strike 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty people dance, pretty baby darling. Pretty people dance, pretty baby darling. Pretty people dance.
Well, a couple of stumbles along the way, but the Oni Warriors are able to clean up their act in game number 2 and bring themselves a victory to tie up the set, and now take us to game number 3 up against the Jade Dragons. A little bit more of a traditional style of composition coming from the Warriors this time, even despite dropping the first 3 kills of the game right away, able to bounce themselves back and find themselves a win here up against the Jade Dragons. It's J-Mac and Mifflin with game number 2 now done. Much better, the Oni Warriors, I mean, able to hold out in team fights more often. Sure, there was a stumble at the left Phoenix earlier on. That's when the Jade Dragons were able to finally find some kind of punch back. But at the end, the Oni Warriors team fight just very clean throughout.
Yeah, I gotta agree, man. I mean, the Jade Dragons do strike first, as you said. 3 kills cleanly to start off this match, but it was one team fight around the Greater Scorpion on the right-hand side, this exact team fight. And I'm thinking to myself, no way the Jade Dragons lose from here. They chose this engagement around the Greater Scorpion. Mike lands a double freeze into a fully channeled double ultimate. And I looked at him and I'm like, well, Mike's not taking any damage. Well, someone's got to be. Oh, it's everybody else on the Jade Dragons getting absolutely slammed. And that seemed to be a common thread throughout the duration of this match. The Oni Warriors at times just finding their opportunities to completely ignore the front line, Final K and PBM, and a lot of these highlights likely will be the 2 last members of the Jade Dragons to die, because the Warriors were like a precision scalpel in their target selection, just finding those ideal targets every single engagement. And sure, there were some stumbles, but you're allowed to stumble on a left Phoenix Siege if you establish as dominant a lead as they had after you had controlled the map state up until that point. And it shows. Sure, stumble into a dub.
Even throughout, I mean, there were many moments where, you know, you're talking about, okay, well, PBM's not taking a lot of damage. Oh, well, Final K's also not taking a lot of damage. Those two were able to hold out a lot of their HP bar, but when it came down to, I mean, when we look at the Oni Warriors over the last few successful sets they've had, a couple of the pieces that have worked really well for them have been Dodgy and Morgan, usually as a combo together, but as long as they have one of those two, usually the Oni Warriors are able to find some success. The Dodgy banned away from them in games 1 and 2. The Morgan able to come out in game number 2 for the Oni Warriors, and you can see the impact that Dardez had. Not very often that Morgan, as a god, is able to put out top damage on the board, let alone nearly 30k throughout this game.
Yeah, Neilma as well has a phenomenal performance. I believe 0-1 and 16 at the end of that match. The nearly perfect support slash line. So the Oni Warriors, when they get back to their bread and butter, seem to find some success, because that is just a standard Warriors draft through and through.
That is just, when you look up the Oni Warriors, this is the style of composition, the type of gods that you would imagine these guys playing. I've also got to maybe think for the Jade Dragons, they've given Nika this RDO 2 times in a row now. Maybe start looking at that as something that maybe they could take for themselves, give it over to Final K, so they have something in that lane to be able to play that bully, to be that front line when they get to those team fights. But no knock towards Final K, was doing a great job on this Kukulkan. Unfortunately, just became the target of being Ragnaroked into Dharmic Pillars multiple times throughout team fights.
Yeah, they used to be called like the shake and bake combo because you could like pick them up and just run them back and forth.
Unfortunately, we can't do that anymore.
Yeah, darn design team taking away our
Taking
fun
our fun.
for the sake of balance. God, what losers, nerds.
They had 2 times that it's had to be taken away. We had the original Shake and Bake, then there was the Shake and Bake 2.0 with Scotty Ice when that came out.
Yeah.
And then that got taken away, and now we got Dharmic Pillars, and they're like, yeah, we're not letting that happen a 3rd time.
And Ganesh is still good somehow? Crazy. That god is nerf resistant.
Man, you're telling me a god who has like a silence, a bunch of protections that come with that silence, a Dharmic Pillar that does a lot of damage, and prot shred and slows people, also gives power to their teammates when you hits them with the one ability. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Also can't take your kills. You got to feel if you're good of anybody else on the team.
Well, that's why I'm not playing him. I didn't know he did any of that stuff because I refuse to play a god that can't get kills. So.
Oh, I should have just started with can't give kill or can't take kills or whatever from your teammates, and you'd be like, yeah, I'm never touching that god again.
Yeah, we're done with that. All that other stuff sounded pretty cool though. Maybe I will try him out in like a duel matchup.
There you go.
No
that
allies.
Way at least you can get one there. Maybe the Jade Dragons can rally back in game number 3. Picks and bans ready to go. And the MO for the Jade Dragons so far for their bans have been Dodgy, Osiris, and AMC. 2 gods away from Cuvo Fred. 1 god taken away from Dardes. We'll see if they continue that trend. No, it will not. First change out, Osiris out. And so will now the Artio be removed from the table. Though Jade Dragons can still ban one of those other 2 picks away.
We speedrunning?
Apparently we are going through speedrun. This is picks and bans any percent.
Yeah, that is a very quick phase there. I suppose both teams having got plenty of data on each other now as we go into game 3. Don't need to think too hard about their bans. Caster's Curse, the only Warriors, gonna do their best to make me wrong.
They're getting a bad split in their 6th run
here.
here.
dude, we are like -5 right now. They gotta hurry up.
This isn't looking so good, though. The only Warriors will continue up the bans that they had in the prior matchups there. The Emoji is still not going to make it through. Xing Chen giving them too much trouble in game 1. Not going to let it through game 2 or 3. And now 1 more ban over to the Warriors, who have really slowed down this speed run. They're definitely not going to make it to SGDQ anytime soon.
Yeah, that's messed up, man. Look, I suppose you could target out some jungle picks. Hunbots was one that performed very well, but you're not really dedicating a ban to bots in general. So instead, Chernobog taken off the table. The Jade Dragons now pick of the field take Osiris as their first selection. Flex potential between both solo and jungle. Feels like we've been seeing him a little bit more often in the jungle recently. Mannequin Scepter start with the Golden Blade, just so strong early. Some of the changes to Stone Cutting Sword in the most recent seasons has made it a very strong item for these gods that have got bruiser tendencies built into the kit. So being able to strip away protections and give them to yourself as you've got mitigations already makes you a not only high DPS god, but a pretty survivable one. Osiris just fine as a first pick overall.
Yeah, and with that Osiris pick, it kind of acts as that double ban there, where before they were banning it away from Cuvo Fred, not letting him have that one. This time they get to remove that as a ban, take Nika off of something he's been comfortable on, and then get that pick up for themselves. So now the Oni Warriors have a couple of picks over to themselves. Bologna, who's been kind of largely overlooked in this set specifically. In our first set of the day, that one was picked every single time, usually top 2 by the Tartarus Titans, but now we'll make it to the Oni Warriors draft. And the Morrigan immediately right back at first after the strong performance, I think it was like 8-1 or 8-2 that Dardes had in game number 2. I don't see any reason why you don't give that one back to him.
You think that Bologna's going to the Soul Lane?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
I really hope so.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a Bologna jungle. I feel like she might be slept on in that role.
That's a throwback.
I'm kind of done with Bologna ADC
That's back to the days when like Chuckles and those guys were actually playing in their respective league.
Wow, why is Chuckles catching a stray on the desk?
No, because that was like the days of like Bologna and Freya jungle back in the OCE. I mean, that was that time frame. I don't think we're there anymore, but you never know.
Yeah, time is a flat circle. So I'm not rehashing that. Time would actually be a flat circle if I made that joke again. Bologna locked in. Alongside the Morgan for the Oni Warriors. A strong top 2. Performance very good from Dardes in game 2, so no surprise that he's reprising his role as the Morgan. And Bologna should be able to hold her own, even if it is an Osiris over towards the Soul Lane. That matchup not exactly favoring one over the other. Osiris, if he so chooses, going towards Death Soul in that first slot, should have sustained advantage at least for the first 6 to 7 levels. But after you get a couple of points in a Scourge, Bologna should be able to make up that difference.
Fafnir and Yu Huang for the Jade Dragon. So Mike going to go back to a pick that he played 5 times in a row prior to this set, and we'll now get it for a 6th time within those 8 games. So Mike has plenty of practice on this god, and potentially Panda Cat, plenty of practice on this Yu Huang. Played 2 games in a row this set and 1 game from the previous one, so we're now sitting at 3 for Panda Cat, but always keep you just guessing with the Jade Dragons. You never know exactly where they're going to drop these picks out. Oni Warriors save QO Fred's pick for last in the previous game and may just be following that same suit here as Ganesh is once again locked up for the Warriors.
Yeah, it seems like the Warriors really liked how Game 2 went, so they want to get as much of the same as they can. Jade Dragons, on the other hand, with the Yu Huang locked in again. I'm not sure, man. Do you really want Panda Cat playing it again? I mean, I'm not hating it.
Do you?
I'm not hating it, but survivability towards mid and some early pressure from Yu Huang could deal with the Morrigan very well. The Morrigan, historically a god that struggles in just clearing out her own camps and her own farm, could struggle even more so against the early pressure that Yu Huang establishes. I mean, you can go back towards a Hunter as well, try and keep that pressure up that way. I suppose it depends on the jungler, sort of like the selection of the Oni Warriors. If it's like a super high pressure jungler, I think I would prefer to see these Yu Huang in mid just because he has so much survivability. Because junglers, for the most part, they'll rotate over to the duo, but it's like once, maybe twice, 3 times a game. How often are junglers in mid? Like most of the time.
I mean, you got to go from one side of the jungle to the other side of the jungle, and the way to do that, usually got to cross over through that mid lane. Shibalanke, the pick for the Oni Warriors. So 3 games and now 3 different gods for Vote. It was Freya previously in that very first game. Did it go so well? The Jingwei ends up working out well for them this time. Ends up catching a ban from the Jade Dragons alongside that Fenrir. And the Oni Warriors, they'll go with a couple of solo lane targets there. The King Arthur and the Sobek banned away from Fine-OK. So with the Shibalanke going over towards Vote now in that dual lane, another fresh look for him. And once again, it does leave QO Fred for his final pick of the team. And we'll see what he ends up going towards. Jade Dragons, though, maybe we'll get some questions answered as to where this Yu Huang is going.
Maybe. I mean, like, it could be like an Uhl selection, and we're just like, I don't know. You know, it could be really difficult to figure it out.
Make it all the way again. That guy has been like top 3 every single time by teams.
Hey, it didn't do so good, did it?
True.
Yeah, so maybe that's why. And the Jade Dragons, if the Uhl's so good, why aren't they snap locking it? Well, probably because they're not so happy with the last performance we've seen from it. Heimdall and Ymir hovered.
Wow.
If that's a Heimdall lock-in, I am willing to bet it all. Literally everything I've got that Yu Huang is going mid.
Well, for now, it's just going to be the Ymir. So now the question comes to, is this Sam taking the Ymir? Because I believe...
I'm betting it all. I'm all in. All the chips are on the table. That Heimdall, that's not going mid. There's no way. There's just no way.
I was trying to buy a little bit of time to see if the Heimdall did get locked in. Yes, and I won't try and pick your brain any further onto where it should go because I've already got your answer.
That's right.
But the Ymir, now we saw Sam for Soccer pilot this god once before in the jungle earlier on in the year. Haven't really seen Ymir solo in a hot minute. Do you think that this one would be going over to Sam? I mean, you're looking at what you've got on the opposite side. You're looking at what the Oni Warriors have between Bologna, Ganesh, or specifically you're looking at Bologna, Achilles going up against you. Is that a lane that you would want to put Ymir in or maybe throw him in jungle?
I am a pretty big fan of Ymir in the jungle personally, but looking at this composition, Bologna, you could stop the bludgeon with the freeze. Ymir solo finds some value there. You really want to be able to leverage early aggression, but Ymir and Osiris both have got pretty strong early game presence from the jungle. Osiris probably a little bit more so, as you're more apt to go towards the bump or the what am I saying?
What are
bro?
you saying?
The one that does dot damage and burns them. Mannequins.
The Mannequin Scepter.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Mannequin's pretty good for Osiris. So if I had to guess, Osiris has got to be going to the jungle. I'll toss Ymir to the soul lane, and that Heim better not be going mid.
Well, maybe let's hope for your sanity and for everything that you have that it's not going over that way.
I got very little. Please don't take it from me.
You put everything on. Oh, man, I'm going to feel so bad for Mifflin that Heimdall isn't going over to the dual lane at this point. The Jade Dragons coming out with some interesting picks. Once again, Ymir leaves some question marks as to whether that one's going. The Jade Dragons have been running this Yu Huang over in the dual lane more often than not. Not sure if they're going to run it there a third or technically, I guess, a 4th time in a row, a 3rd game in this set. And then the Oni Warriors going with still some more standard out there. A traditional Hunter over for Vote. Look good on the Jingwei. I mean, how do you feel about the Shibalanke for Vote in this matchup?
Shibalanke is a pick that I think has become very interesting recently in that in the SCC, we've been seeing him a lot more often, and even some bans towards that god. He's got very high damage output. He synergizes well with the style of build that we saw Snoopy building in the SCC, which was Rage, Deathbringer, just like standard 2012 Hunter. But because he's got so much power built into his kit, I think you can kind of sacrifice a little bit of it in the build. I feel like Shibalanke is just blanket statement pretty good. You've got CC immunity to the dash, a nice slow from the poison darts, really good lane pressure thanks to the branching bola. If you so choose, Death Toll now an option. Now the Gilded Arrow isn't just the free 700 gold that it once was, so you get like the free mana sustain. I'm a Shiba believer.
Shibalanke, Ganesh in the duo lane, to be determined, and Fafnir over in the duo lane for the Jade Dragon. Should be interesting to see how that one pans out. And we'll see if Mifflin's going to lose it all here. Game number 3 between the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors. Where's everything going? Who's coming out on top? Let's throw it to Dave and Gore one more time.
Here's the good news for Mifflin. After whatever bet he took with Twitch chat last year, he literally has nothing else to lose. I think he's still like 50 grand in the hole, something like that. So he is betting.
But we did the whole Maxnomic code and everything. Oh, no, it was the store code.
Yeah, well, unlucky for Miff, or maybe lucky for Miff. It is Heimdall mid, despite Miff's bet and best
Dave,
interests.
You're going to have to take in Ellie. She's real good friends with Ramsey.
That's right. They can hang out.
You know what? He had one of my books at one point. I think Ellie ate it. So I'm not getting that back.
Oh, no.
In general, anyway.
And now I'm bringing that into my home? He's going to eat all my books?
I'm trying to think what other things, you know, like his pickleball paddles we can relinquish. J-Mac probably would take those.
I mean, his name carries some type of star power, right? Like, we could auction some of this to cover his...
Oh, yeah. To cover the debt.
The debt, right. Like, we gotta get an itemized, cost-based list of everything he owns, and then we can sell off stuff to cover it. Like a Miff-signed pickleball paddle. Somebody would spend like a few
we got to get him to
that,
sign
right?
it, though, and he's going to charge us for that now because he lost everything.
Well, yeah, that's the point. He charges it and then...
No, like he'll charge like for us to get the autograph on the paddle.
Yeah, there's no gain for him to sign anything at this point. It's all gone, right? Just less of it is maybe gone if he sells stuff.
Honestly, it's a really good start for Mifflin's minimalist lifestyle from here on out.
Anyway, this bit brought to you by the fact that Heimdall is indeed mid, and Panda Cat will be back on the Yu Huang over in duo.
Damn, I'm going to take Mifflin to Vegas with me. Whatever he bets on, I'm always going the opposite, and we're winning, baby. I'm winning.
I have to just wonder at this point. I want to pick the brain of one of our SPL players. At this point, is it not just better to have like Pagon still on the mage, but just over and just swap what lane we're in? Is Pagon really a better Heimdall than Panda Cat is? I mean, there's more nuance to it than that. I mean, I guess playing in the mid lane is a skill in and of itself, and knowing how to control that lane, the instinct surrounding jungle pathing and stuff like that. But as far as players on picks, if you want a lane swap, surely...
I think a lot of it has to do with the farm, right? Like what you're going to get if you're alone over on left versus what you're going to get in mid and access to mid camps, red buff, things like that.
Right, but I mean, that's more like character-based, isn't it? Like, you're putting Yu Huang over there for the matchup? Or are you saying that, like,
I'm saying it
you
like
really
strictly
want Pagon
for, I think
specifically?
you want Pagon getting the farm on,
right.
and you want him on a hunter, and so you lock in the Heimdall, and like that's the train that I'm going down, is that Pagon in mid on Heimdall gets more farm than probably Panda Cat, or maybe not more farm, more access to farm, more capable of farm for what you're going to see, and kill capable than what you're going to see out of Yu Huang, who admittedly after now level 3, like in the next level, you're just kind of coasting until level 12, so maybe it gives Pagon something a little more impact player now. And let's Panda Cat chill for a little while.
This is a very nuanced
Look,
discussion.
he's a prime gaming MVP. He can play whatever the hell he wants.
He can.
Okay?
You can. You're right. You're right. I'm not discrediting. I mean, Panda Cat has had some great moments on Yu
he's had
Huang.
some really good
kept
moments.
Game 2 alive, as a matter of fact.
No, it's definitely an
It is a nuance
interesting...
because the question is, do you want Pagon specifically to get more farm, or do you want the Heimdall to get access to better farm in mid?
Or is it both? Like you want the Heimdall specifically played by Pagon?
Well, that's
like
the
that
question.
One gets really
is Pagon a better Heimdall?
Yeah, I guess at that point.
I don't know. There's a lot that goes into it. It is a unique style of situation. Doug has kept showing us Final K over on Ymir solo. Conduit Gem. Remember Pythag's piece? Something that that Final K's already built earlier on in this set as a more unique style of build. Opportunities to cancel out some of the abilities from Nika, of course. And a swift half-level lead for Fino K already over here in the solo lane.
I love Ymir, period. Like I love his kit, I love his passive. He's here all the time for you whenever you need him. But also, I just think that like just top 5 gods in Smite to me. Like he's really fun to play. I think that everything is interesting in how you level him because you can change how you level him based on how you personally are feeling. Like if you've got some hot walls that day, then you can level it up a little sooner. You know, here it's not going to be too surprising. Most of the time you're leveling your carpet, and then you're going to be going for either wall or freeze. Freeze, usually if you want a little more damage, wall if you want that duration, things like that. But like, I just think he's a fun, versatile god. And I like seeing him here because, as was mentioned, the freeze can interrupt the bludgeon. Of course, we don't get to see it there, so it's not maybe as impactful depending on mana count, things like that. But I think that you are in a very solid position because you're on the right side of the map. You're positioned in a good place for Pyromancers, where we've been seeing a little bit, admittedly, still later in the game, but it's the first one that gets pressured out more often than not. And so you've got good rotation power there, and a little good staying power. Has the teleport as well. I want to see him get active throughout this game.
First ult of the game from Vote. It's ominous, but nothing ends up happening. Looks like blue buff invade. So some pressure out from the Jade Dragons. And look, Final K's done just fine on this Ymir. Now a purple buff invade, this time gone right. Simple 2 versus 1 for the Oni Warriors. You're always going to win that one. And Panda Cat's got to watch his purple buff go down as Mike has rotated out of the dual lane, sends his talents onto mid lane, where Pagon now, of course, is going to have a little bit of extra pressure.
So this
over
is
Darkness.
just duo lane now.
That's what I'm saying. Just swap. Now, hear me out. Why not? If you're gonna, I was just gonna say, why not just rotate Mike and Pagon over to the left side, right? And then put Panda Cat in mid. And that was the conversation we've already had here today.
Well, I know. I think a lot of it can come down to, and I'm with you. I want to pick their brains.
Like if I want Pagon specifically on Heimdall.
If the Dragons win this is like the easiest post-game interview because we've asked like 4 questions already for J-Mac to write down.
In reality, it's probably as simple as Pagon just wanted to play Heimdall, and Panda Cat likes playing Yu Huang. Like,
Panda Cat was like, give me the Yu Huang early in the draft. And they were like, okay, Pagon, you got to play something physical. What are you going to pick up?
And that's,
give me Heimdall.
And that's it. Honestly, that's probably
where it came
exactly
down.
what happened.
It's not like, because I'm sitting here thinking, okay, who gives pressure around? Like Gold Fury, does having Yu Huang in the long lane, he's a little safer so he can get back to the tower, but he's not like safer than a Heimdall. Heimdall's safe as hell. So where is that pressure coming through? And I think it might just be something incredibly simple.
And see, I think I'm less concerned about. We're both concerned about different things. You're wondering about why the god in each individual lane. I'm wondering why not put the actual guy who plays that role. Like put Panda Cat on Heimdall in mid if you want Heimdall in mid. You know, we're so hung up on this. This is Devour's Gauntlet versus Bloodforged all over again. Where he built. I remember. I don't know if I was casting with you or who it was, and I'll get a second to think about it. As another blue buff jumped on Sanford Soccer, taken low. But the fight is dropped. He was in execute threshold, but Cubo Fred won't end up flying through. And now it's retreat for the Jade Dragons, and Final K will see to it that the Jade Dragons get out safely. Looks like Nico was able to pick up that blue buff, was indeed. And so unsuccessful on their blue buff invader, the Jade Dragons.
Still, I want to say successful in avoiding getting first blooded, or if you're, the Warriors, maybe unsuccessful in getting a first blood, despite the aggression from the Dragons. Although likewise, they haven't been able to find that kill just yet, and that's not for lack of investment. I mean, a lot of ults get used to the point where Shards of Ice, like, it's it's easy to talk about because, man, as an ultimate, you root yourself in a single position. You are CC immune, so there's that. But you are stuck where you are, and while it does a lot of damage, it channels up over time, so that 3-second channel is maybe the biggest thing. It does decrease damage the earlier you pop it, but you still apply your Frostbite, and so there's like slow potential, things like that, but usually, at least as a support, like that is the least important thing in your kit, is your ultimate. Like, you can use it around objectives, and that's about it.
Sanford Soccer is blinked in here, has Tether out on a few, but Dardes is transformed into the Blown. A Lord of the Afterlife disengage. How about the double stun from the Oni Warriors mid laner? Now Pagon's got a Bifrost backwards. Hopefully Bifrost away, as an ultimate from Pagon does connect onto one, but now the rundown is in, and Dardes grabs first blood. Stun through onto Polar Bear Mike. Might mean another. And Cubo Fred hoping to chase it down. Stun, no good. Final K out from solo lane. Shards of Ice slow down the Oni Warriors. And a wall all but secures his escape And Dardes wags his finger, and the Oni Warriors will snag 2 kills.
I mean, that's not only a good first blood, a good chase down. The people that get out of there, Mike, Sam, the retreat they have is not the most convincing retreat. I mean, yeah, they get out of there, they live, but you have a lot more potential, I think, for the Warriors. That is an incredible fight for them. And I think that we get to see very similar aspects of what won the last game for them. It's not necessarily anything new or fresh. It's, hey, Dardes is really good at the Morrigan, and Neil Ma is really, really obnoxious against you when he's playing the Ganesh. Whether it's the Dharmic Pillars or the Ohm. I think we were talking about it the other day, but like Dharmic Pillars is on such a low cooldown, I think 75
I want
seconds
Chronos Pen in here.
at base.
I want it.
At that point where like, I think we were talking about it because it was coming up like every 40 seconds with a Chronos Pendant or something like that. And so now you're looking at Neil, even at the base level, you're going to have that super often, but that is not even including the amount of control that you can bring between the Ohm and your single knock-up. So a lot of control just in those 2 picks, not including the fact that I think that Cuvo has had a really good day so far, and specifically here on this Achilles, the last 2 has looked really solid. And Nika comes in, you had called it out, a double stun. They're just playing clean, and they've got a good draft to work for it. Nothing out of the ordinary for it, except that they are just playing it to the standard it needs to work.
And Dardes has had a great day as well on this Morrigan, especially in a couple of games where there were a variety, and still are a variety, of transformation opportunities.
He plays tomorrow.
He does play tomorrow, doesn't he?
Hopefully,
King's hoping
God,
to bounce back.
I really hope so, because I do not remember the schedule.
That was a confident he plays tomorrow. I mean, all for the bit, right? Timing is everything.
For the joke.
Timing is everything.
Yeah.
You had to get it out right then. And variety name jokes will seemingly never get old. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Dardes has a variety of transformation opportunities.
Yeah.
No, he plays tomorrow.
We could do it one more time.
We could do it one more
comes
time.
in threes,
one more
baby.
time. One more time. But I
he's
think
got a
Dardes has
variety
been. No, he plays tomorrow. Pyromancer goes to the Jade Dragons. I think Dardes has been on point. My point is not even all that great, but I'm going to get it out.
Yeah, it's got to be perfect now that we've hung too long.
I'm trying to say it without the word variety in it. Dardes has done well to choose transformations that have really fit the team fight at hand when there have been plenty of choices available to him and not one overwhelmingly obvious one.
Here's a good one. A myriad of options, right? He's got a lot available to him.
No, he's in the solo lane.
And he plays tomorrow. I think that, oh wait, yours was a Ymir joke?
Ymir joke.
Mine was just, haha, that's like the variety. Okay, yeah, no, I'm stupid is what I'm getting at here. I missed that one over my head. I think that, yeah, there's a lot of options for him. Honestly, I think the options this game to me are way better than last time. You can become Achilles, Osiris, Bellona. Theoretically, you could do the Ganesh, you could do the Ymir, although you don't have to do either of those. I think the 3 warriors that are in this game are just really good choices for you. Might skip over Sam, depends on if you want the anti-heal or the tether, things like that. Really good dive potential for Dardes if he goes for the Osiris. Achilles, you get a double execute, good stuns, a lot of chase down, a lot of good damage there. And Bellona, just because Bellonas can be obnoxious. 2 Scourges, lots of silences, deals with Pagon pretty easily. Again, dive potential from the Bellona as well as the Osiris, I think, is very solid. And they'll be able to chase people down. So like you said, I think that there's a myriad of options that work out incredibly well for Dardes here. And I want to see where he goes more often than not, like what his mind is more comfortable with.
Well, in games like this, sometimes teams would just get caught asleep at the wheel a bit. And the Jade Dragons attempting to do so to the Oni Warriors. Mike transforms, hasn't used the Frenzy yet. AoE Coerce goes out, Gold Fury low, Dharmic Pillars dropped by Neoma. And the Jade Dragons pull off of the objective. Would have been a 3 versus 4, it looks like. But Dragons not happy enough with the looks of that Gold Fury pull. End up dropping back. Do spend the transformation from Mike. But not a massive investment around the Fury. Only Warriors able to stand strong, stand available, keep the objective on the map.
It's 1 ult for Mike versus 2 ults for Neil and Vote, right?
Yeah,
like
right.
It is a very small trade. The thing that interests me the most is more the farm for the Dragons, because if that Gold Fury goes their way, they get a massive advantage. But despite the kill disadvantage right now, they've still been pulling ahead of the Warriors. It's not a ton, but at least like a little bit, which is contrary to what we've seen in games 1 and 2. So I think that that's a good showcase of at least how they've been playing the map.
Oh
my God.
Yeah, that's a stun, and that's another kill for Dardes. I don't know who's got Dardes on their fantasy team, but they're happy with the last 2 games. 3-0 now on the Morrigan. And that's not a transformation. That's just walk in and follow up damage from Neilma. So Neil 0-3, Cuvo, Vote. No, wrong 0-3. 0-3. Yeah, they haven't died 3 times. 0-3 for a few members of the Oni Warriors. Pagon's got to ult away. Vote drops the ult on the left side of the map as well. And not only could he have gotten an assist, but actually disengages himself somewhat well as Sanford Soccer and Panda Cat were looming. A slow burn of a game here, Gore. The Jade Dragons, yeah, they pull the Gold Fury, but now the tier 1 tower in mid goes down. You know, minuscule gold lead for the Oni Warriors, so not all doom and gloom, but they don't really show up to defend their tier 1 tower at the moment.
I am more interested, I think, now with that tier 1 in mid down. And it's a conversation we haven't gotten to have in a while, because usually, like, when the tier 1 in mid goes down, it's after tier 1s and other lanes have disappeared, but just the one in mid down for the Dragons is the only tower gone. That gives a special amount of control to some of the side jungle for the Warriors. I mean, that's a little bit of an advantage. You've taken away a safe haven from the Dragons, right? Pagon now has to go a little further if you want to retreat in mid lane. You got to go to a tier 2. Same thing for anybody who's over there.
Ooh.
Whereas Nika, right here, you can just run under your tier 1.
Nika gets stunned, but able to leap away with the Eagles rally. Good damage out from Cubo Fred. Sanford Soccer was in execute range, but Cubo Fred did not have Fatal Strike. And so Sam will end up walking out just fine. Still doesn't have Fatal Strike, otherwise Cubo Fred may have considered going in for it, despite a block opportunity from Fine OK. Cubo's really stuck with this Achilles jungle. I mean, it's looked good. You get Golden Blade into more ability-based later on in the build. And I think Cubo Fred, not only this year and this phase specifically, but synergizes well with this style of pick.
Yeah, I think it plays well, and earlier I was wondering if he was going to go more hybrid, because in years past he's struggled a little bit. Boot going a little bit of trouble, but never mind, jeez!
You got it backwards, Gore. All right, you got it right, Gore. Pagon gets a kill onto Vote, but not before Vote turned one around. Up, down on the Eagles rally, as Pagon will Bifrost out and away. I believe that's Dardes who initiated as Bologna just a moment ago. And so a 1-for-1 trade ends up dropping Vote for Sanford Soccer.
Which questions always have to roll through. Is it more worthwhile to get one? Vote doesn't use either relic. And so in a circumstance where maybe, and that's a very heavy maybe, that Aegis could have let you live long enough for your team to respond and save you. I think that you get aggressive, you do well, you kill off the Osiris, and you end up, again, maybe giving one kill over, but it goes over to Pagon. Pagon gets forced out. I think the uncomfort that the Dragons felt from that fight, despite being somewhat successful in it, is a huge deal that favors the Warriors a little bit. So I think that grouping up 5-on-5, especially with the transformations that Dardes has right now, being on a 3-0, Beads being down, and of course ult being down, means we probably won't see anything big out of the mid lane for another couple of minutes. But I won't be surprised if they're going to be the ones who can start posturing over towards a Gold Fury, setting themselves up for something maybe a little bit bigger, and trying to pull some of that, again, very, very minuscule lead back over in their favor.
Tier 1 answered back by the Jade Dragons on right. Been a quiet game for Fine OK, 0-1. Does go Pythags piece, Sovereignty, a bit more utility later on in the build. Still waiting to see what the Ymir really has in store for the Oni Warriors later on in this game. Plenty of control in lane, but what do you got throughout the rest of game number 3, a pivotal game number 3, how different standings could look. So many teams so closely knit. Great opportunity for the Jade Dragons and the Oni Warriors to distance themselves from the pack. And one game nowadays seems to be a bit distanced from the pack with how close the SPL has been. Everyone's beaten one another. Oni Warriors remain competitive, so is the Jade Dragons. Numa slowed just for eternity. And they'll get shut down. Pagon rotates in, and that is a simple kill onto poor Ganesh. Neil just didn't have much to answer back, and the Pyromancer pulled by the Dragons.
Yeah, there's so much that, or only so much you can do, I think, there if you're Neil. Maybe try to get the dragons fine for like poaching, hunting an elephant, something like that. But otherwise,
you can't do that.
I just think that they're going to do it again here. If they can continue
Eagles
this
rally, double Eagles rally, double stun on Sanford Soccer, who had no chance of getting out of that. And Dardes plus Nika equals painful. Dardes de-transforms though. Pagon on the wrong side of this fight. Dardes could actually grab the stomach now. Dardes has got to leave. An awkward game of chicken over on the right side of the map. Fine OK left alone. Kivo Fred still has Fatal Strike. And so may end up being a kill onto Fine OK if Kivo Fred can just get a bit more damage. No, gotta take the route out to the right and had to dodge all the damage from Panicat. Pagon in the meantime still on a world tour between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower, and it'll end up going down to vote. Only Warriors, they do not get the Pyro, but they do get a couple of kills.
That chase is just a little too short, I think, to use the Benny Hill theme, right? It was almost long enough if he got a little further.
We got like one saxophone note and then it was over.
Unfortunately, I mean, it was, I think, a really good call, right? You said he was deep. He goes over, tries to get a little bit of farm to push up even further on the right-hand lane. Gets caught out, kind of pincered down. Nika, Dardes rushing him, uses the Bifrost. Immediately, 4 Warriors turn and start running at him in the jungle. And so there wasn't a lot of opportunities to get out of there. But 2-2, not a terrible looking slash line. It's just that now, I mean, it's been 40 seconds without him, and it gave a numbers advantage to the Warriors. I like this call for a Fury.
Nika, though. That is a lot of CC onto the Bologna and a great wall from Fine OK. Gold Fury to the Oni Warriors. Now you just got to get out of this fight alive because the health bars do not favor you if you're the Oni Warriors, and it looks like they will indeed be able to disengage, and the Jade Dragons empty-handed in the Fury pit.
I love again, just the call. They get the pressure, they have the numbers advantage. You know that there's going to be a little weaker on relics for the Dragons there, so take the fight where you can. And this one's a little more interesting to me. Tier 1 in mid, deemed worth defending. They might even be able to kill off Sam.
Well, Sam doesn't have Lord of the Afterlife. Fatal Strike for Kivo Fred. Doesn't make its way through. Eagles Rally doesn't either. And now the rest of the 4 J Dragons members trying to fight in. And how about the damage from Pandacat onto Dardes? Slows down the initiation. Nika's done enough. And I think that might be the right call. Both tanks TKO'd from the fight. Nika's got to back off, so does Sanford Soccer. Ends up just being some poking and prodding, but Oni Warriors keep their Tier 1 and mid on the map.
Some big relics burned, though, right? The teleport being down for Nika maybe isn't the end of the world. Beads being down for Cuvo is going to make things a little more difficult. Trying to dive as deep as you do on an Achilles, especially against a Ymir, against a Fafnir. A lot more consistent CC available for the Dragons here. And so if Cuvo tries to go too deep, maybe in the wrong position, or any of these fights, if it erupts in the next 2 minutes, it's going to be a pretty easy turnaround, or at least easy CC to peel for the Dragons. Big news is instead that Dardes manages to keep their ult available. And that is a huge deal to me. After you get that Fury, now you've got your ult. Fire Giant's the only thing on the map, and this was around the time last game that we started to see a vie for the fight for the Fire Giant. So I think that they can start to go towards the right-hand side. Pyromancer's going to be up in a minute and a half, 2 minutes as well. So there is still an easy opening for the Warriors with pressure on this side to find an objective, even if it's not as big as the FG itself. And I think that's really where the focus needs to be, is trying to get some control. Ward vision's already in their favor. And if they can get a pick, it's going to be one of the easiest Fire Giants. Even if they don't, I think they've got the team fight to back themselves up to be in control of the FG pit.
Yep. Good tread from a couple members of the Jade Dragons. Look at Sam and Pagon, who've had decent games up to this point. Pagon has been hitting the eject button in seemingly every fight up to this point. The Bifrost and the ult from the Heimdall have just been so necessary under the immense dive that the Oni Warriors have brought forward. Sanford Soccer had a general idea where Dardes might be going there. But continued dive presence onto Pagon, a good look for the Oni Warriors. But also a good look has been Panicat on this Yu Huang. We've done plenty of speculating as far as, why the role swaps, why the lane swaps, why not change the players, who's playing on what. At this point, Pagon has proven that, or Panicat rather, has proven that whether or not Pagon is a better Yu Huang or not, Panicat is a worthwhile guy to have playing this Yu Huang, because damage numbers in a lot of these fights, even from a bit behind, have just been connecting and shredding Dardes, shredding Vote early in the fights.
And both of their damage numbers, I mean, 21,000 split between the two of them, I guess round up to 22,000 because of where their numbers are sitting at. And that's a good chunk of damage for the two of them to combine into. It's just so difficult, though, because like you said, it feels like Pagon a lot of the time in the last couple of fights has just been on the back foot, hasn't really been able to get aggressive. And there's only so much you can do as Yu Huang.
Uh-oh, Dardes looks for the stun, doesn't get it. And now with wall, tether, transformation forced, and an Eagles rally out from Dardes. But a couple members of the J Dragons left on the front line of the fight, being worked down by Dharmic Pillars. Cubo Fred are on the left side of the Pyromancer pit. J Dragons a bit healthier and have the AoE Coerce out on the map. Frenzy not available any longer. A reset from Nika, but Nika will teleport to the mid lane tier 1. The Oni Warriors are going to stick around.
Yeah, Dardes is able to get back into the fight as well. That's an engage from Nika.
Oh, that's a big stun from Nika. And the J Dragons left running. No counter engage from the J Dragons. It was all used just a moment ago, but that's it from Panda Cat. Look at the back line, and the health is gone. Panda Cat, a big play on the front of this fight to turn around damage numbers, and look who's up top in the damage department. It's the Yu Huang out of nowhere.
I mean, that was just so beautiful. Walking in the corridor immediately, you're getting a massive line ability, Roots 3. I mean, that damage could not have been more from Panda Cat. The way that lines up. Now with a Pyromancer, if they can kill off Vote here, this might just be a free FG for the Dragons.
Wow, that wall is great, but just slow on the follow-up on the J Dragons, and Vote will survive. I wonder, though.
I mean,
you would have to turn back immediately and gone to the FG to feel confident about it. So there was an opportunity for the Oni Warriors still ever so slightly ahead of this game. And the J Dragons don't want to risk it, risk the set, risk game 3 here on a Fire Giant call. I was thinking you might feel more confident if Kivo Fred dies off, but instead this seems like pure objective play, transform, realize Kivo Fred's out, and get to tier 1.
I mean, it feels like a game of inches, right? Any little bit you can get is going to give you enough that you can at least start pushing forward. Gold-wise, not really that different. Map state-wise, both teams have knocked down 2 tier 2s. It's all in this fight.
Mike in, wall up, Nika in the back line. Ultimate out from Vote. Kivo Fred has big damage onto Panda Cat and Pagon. Both of them gotta go. Execute, hits one, execute. Finds a second target, but not a second kill. Kivo Fred opens up the killing.
That's a good
Vote
kill.
answers back. Fine, okay, hands the double to Kivo Fred and the Oni Warriors with a big chase down.
And now, look, they've got time on their side. 50 seconds in a 2v5, and Sam has to go back to base. PBM has to go back to base. Too low to even think about trying to contest this. Nika gets a little bit of break time because he had to go back and heal himself up, but just a good engage. I mean, getting that much damage so early on onto Pagon and specifically onto Panda Cat, making the Dragons regret going up as far as they did. Immediate turnaround for the Warriors. And talking about the dive, their potential, it was met in that case. They were able to get into the back line, follow it up incredibly fast. They kill off Pagon very quickly, chasing him down like it's nothing, burning both the relics there. Then Panda Cat just is left in a kind of awkward spot. You're Yu Huang, you have a lot of safety, but it only goes so far. And unfortunately, once it ran out, he was stuck standing behind 5 members of the Warriors alongside Fine OK. And Fine OK did his best to peel, at least what he could, but it did not give enough space for them. So I think, again, maybe a good start for the play for the Dragons, but just a brilliant turnaround by the Warriors. And that might be one of the biggest swings and the strongest swings that we've gotten to see this game.
Could potentially be a game-ending swing if the Oni Warriors are able to push that advantage. Oni Fury confirmed. Still plenty of towers on the map for the Oni Warriors to work down, so Titan's still going to be relatively strong at this point. Would need a deicide under probably an already killed off Phoenix for the Oni Warriors to end it on this Fire Giant buff. Now the J Dragons under this very Phoenix in game number 2 were able to put up a good defense. A team comp built somewhat similarly. Got to keep your eyes on Panda Cat and how far along that build is. Good burst damage from the Yu Huang. It just feels like the team fighting, that second wind in the team fight has just been so on point from the Oni Warriors this game. Where it looks like Fine OK and Mike, yeah, they got the 2-man wall, they got the initiation. And then some flank, some re-engage from the Oni Warriors has flipped things around.
This is a good spot. I'm keeping my eyes on Kivo on the map. I thought for a second he was going to loop around and try to pince right between these two, or this tier 2 tower, and go between the Phoenix and try to find a pincer onto Pagon, onto Panda Cat, maybe an opening. Right now, keeping the Osiris preoccupied. Now he's making the rotation.
Evo Fred will avoid the damage, but does put enough pressure on the Jade Dragons to make them back off. And so, if the Oni Warriors, I was thinking maybe setting a trap for the Jade Dragons, but won't be, and the Oni Warriors head back to base. And a couple of towers on the right side. Definitely a setup style of Fire Giant. You're going to finish off some of the build score. I mean, still pretty far behind Sanford Soccer as far as build goes. Luckily, experience, even at this point. But gold still matters by a decent margin for this Oni Warriors team. Relic's not even upgraded yet. The Jade Dragons needing to find a great engage here in a couple of minutes. Otherwise, you're looking at a lost set in Game 3.
Now I'm trying to figure out, you know, much like you said, where exactly the rallying line is, because you've lost a lot more. I mean, similar map state, actually, to Game 2 towards the end, right? You've got 2 Phoenixes exposed, 1 Tier 2. I'm surprised the Dragons are stepping up as far as they are. I think they can delay a Tier 2, no problem, but not by a lot. And so I like the call to immediately fall back. But with Pagon as far away as he is right now, still going to take a little bit to regroup. It's not going to be an opening wide enough for the Warriors to get super aggressive, but at least gets them a wave into the Phoenix. This is where Panda Cat specifically went massive in the last game, though. Being under the Phoenix, the Yu Huang, having just any mage that has standardized abilities like a Yu Huang is going to be good under a Phoenix. It's going to be good for the root that it has, the damage numbers we saw earlier. I mean, there's a reason he's up at the top still, despite being 0-1-1. It is just because he hits incredibly hard. And a good ult, well-placed and well-timed, pulls Warriors into an unforgiving fight under the Phoenix. Luckily, he's not going to have to think about that for a little bit. Right now, they've got to think about whether or not it's worthwhile fighting over this FG. And last time around, after the first Fire Giant, the second one was, what, 27 minutes in? Something like that. So it wasn't enhanced. You were still down a lot in levels, not just in support, but your jungler was down. Sam was, I think, 19 or 18 to the 20 for Cubo Fred. It just felt awkward to try and fight in because the gold lead, everything was against you. Here, gold's definitely not doing any favors for you, but at least experience-wise, everything's equal. And this one's going to be enhanced. This one is a gimme, like, yes, if this Fire Giant goes down to the Warriors, we're going to lose a Phoenix at the minimum. At worst case scenario, we are definitely losing the game, right? So you have to be, I think, more present for this one. I almost think that the fight, if it starts to go south, easy enough to fall back, but it feels like you have to defend this one and not just let it up, because otherwise the Warriors, they've been finding a lot of success all over the map, and they could probably take that to the Phoenix line, no problem.
Said the Jade Dragons, should they find an opportunity, they find an opening, a team fight. Only the 3 Tier 2 towers remaining on the Oni Warrior side of the map, so nothing that'll really delay the Jade Dragons. Map state, yes, in favor of the Oni Warriors, but depending on a team fight win for the Jade Dragons, an opportunity to fight in. Enhanced Fire Giant started, but slowly. Finoke takes a mountain of damage at the start of this fight. Just about a third of the Ymir's health bar is gone. Has teleport, and therefore the ability to get back in a bit quicker. But the Oni Warriors slow on pulling the FG. They want to do it again, and this time they want to do it to Polar Bear Mike, who's able to jump out, but the kill gifted over to Nika by Nilma as the Dharmic Pillars over the wall. Got number 1, Cubo Fred execute. Yes, sir, kill number 2 in this fight for the Oni Warriors. And again, the Jade Dragons divided. The Oni Warriors group up, find their individual picks. And Gormizer, it's looking like the Oni Warriors going to close out this set against the Jade Dragons here in Game 3.
Yeah, Finoke is leading Neil on a tour of the map, and that one's going to last a long time. I don't think we have much kill potential here unless Finoke just into a Phoenix. Neil's not going to do any damage. The rest of the team, though, yeah, this is going to be a free opening for them. Nika's a little low, so they're going to have to be careful with how they try and tank this, but Cubo's doing a good job. And that's what I want to highlight. Not just the Mantle. The Mantle of Discord, that was standard. We got that last time. I love this Nemean pickup from Cubo, and I think it does a lot, because in that last fight, he jumps onto Pagon, and Pagon specifically, and he just eats so many, those block stacks helping so much in terms of how well he's able to aggress forward.
Wow.
And so I think that they just play really well. Cubo has a nuts game. Dardez surprise, surprise, plays a really, really good Morgan set. And so I think that they come into this same game plan as game number 2. Their farm early game maybe doesn't work out the exact same way, but their objective play works out even better than what we got to see. No steals, nothing crazy, no fancy footwork from the Dragons that changes things up. It is just good play through and through from the Warriors that get them small leads, that lead to big leads, that lead to better fights. And a lot of it was that one where they managed to get Pagon and Panda Cat super early off in that fight. And if one of them, just one of them, is outside of that range and doesn't get hit, maybe there's a resurgence for the Dragons, but that was too beautiful of a setup for the Warriors to fight back from.
Well, it was a quiet set from Sanford Soccer. I wonder if at some point the Jade Dragons go back, reassess the Yu Huang duo lane, Hunter in mid lane. I mean, it works once in this set, has worked in the past for the Jade Dragons, but lacked a bit of the oomph in the last couple of games here. And the Oni Warriors able to take game 2. They grab game 3 as well, and therefore the set over the Jade Dragons. That's it for this one. We'll go back to the desk to round out the day.
Thank you so much, the Oni Warriors. It was something that we talked about at the beginning of the desk segment, that depending on which 2 versions of these teams come through, we could either see a fast 2-0 one way or the other, or if both these teams are coming out with full cylinders running, we could see a pretty back-and-forth 2-1 set, and that's what we get here. Game number 3, the Oni Warriors come out on top over the Jade Dragons. They push themselves a little bit further up in their standings, and we're getting a little bit of that reprise from the Oni Warriors of Phase 1. It was a question that some of us had. You know, they had a strong Phase 1. Was it a fluke? Was it just kind of a one-time thing? The Oni Warriors are out here to prove today that that was not a one-time thing. This is a newly revitalized Oni Warriors team. They're able to adapt to the strategies the Dragons are bringing out, and they're able to do it pretty well, Mifflin.
Yeah, good look for the Oni Warriors and their fans, I'm sure, very happy to see the performance this team was able to cobble together coming into today. And this is a dominant performance from minute 1. Well, maybe minute 10. It's a bit of a slower pace than what we might be used to from the phases of past, but certainly the Oni Warriors maintained the kill advantage throughout the entire duration of this match, at times struggling to convert it into actual neutral objective wins or even a gold lead, but never faltering in establishing kill presence. And eventually, once they did pull a lead, it was a massive one. It felt like, oh, we're up 5 kills, we're up 6 kills, the gold's like 500, maybe 600 gold separated. Oh, we're up 7 kills now, and all of a sudden it's a 7,000 gold lead. Oh, whoa, gotta keep my eyes on the screen. The game could end at any moment. And the Oni Warriors do exactly that after they get their first Fire Giant and their 7-kill lead. Now we're looking at like a 10,000 gold lead, and it really started to balloon from there. Felt like the Jade Dragons didn't really have much left in the tank insofar as base defense. Panda Cat at times falling into the trappings of getting a bit aggressive. I think something that has served him very well in his professional career, but in this matchup in particular, you get aggressive on Yu Huang. It doesn't really matter how safe you are. You float like 10 feet, and then Nika's like right on your head.
Yeah, Nika was always in that backline. A 2-0-8 from him in the solo lane, 3-0-8 for Cuvo, and a 5-0-6 for Dardis. So 3 players on the Oni Warriors going undying in this third and final game of the set. Nielma with the 0-1-10, and then Boat also being able to make some strong plays on that Shiva Lanke, coming out nearly at the top damage chart, but once again, it is Dardes topping it at least for his team. This Morgan has been an essential puzzle piece for the Oni Warriors. The times that they are able to get it, Dardes and the rest of the team look really good, kind of rallying around this pick. Cuvo Fred able to come back here in game number 3, look good as well. But before we go any further into discussion, we do have a post-game interview staying by the solo laner for the Oni Warriors. Nika staying by. Congratulations, first off, on your 2-1 win over the Dragons. And how's it feel coming out of, phase number 1, you guys had a real standout performance. Masters, a bit of a stumble, but now that you guys are hitting this halfway point so far in phase 2, how's the team feeling with your win today?
Great. I think the Dragons have always been like a big hurdle, and like we usually fall down to them because like we don't drop some pressure, we get ran over, but today we addressed that really well. Even game 1 we were in control, just like one bad decision, and ultimately we're just all really proud of how clean we played in those team fights.
Yeah, your games 2 and 3 definitely a much cleaner play through than game number 1. And one thing that we talked about last week for the pregame interview kind of segment through, and he was talking about how the late game is really where your team starts to come together, trying to battle through that early game. Was that a lot of what y'all were going through with your drafts and kind of your play styles to just battle through the early?
We were just making sure that we had lanes to play through and just had pressure to get us to late game, because when we get to like full build, we're pretty confident taking anyone on. you know, not really scared of anyone in those team fights.
Yeah, the wins you guys have had so far this phase have looked pretty good. Talk to me a little about the solo lane, because we've had so many meta changes in the solo lane. I mean, at one point we're seeing hunters in every single game, then we saw some of the warriors come back. Is solo lane just all over the place right now, man?
Yeah, I think we've come full circle to, you know, Guardians are back now, and like I'm glad they banned RTO that game 3. I was not looking forward to another one of those. But yeah, I think we're kind of in that spot where like Guardians is creeping back, and like if RTO's open, she's like kind of controls the lane and like well plays around it. But yeah, Warriors still strong. They look good as long as they can get through that laning phase.
Yeah, well, you guys look good in your set. I'll let you get back with the
Also,
team.
quick shout out to Tectone and Strippin. I know they're watching right now. Hope they enjoyed.
Oh yeah, that was the team that you were coaching, wasn't it?
We
Yeah,
won the tournament.
Congrats on that one, by the way.
Yep,
Big
thank you.
And,
Which was bigger, that or this?
Ooh.
That one, obviously. That's the biggest tournament in Smite history.
Well, congrats on your win today. Congrats on your win in the previous tournament with the Miskiff and all that. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll let you get back with the team.
Thank you.
You got there, Mifflin.
Yeah, I'm going to get a talking to. I shouldn't have asked. I shouldn't have asked.
If you guys are unfamiliar, they did have the OTK Mistiff tournament this past week. Nika was the coach of the winning team out there, so he's definitely been having some success inside and outside of the SPL. Able to find a win today, though, over the Jade Dragons. A good look for him and the rest of the Oni Warriors. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule, because that's all that we've got for you today for the SPL. We still got plenty more to go here in week number 4. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. The Olympus Bolts and the Camelot Kings, and then the Valhalla Valkyries and the Atlantis Leviathans will face off to round off our Saturday, and then we have our triple header Sunday as per usual, kicking those things off with the Leviathans and the Scarabs on that day.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this Bolts Kings matchup. I think that is going to be probably one of the most important matchups this week. The Olympus Bolts sitting right at the top. The Camelot Kings would love to leapfrog them.
100%. More than anything else. I mean, the Olympus Bolts and the Camelot Kings were coming into this week undefeated, then both get shut down by the Leviathans, and now the two of them definitely want to see who's going to come out on top with the win there by the Oni Warriors. They're able to bump themselves up now into the 3rd seat comfortably. The Jade Dragons and the Leviathans and the Titans all right behind them. So this is still a very contested top 6 in the SPL. Well, let's see who comes out on top tomorrow. But that's all that we got for you guys today. On behalf of myself, Mifflin, Cast Protection, everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Smite Esports.